Prince Charming, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Benjamin Powell. Chapter 1. Wake, wake, little prince. Open your eyes and see the sun. Wake, wake, little prince, my darling child, my sweetest one. Father's voice woke him gently. Wake up, my little prince. 5 more minutes, father, Ash mumbled back. He expected his father to give a good-natured chuckle and pull the cover away like he did when Ash was being lazy, but he didn't hear his father's voice anymore. That's odd, he thought. Why isn't he saying anything? Father? Ash called out, still hiding under the cover. Instead of his father's warm voice, there was silence. A chill seeps into the air. Father? Came a mocking voice. Hardly. Ash's heart sank as he recognized the icy tone. He had only been dreaming about his father's voice earlier. His father had long been dead. Wake up, boy, Uncle Tiernan shouted. We don't have all day. Ash stumbled out of bed. Bed was a generous term for his sparse bedding in the kitchen's corner. Ash had a room before, in the creaky attic, generously infested with bed bugs and roaches. He had gotten used to the critters, but had to move when the drip from the ceiling turned into a shower. Worse, the breeze through the broken window made the room freezing cold. He suspected it was his cousin who broke the window. When confronted, Connor proudly confessed that he did it. Ash informed his uncle about the state of the attic without mentioning his cousin's mischief. He hoped for some understanding, but his uncle's response surprised him. Tiernan told him he didn't have any room to spare, not even one of the extra guest bedrooms. Lesson learned. There was no room for him in his uncle's sprawling manor, nor for him in his stony heart. That was when Ash moved to the kitchen's corner. At least it was warm and dry, and he wasn't bothering anyone there. Are you going to get up now, or do I need to convince you? Tiernan said through gritted teeth. He clenched his hands into fists. I am up, Uncle, Ash said, fumbling to get ready. No sooner had he put his shoes on than he heard footsteps approaching the kitchen. Being woken by his uncle was bad enough, but even his cousin was up today. It was unusual for Connor to be up so early. Is the Prince of Pigs awake yet? Connor asked as soon as he entered the room. Good morning to you, too, Ash thought dryly. His cousin was older than him by a year, but overbearing by 10. Connor smirked when he noticed Ash's irritation. Where is my breakfast? He asked Ash in an impish tone, trying to provoke him. Feeling Tiernan's glare burning into his back, Ash quickly reached for the eggs and grabbed the pan before his uncle's temper got worse. I'll have it ready soon, Connor. Sorry, I just got a bit behind. Were you dancing with the pigs all night, cousin? Is that why you're so slow today? Connor smirked. I can't wait for your crummy breakfast. I have lessons to attend. Connor snatched an apple from the table and tossed it in the air before catching it. He sneered at Ash on the way out. Tiernan was fuming with anger. The look on his uncle's face could freeze water. Your father spoiled you your whole life, but don't expect any royal treatment here, his uncle coldly remarked. Your behavior today was unacceptable. One more mistake like that and I will toss you out to the streets. No surprise, Ash whispered under his breath. Once I turn 18, you'll do it anyway. What did you just mumble, boy? Tiernan's voice turned dangerously low. It won't happen again, Ash said quickly. I promise. Promises made easily are rarely kept, his uncle said in an airy tone. But I can't let your laziness go unpunished. Ash remained silent. Keeping quiet often prevented him from getting into even bigger trouble with his uncle. Tiernan studied his face, deciding on the best punishment. "You won't have dinner for the entire week." His smile was cruel. "Consider yourself fortunate. I'm being lenient this time." Ash's heart sank. It wasn't about the food itself. He had grown accustomed to hunger, but whenever he had the opportunity he would share his meals with his friend Myrtle. With his uncle having guests this week, there might have been extra food available. Not anymore. He wanted to protest, but seeing his uncle's expression, Ash thought better of it. He couldn't let his resentment show. Any misstep now would mean him losing more than dinner for the week. "I understand," Ash said, hiding his disappointment. "Thank you for being lenient, Uncle." "I am generous with you, aren't I? You should be grateful for all that you receive in this house," Tiernan said with contempt. "My son has a bright future ahead of him, and I won't let anything get in his way. Have food ready by the time Connor returns." That gave Ash a few hours. Along with all the tasks he missed that morning while he overslept, there were never enough hours in the day to complete his chores, and now he was even further behind. His uncle's presence loomed over him like an oversized bat. "Did you understand what I just said?" "I'll have food ready for him," Ash answered quickly. "Learn to be more like my son. Connor is intelligent and ambitious. He lives in the real world and doesn't waste his time daydreaming." Tiernan gave him a piercing look. "If you had an ounce of common sense in that empty head of yours, nephew, you would do the same." "Yes, Uncle," Ash replied quietly. His uncle stared at him with utter contempt before leaving the room. Ash was finally alone in the kitchen. He let out a sigh of relief. It hadn't been so bad this time, but he knew he had narrowly escaped his uncle's wrath. Tiernan needed him to work today because he had guests coming over. The last time Ash made a mistake, his uncle had not been as forgiving. He had broken his arm. His drawing arm. Ash was unable to create for weeks. It felt worse than physical pain. It was like he couldn't breathe. Despite his passion for art, Ash could never measure up to his father's legacy. His attempts at art only felt like a mockery, a poor imitation of greatness. His father was the real artist. No, Ash corrected himself. Father was more than an artist. Edwin Charming was a legend. His father put their small village of Surrey on the map, capturing the attention and interest of many wealthy investors. The locals proudly displayed his sculptures and paintings throughout the village. Ash grew up admiring his father's creations, each one etched into his memory with intricate details: the sleek whiskers of the Sphinx, the iridescent scales of the basilisk, the burning feathers of the phoenix, the tears on the mermaid's face. The statues were so lifelike that the villagers had posted warning signs next to them. "Do not be afraid." The villagers loved his father's talent, but Ash had also heard rumors. No human could have made these. It must be Fey magic. They believed Fey magic must have helped him create such masterpieces. If he hadn't seen his father toil day and night on his art, he would have believed them too. Edwin Charming was renowned wherever he went, and Ash struggled to live up to his father's greatness. How could he ever live up to his father's legacy? His brilliance had a hold over Ash's entire being, over his entire existence. Ash found that comparing himself to his father was a depressing endeavor, especially when his own skills felt so lacking. Perhaps with time and patience he could improve. The problem was he never had enough time to practice. The night before, Ash had been working on a sketch, losing track of time. He didn't even notice the time fly by. When he looked away from his work, the rose-pink light of dawn was streaming through the kitchen window. He scribbled on the page in a madness, in a fever that had burned the night away. Oh, no. His first reaction was to panic. What time was it? Was his uncle awake? Tiernan hated art of any kind. His uncle saw them as idle work, a sign of an inferior mind, a crutch for the weak-willed. Whenever he got a hold of Ash's drawings, he burned them, so Ash had to hide his art to protect them and work on them only when his uncle was nowhere near. He quickly hid his new sketch under a loose floorboard. That was close. Stretching his limbs, Ash stifled a yawn. He wanted to begin his chores, but could barely keep his eyes open. He was so tired. Maybe he could start in just 5 minutes? Half asleep, Ash closed his eyes, unaware that his uncle would catch him sleeping shortly after. He truly had the worst luck. Better get back to work, Ash thought. Uncle won't be so forgiving next time, guest or no guest. Ash was rushing through his never-ending pile of chores, which meant washing, scrubbing, polishing all the minutes of his life away. He would start at one end of the manor and reach the other end, only to start all over again. Right now he was working on polishing his uncle's shoes. Tiernan was particular about the task, as he was with any other task. He wanted Ash to polish the shoes until he could see his reflection on the surface, on all 20 pairs of them. Tiernan had dismissed most of the household staff, and in doing so, involuntarily forced Ash to become their replacement. Ash wasn't sure if it was deliberate on his uncle's part, a life lesson of sorts, or if he was really under some sort of financial strain. It wasn't affecting his son, though. Connor's instructors were more exclusive than the next, and whose time came with an eye-watering price tag. His cousin hadn't missed a single session with his tutors, so Ash reasoned it couldn't be monetary reasons. In fact, Tiernan's ambition was to see his son on the throne, and he was prepared to pay a princely sum to do it. Ash figured that his uncle just wanted to see him miserable. It was working, too. Despite all the tutoring, Connor had become even more insufferable. Ash didn't know if the lessons were even worth it. Why aren't they teaching him to be a decent human being? Ash thought. Connor can't even bother to make himself a sandwich. Ash swore loudly. It was at that moment he remembered about Connor's lunch. He forgot. His stomach rumbled ferociously, reminding him he hadn't eaten anything either. Ash stopped polishing his uncle's shoes and put them back in their place in the closet before dragging himself back downstairs to the pantry. Ash found the bread and was spreading cheese and cured meat on them when Connor came waltzing in the kitchen. "You are back?" Ash asked, surprised. Connor's lesson wasn't to end for at least another hour, and then there was another one after that. "I got bored," Connor said haughtily. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be looking after the animals or something?" Ash groaned internally. "That's next," he replied. He passed the sandwich plate towards his cousin. Connor made a face. "What's that?" "Your lunch," Ash replied calmly. He ignored his empty stomach, which was still growling like a ferocious beast. "Keep the peasant food to yourself," Connor replied. "I already had lunch with my friends." When did he get time to get lunch with them? Ash wondered. What about his lessons? Seeing Ash's confusion, Connor smirked. "Oh, I am sorry. Where are my manners? Friends, he repeated the word slowly. "You wouldn't understand the word friends, since you don't have any." His words stung Ash. Although he barely had time to breathe, let alone have a social life, Ash refused to let Connor insult him like that. "I have friends," Ash said, heat rising to his face. "You mean the pigs, or the old hag by the forest?" Connor interrupted, laughing. "She is not a hag," Ash replied angrily. "No, she is a wrinkled old fairy," Connor deadpanned. He looked at him with pity. "Careful now, my dear cousin. The witch will put you in her cauldron and turn you into stew one day." "Stop calling her a witch." "Should I call her your girlfriend, then?" Connor asked, smirking. "Shut up, Connor." "Did I touch a nerve?" Connor asked. "You think you can do better? But I don't think you can, cousin. You are too pathetic for anyone to love you." Ash was done arguing. It was not worth it. "Are you going to eat or not?" he asked. "Nope." "What do I do with all this food?" "Give it to the pigs when you go see them," Connor replied haughtily. "Where are you going?" Ash asked. Connor had rudely turned his back on him. "To have a nice long bath and then a nap," he replied. "Some of us don't like to stay in filth all day like you do." "Ash!" Connor was pointing to a tiny spot of black shoe polish on Ash's shirt. Connor's rudeness should have peeved Ash, but it didn't. He was curious. How would Tiernan react to Connor missing his lessons? What about all these sandwiches? Ash thought. Connor would never touch them again, since he already rejected them, and there were too many for him. He could give the extra ones to the animals, but it seemed like a terrible waste. Wait a second. Ash smacked his head. He couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his face. The answer was so obvious. Myrtle. His uncle would never know. As soon as he was free, Ash would go see his old friend that lived near the forest. Though his fingers were numb from the cold, Ash felt more alive than he had in weeks. Winter was approaching, and the days were getting colder, but in the crisp air he could almost forget the worries in his life. He made the trek to Myrtle's hut, a mile away from the manor, located just on the edge of the forest. A thin, light-colored smoke was rising from the small chimney. Good, he thought, Myrtle is still here. Ash never knew when he would reach the edge of the forest and his friend would be gone. He didn't want to think about it. Ash knocked on the door and waited. There was a shuffling noise from behind the door, and then a slow creak as it cracked open. "Ashton Charming, son of Edwin Charming?" asked a female voice. Ash smiled at her formal greeting. Myrtle greeted him the same way ever since he told her his name. "Yes, Myrtle, it is me," he replied. "Everyone calls me Ash. You are the only one that calls me by my full name." "Names have power, boy," Myrtle said. "Ash and soot do not suit you. You are destined for greater things." At least one of us still believes that. Myrtle now had the door wide open, and Ash was stunned by the appearance of his friend. Myrtle was much thinner than the last time he saw her. It was like she was whittling down to nothing. She must not have enough food to eat, he thought. There isn't much to forage on nowadays. Ash felt a pang of guilt. He should have come sooner. "What are you waiting around the door for, child? Come inside." Ash did as he was told. It was hardly warmer than outside, despite the fire in the fireplace. Myrtle was running low on firewood, he noticed. "I will stock up the next time I get a chance. Definitely before winter comes," he thought, but for now the food would have to do. "I got you something." Ash placed the sandwiches wrapped in cloth on Myrtle's small table. "Have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet," Myrtle replied. "Why not? It is pretty late." "I was waiting for you, child," Myrtle said, smiling. "I had a premonition that you would be here." Ash teased. "Did your premonition say what I brought you?" "Good company," Myrtle retorted, making Ash laugh. She locked the door and sat on the chair near the fireplace. Even that slight gesture took considerable effort. Each time he came by, Myrtle seemed like a shadow of who she was before. "What are you thinking about, child?" Ash quickly turned his head away so Myrtle couldn't see his expression, but she caught him anyway. "I know that look," she said. "What look?" Ash asked, feigning innocence. "The worry that is etched on your young face for your old friend," she said. "I am fine, child. I am just long overdue to visit my country. As soon as I do, your old Myrtle will be as good as new again." Ash loved hearing about Myrtle's country. It sounded like such a magical place. She must have told him the name countless times, but he never seemed to remember it or any other details, except that Myrtle hadn't been there for a while, and she wanted to go back. She had come to his village not too long ago, searching for someone or something. She wouldn't reveal what it was. It seemed personal, and Ash was too polite to prod further. Myrtle had endless knowledge about rare plants and herbs, so he assumed maybe that was the reason she came here and why she spent countless hours in the forest. She must be looking for some kind of plant. "I wish I could see your country," Ash said wistfully. "I wish the same, too. It has become a vastly different place from when I was born, and yet still after I left it," Myrtle said, shaking her head. "My people don't take kindly to strangers, but as long as you stay with me, you will be okay. Anywhere would be better for you than that manor you live in now, and with those people." Ash gave a grim smile. He hadn't told Myrtle anything about his uncle or his cousin, and didn't know how she guessed things weren't great for him. "Why don't you leave?" She startled him by asking. Good question, Ash thought. He knew the reason for staying, but could he tell her? "I can't," he said simply. "Why not?" "Where would I go?" "You can come with me, child." Ash sighed. "What is there for me, Myrtle?" "Life is more than what you have seen, child," Myrtle said. "There is a whole other world for you to explore." Ash shook his head. "Perhaps one day, but not now." "I will take you, child. It will give me a reason to get going faster," Myrtle said. "Travel with me. You can return whenever you want." Ash shook his head. "What is really stopping you?" his friend asked. "An old promise I made to someone." "Some promises are better broken," Myrtle said. "Not this one," Ash said slowly. "What is special about this one?" Myrtle asked. "It is a promise I made to my father. Before he passed, my father made me promise to stay with my uncle." Myrtle looked at him surprised. "For how long?" "Until they read his will." Myrtle's eyebrows rose to her forehead. "Why would your father ask you to make such a promise?" "I don't know," Ash confessed. "What secret was your father hiding?" Myrtle mumbled to herself. "I still have some time until my 18th birthday, so I will wait," Ash said. "The path my life takes will depend on what happens then." "You control the direction of your life, son," Myrtle said. "No one else can make that decision but you." Was that even possible for someone like him? Myrtle must have sensed his distress as her tone softened. "Enough talk. We will now eat the offering you brought me." Ash smiled. Sometimes Myrtle used unusual words to describe things. It must be how they talk in her country, he thought. They sat and ate quietly, side by side. Ash finally silenced the hungry beast that had been roaring in his stomach. The food was filling, and he yawned once he finished eating. "I didn't realize I was this tired," Ash said apologetically. "I don't know why you wouldn't be, seeing that you didn't sleep a wink last night. It even got you in trouble with that horrible uncle of yours," Myrtle said. "What was keeping you up all night?" Ash looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Myrtle chuckled. "These old eyes can see through anything. Don't divert me, boy. What kept you up?" Ash hesitated. "It was nothing. I was just finishing a sketch." "A sketch, you say? And what was the subject?" Ash shifted uncomfortably. "Hatchlings." "Hatchlings?" Myrtle repeated, scratching her chin. "I was near Traveller's Road and saw some hatchlings on the tree," Ash replied. "Was that all?" she asked absent-mindedly. Myrtle was looking at the growing darkness outside the window. She didn't wait for Ash to respond. "It is getting late, boy. Go back to your house before your uncle comes looking for you. I won't be responsible for what comes out of my mouth if I see him misbehave with you." Ash's heart warmed at his friend's support, and he was also grateful for the warning, not for himself but for her. His uncle was a cruel man, and he didn't know what he would do to poor Myrtle. Tiernan could use his position to have her evicted from the village, perhaps. "I will go now, but I will come back soon," Ash promised. "I won't starve if you don't," Myrtle said. "I know how to care for myself. It is you that worries me, child." "I am fine, Myrtle. I will see you soon." He gave her a smile before dashing back to his uncle's manor. Ash was secretly relieved that something had distracted Myrtle, so she didn't probe him too much about the sketch. He might have spilled his dark secret. He didn't lie when he said he was drawing the hatchlings. It started out that way when he climbed and settled up the tree with his sketchbook and pencil in hand. Then the most peculiar carriage stopped at the corner of Traveller's Road, and he forgot what he was doing. The golden carriage, which was shaped like a pumpkin, appeared magically out of nowhere. It was elaborate, ornate, almost surreal, but that was not the most remarkable aspect of it. Despite the cold, the carriage's window was open and the thick red velvet curtains were drawn back, offering Ash a glimpse inside. A girl was reading a book, her eyes riveted by the content of the pages. Ash nearly stumbled out of the branch he was sitting on. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. His sketchbook and pencil dropped to the ground, but he couldn't pick them up. He didn't think he could move at all. The beautiful stranger had mesmerized him entirely. It was only when the carriage started again did he jolt out of his sleep. His heart cried, "Wait! Don't leave!" Ash's heart was beating unevenly as he ran towards the road, but he was too late. By the time he got down from the tree, the carriage had disappeared, leaving him alone in the dust. He feverishly spent the night trying to capture her image. Ash must have tossed out a dozen sketches until finally finishing one by early morning. It was a mirror image of the girl, but it didn't feel complete. What was missing? She never looked up once, so he didn't see her eyes. Eyes were the windows to the soul, and she left Ash wondering what hers looked like. Were they kind or curious? Humble or arrogant? Fate had been unkind to Ash his entire life, and this was another cruel blow. Who was she? Would he ever see her again? Even if he saw her, what would he say to the girl in the golden carriage? "I only look like a pauper, but my father is the famous artist from Surrey. Who am I, anyway? Why would she bother with me?" Ash sounded pathetic, even to himself. He shook his head. His life wasn't meant for grand fairy tales. It was best if he put the thought of meeting her again out of his head. But try as he may, Ash couldn't get the girl out of his mind or from his dreams. Chapter 2. Riders thundered down the path the golden carriage had been on moments earlier. They were a dozen in number on sleek black horses. The king would trust only his most loyal knights to find the girl. "Did you see a golden carriage?" the knight commander asked. His companion narrowed his eyes into the distance. Moments later he noticed a glint between the trees. "Yes, just ahead." "Go! Stop it immediately!" the commander yelled. "We cannot let it escape." On his signal, the rider with the fastest horse sped ahead of the others. The ground shook, and pebbles scattered as he raced to overtake the lumbering vehicle. The rider soon overtook the carriage and stopped his horse meters ahead of it. "Stop in the name of the king!" he demanded. His dark horse was panting hard. Hot breath streamed through his nostrils like smoke. The carriage driver slowed his horses down to a trot, but didn't stop completely. He nervously kept glancing back through the window for the girl's permission. "Why are we slowing?" the girl asked. She finally looked away from her book and paid attention to her surroundings. Her ocean blue eyes were startling against her pale face. She seemed annoyed that her reading was being interrupted. "What is it?" she asked a second time. "Perhaps we should stop," the driver suggested. She shook her head in response. "No, we keep going." "But he is blocking the way." "Use the side road if you can't take the main path," the girl said indifferently. She went back to reading her book. But how? The driver thought. There were no side roads, only meters of tall grass blocking the view. Beads of sweat now appeared on his forehead, but the girl remained undeterred. The carriage horses neighed nervously, unsure on how to proceed. While the driver hesitated in his decision, the remaining knights surrounded the carriage. Their leader rode up beside the window and addressed the girl. "We got you. It's over," he said. "It is best if you follow us immediately." "I would rather not," she said. "It wasn't a request," the commander said. "We have you surrounded. There is no point in trying to escape." Instead of being intimidated, the girl was defiant. "Do what you will," she said. "I am not afraid of you." Her attitude catches the knight commander off guard, but only for a split second. He quickly tries a different tactic. "Our orders were to bring you unharmed. However," he turned his head and gave a pointed look towards the driver. A small gasp escapes from the girl's lips, and the knight commander smiled. Based on her reaction, he knew she got his hint. She wasn't to be harmed, but the driver wasn't part of the deal. But would she care enough about the driver to surrender herself? Maybe not. A storm was brewing in her ocean eyes. He remembered the king's warning. "Do not underestimate her, and whatever you do, do not let her escape." The girl leaned forward from her seat to retrieve something. Perhaps it was her sword. "She won't give up that easily," the king had said. He signaled his men to stay ready. Her brilliant eyes noticed everything. "Not to worry, I was only adjusting my dress," she said with some amusement. "I am ready to go back, however, which I am sure you will be thrilled to hear." "You made the right decision," the knight said, hiding his surprise. That seemed a bit too easy, he thought. The poor driver, he noticed, nearly fainted with relief. Now that she surrendered, the knight commander takes the lead and rides to the front. He positions the golden carriage with the frightened driver at the center, and his knights flank on either sides and back. The driver bows his head in a silent prayer, most likely pleading with his deity to spare his life. The girl doesn't say much and solemnly looks out the window during the slow procession. The knight commander stops his horse once they arrive at the royal gates. "They are waiting for you," he said. "Before you go, though, a word of advice." "And what would that be?" the girl asked. "Don't make your escape in a golden pumpkin carriage. They are hard to miss." He was trying to hide his smile. The girl gave a grim nod but said nothing. The commander bows his head before leaving, taking his knights with him. The girl watches them gallop away on their horses. "Why are they all here?" she thought. "These knights should be defending the villages at the border, not babysitting a runaway. The king is wasting their time." The majestic wrought-iron gates, which were normally locked shut to outsiders, opened wide to let them through. The golden carriage hurried its way through the royal gardens that spread for miles and miles. Hidden within the lush greenery were magnificent water fountains and beautiful marble statues. The towers of the royal castle appeared after what felt like a lifetime, a French Renaissance structure that looked like something out of a dream. The climbing ivy and roses on the stone walls were a welcome sight for the driver. He felt relieved that they made it there safely, but the girl became even more despondent. "Father won," she thought. "How can I win against him? Do I even have a chance?" The girl's thoughts were racing a mile a minute, but despite her own worries and fears, she still noticed the driver's frightened look. As soon as the carriage stopped at the castle's foot, he was trembling in his seat. The driver realized too late he made a grave mistake by listening to the girl, and that realization overwhelms him. He knew he was going to pay dearly for his blunder, but will it cost him his life? The girl sees his despair and feels pity for him. "Don't worry. I will make sure you don't get into any trouble," she said reassuringly. The driver gives a meek smile. "It was no trouble," he said unconvincingly. "Shall I accompany you inside, my lady?" "No, there is no need," she said with an encouraging smile. "I will be fine from here." The driver nods his head with gratitude. It was the first day of his job, and for a few terrifying moments it felt like it would be his last. And the day hadn't even ended yet. He jumped from his seat to open the carriage door for her. "What's your name?" the girl asked. "Joe," he replied. "Thank you, Joe. I won't forget how you helped me," she said. "I might need your help again one day." The driver winces visibly. Judging by his frightened expression, she knew she had said the wrong thing. He won't risk helping her again. "No matter," she thought. "I have others who will." She stepped out of the carriage with her book in hand. The driver, Joe, meanwhile, scrambled to get the horses and golden carriages back to the stables. The girl paused for a moment, taking in the sweet fragrance of the roses covering the castle walls. She then climbed the wide stone stairs in quick, small steps to the top. The queen was waiting for her, but the king was nowhere to be seen. Queen Gloria had been pacing for hours, frantic with worry, but once she saw her daughter was safely home, she smiled. The runaway girl was none other than her daughter, Princess Iris of the Kingdom of Renmore. "Iris!" Guilt overcame the princess as she saw the worried expression on her mother's face, and she rushed to give her a hug. Her mother, the queen, quickly embraced her, and Iris felt relieved. "Are you all right?" her mother asked, and Iris confirmed with a nod. The sound of her mother's voice was like the trill of birds singing, and her smile was as peaceful as a sunrise. She was the only reason Iris could stand being a prisoner of the castle. "My darling child, you are home again," the queen exclaimed. "Only for you, mother," Iris said. Her deep blue eyes searched in the shadows of the great wooden doors to see if someone was hiding there. "Where's father?" the young princess asked. "I thought he would be here to give me a lecture at least." "He was busy with council," the queen replied. "I am sorry he couldn't be here." "He is with council?" Iris asked. "Are they discussing the situation in the north?" "No, I don't think the council was regarding Asturia," her mother said with a sad smile. The queen moves away from the open space they were in and entered the castle, signaling her daughter to do the same. Her mother wanted to keep them away from prying eyes and ears. Iris sees the wisdom of keeping their conversation private, so she follows her mother inside. A large portrait of her father, King Marcus, peered at her from the top of the imperial staircase, the eyes in the painting scrutinizing her every movement. There were portraits of mother and daughter hanging in the castle's entrance hall as well. Iris was a spitting image of her mother, but the queen's eyes were a different shade. Her mother's eyes were the bright blue of a spring day, full of life and cheer, whereas Iris's blue was the depths of the ocean, a depth that could drown any admirer. Iris had the same temperament as her father, however, along with the penchant for his bluntness. "Is father mad at me?" she asked, getting right to the point. She knew her mother would give an honest answer. "Yes. But why? This is the second time you defied his orders and broke curfew," the Queen said. "It is only to be expected that he would get angry." "It isn't a curfew if it extends to all hours of the day," Iris said. "It is imprisonment." The Queen sighed once again. Queen Gloria was caught in the argument between the tempestuous father and daughter. She was the peacemaker, the bridge between the two storms. "Your father is not the enemy, Iris. He is doing this to protect you." "By refusing to let me leave the castle?" "The curfew and the restrictions were meant for your protection," her mother said. "You think you can protect me by putting me in a golden cage." "Not a cage. This is anything but a cage, Iris," her mother replied, gesturing towards the grand hall. Iris felt no interest in the surrounding opulence. Her sentiment remains the same as before. "If not a cage, then what else can I call it, Mother?" "You live in an oasis, while others are wandering in the desert, desperate to get just a glimpse of this paradise." Iris scoffs in disbelief. "It doesn't feel like that at all." "Your title and position are a privilege, Iris, even if it doesn't feel that to you right now," the Queen said. "What is the price of this privilege?" her daughter asked. "Is it freedom, to have enough to drown in, yet not have a drop to drink?" The Queen shook her head. "You will understand it one day." "I don't think I will," Iris said. "Iris, I am suffocating, Mother, with no air left to breathe," Iris protests. "You don't think Father is being unreasonable? I should be able to roam freely in my kingdom. I should know what is going on in the world around me." "You should go easy on your father. This is as hard for him as it is for you." Iris wasn't listening. "Maybe I will run away to the North Mountains or to the South Ocean Islands, anywhere but here." "I know this is hard," her mother said sympathetically. "Your father is being protective, but not without reason." "I wish Grandma and Grandpa were here," Iris said. "They would take my side." "I am afraid you will be wrong about that. There are dangers lurking in the dark that you don't see, my child," her mother warned. "Let the dark days pass for now. When it is over, you can do whatever pleases your heart." "Just because it is dark, it will not stop me from looking for the stars," Iris said. "I will never let the darkness take over my life. Father is wrong. I shouldn't be hidden away like this." "He is only being cautious, Iris," her mother said. "You know Emery and Extor, our neighbors to the north, are at war. They are titans with great armies. We shouldn't be afraid of them. Our numbers may be smaller, but we are not without strength either," Iris said with some pride. "Yes, however, our neighbors are stronger now, and hungrier. If we don't take the threat seriously enough, they will consume our kingdom piece by piece. Iris, we're keeping a low profile to prevent Ren Moore from being dragged into their battles. But Astoria is caught in their war, and they did nothing to deserve such a fate," Iris said. "I only learned about what was happening there after I left the castle. Every day people are dying there. A few miles north, and it could easily have been us." "It is terrible what is happening there," her mother agreed. "We didn't tell you anything because we didn't want to upset you. I am more upset that it was kept a secret, but this isn't about me. We need to give Astorians refuge. Ren Moore must become their refuge. Your father discussed everything with his council, and they decided that opening the borders was too risky. There are innocent people who need our help," Iris said passionately. "How can we abandon them at a time like this?" "If we open the gates, we will invite the wolves along with the sheep," her mother said. "Can you risk putting our people in danger?" Iris wanted to scream yes. "We can't just stand by and do nothing," she said instead. "We are helpless, my love," her mother said. "We can only wait until the storm is over." Iris refused to believe that was all they could do. That was all she could do. "They are not even trying," she thought. "They have already given up hope. There must be a way. I must find a way. And the only way I could understand how to help them is if I go there myself." But Iris didn't share this dangerous thought with her mother. She was worried enough as it was. "Are you angry with me, Mother?" "No, my child, but I'm torn between wanting your safety and your happiness. I wish it wasn't a constant battle between the two, that they weren't at odds with each other." "Me too," Iris thought, but that seemed impossible, especially right now. Her mother smiles and gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. "No matter what, Iris, know that my love for you is constant." Tears well in Iris's eyes. "I know," she whispered. "I wish I didn't worry you constantly." "You could make my life easier," her mother jokes. "But if I don't worry about my child, then who will?" "Maybe my other parent," Iris smiles. "When will I see Father?" "Tonight. He is expecting you at dinner." Her mother raises an eyebrow. "I hope you are not planning any other surprises." "I will be there," Iris promises. "It is not like I can be anywhere else except this castle." Iris gives her mother a kiss and climbs up one of the double staircases leading to her room. During her ascent, she slips on one of the steps and drops the book that was in her hand, but quickly picks it up before her mother could notice it. Iris had kept the book close to her chest, but her mother recognized it anyway. The Queen sighed. Iris still had the book her father gave her on her 16th birthday, a family heirloom passed from generation to generation. Those were happier times, she thought. Iris used to idolize her father, and Marcus would fulfill his daughter's every wish before she even asked for it. Now she was almost 18. Both the father and daughter had opposing views about everything. When would things go back to the way they were? Iris had smiled before going to her room, but her mother saw the sorrow in her eyes, and it made her heart ache. "My child, how I wish the life and freedom you yearn for was possible," her mother thought. "But I only see a world that is ruled by darkness and despair. Whatever we are doing is to protect you." Queen Gloria had a feeling that things were only going to get worse from now on. She just hoped her heart was ready for the turbulent times that lay ahead. Iris's best friend and confidant was waiting for her in her bedroom. Sylvie wore a simple dress which stood out among the ornate velvet red and gold of the surrounding furnishings and draperies. The princess shared all her secrets with Sylvie, her lady-in-waiting, and blatantly disregarded all the royal protocols that told her not to. Sylvie smiles, dimples appearing on her rosy cheeks. "How are you, princess?" "Sylvie, for the millionth time, call me Iris," the princess replied. "I am well, though I might have made father mad." "Again?" Sylvie shook her head. "I don't blame him." "What?" Iris asked, taken aback. "Why are you taking my father's side?" "Because you put yourself in jeopardy by going out in the most lavish, outrageous carriage," Sylvie exclaimed. "I was so relieved when the knights found you before any robbers did. Where did you even find a carriage like that?" "It was in the vault, collecting dust just like me. I thought I would take us both out for some fresh air. Anyway, I used the carriage as a distraction, and it worked," Iris said, smiling. "Were you able to make any arrangements while I was gone?" "Yes," Sylvie replied. "It should all be ready for next time. A discreet transport, a better and more reliable driver, and provisions for this journey." "Discreet transport?" Iris nearly laughed. "No pumpkin carriages, then?" "Not this time," Sylvie replied, teasing. "What is the time frame?" "2 weeks, just like you wanted." "That is great," Iris said cautiously. She lowers her voice. "Do you think anyone saw you? Did you make sure no one followed you or knew what you were doing?" "No, everyone was in a panic trying to find you. They hardly noticed what I was up to," Sylvie said. "How about you? Did anyone suspect you?" "No, but the Knight Commander was all but patronizing," Iris said. Sylvie gave her a sympathetic look. Her best friend understood how much she hated being belittled. "Don't worry," Iris said cheerfully. "Let everyone think of me as a helpless, clueless princess. They will be the ones surprised, and I shall have the last laugh." "Are you sure you want to do this? It is dangerous," Sylvie said. A worried look came across her face. "So many things can go wrong." "I know the risks involved, as well as the reward," Iris said. "When I succeed, Father will finally concede and end his oppressive curfew on me. Best of all, I can help the people of Astoria." Sylvie bites her lip nervously. "I am just not sure. What if something bad happens to you? What if someone recognizes who you are and takes you hostage?" "You worry too much, Sylvie. I doubt that anyone outside the castle knows what I even look like." She takes Sylvie's hands in hers. "It will all work out in the end. You will see." "Okay, I will try to have faith, but promise me you will be careful. You will get out at the first sign of danger." "Yes, yes, I promise," Iris said, waving her hand. Sylvie was still unconvinced. She was trying her best to make the princess realize the gravity of the situation. Even if she hated seeing Iris miserable, being locked in the castle, she didn't know what she would do if something bad happened to her. Iris was dead set on her plan, and all she could do was make sure she stayed safe. The princess would still be in Renmore, but to be that close to the border... "I should accompany you, Iris. I hate leaving you all alone." "Sylvie, we went over this already. Stop worrying so much. I am a big girl and can take care of myself," the princess said. "Besides, you need to be at the castle so my parents don't suspect a thing. You need to keep me updated on all that is happening here." Sylvie sighs and nodded silently. "Is the king really mad at you?" she asked. "What did he say to you?" Iris groaned in a most unprincess-like manner. "Nothing, yet. He wasn't even there to lecture me, which means he is saving it all for later." She rubbed her temples. "I know I'll be getting an earful while I am eating my potatoes." Sylvie had to stop herself from giggling. "You better hope they are good potatoes." "They will be delicious, as always," Iris said, drooling. "You can have any dish you want in the entire world, but you still would go after those potatoes." "Yes, and anyone with good sense would do the same," Iris said without a hint of shame. "Just call me the Potato Princess." Iris was being silly on purpose, but Sylvie stifled her giggle. For both their sakes, once she started giggling, she knew Iris wouldn't be far behind, and the princess still had to make it to a serious dinner with the king and queen. "I will draw you a bath," Sylvie said. "You must be exhausted." "Have I told you how much I love you?" Iris asked. "Yes, that would be wonderful." Once Sylvie left to make preparations for the bath, Iris took out the book she had hidden in the folds of her dress. She put it inside the side dresser of her bed and locked it with a key. "What a day," she thought, "and I still have to face my father at dinner. I hope he isn't too mad, though." If he wasn't angry now, Iris knew he definitely would be after what she was planning to do. She couldn't back down now, not with everything that was at stake. Chapter 3. When Iris walked into the grand dining hall, two things jumped at her. First, it was quiet. Too quiet. Normally, the dining hall would be brimming with the chatter and laughter of the lords and ladies eating with them. Second, as soon as she entered, the servants gave a quick bow and departed, one by one, as if their lives depended on it. It wasn't a good sign. Only two sat at the large mahogany dining table that normally hosted 10 times as many people. The dimmed chandeliers were casting an eerie glow over their faces. Her father, King Marcus, sat at the head of the table. Her mother, Queen Gloria, sat to his right. All the other seats were empty, and they only set dinner up for 3. So this was a private family affair? Iris sighed. She was in for a long lecture tonight. Her instincts told her to turn on her heels and run away, feigning a headache or a fever if anyone asked. The braver part of her heart told her to face the situation head on. Her footsteps resonated in the cathedral dining hall, matching the pace of her racing heart. She walked too quickly and nearly knocked into the table. Iris apologized with a sheepish grin and directed her feet toward the last remaining seat with plates set up in front of it, the one to the left of her father. Her chair groaned too loudly in her ears as she pulled to sit on it. "Good evening, Mother and Father," Iris said demurely. "I hope you are well." "As well as you could expect in such a situation," the king replied gruffly, "which is not much at all." "Why? Did something happen, Father?" Iris asked, knowing full well that he was still upset about what happened that morning. She was a good actress. The princess appeared as if she had no clue what her father was talking about. Her mother suppressed a smile at her mischief, but her father didn't react at all, staying oddly indifferent. Not even a smile from Father? Iris got a sinking feeling that she was in real trouble. Being playful will not help her now. "This is the second time you have defied my orders, Iris," her father said. "I am afraid you have left me with no choice but to do what I am about to do next." Here it comes, Iris thought. She braced herself for her father's punishment. What will it be this time, she wondered. Will he deny Iris her favorite meals? No mashed potatoes for a week, or, heaven forbid, a month? He wouldn't be so cruel. Whatever the punishment is, I will survive, Iris consoled herself. The king spoke slowly so she wouldn't miss a word. By the end of this week, we will host a ball. Not an ordinary ball, but a grand affair, even by royal standards. You, my dear daughter, are to be on your best behavior and meet with all the guests as the lovely, most gracious princess of Renmore. Iris groaned. The punishment was worse than she could have imagined. Though a royal ball might be enjoyable for some, to her it was nothing more than an instrument of torture and mind-numbing boredom. All the many, oh, so many hours of tedious conversations with unscrupulous, scheming suitors she had to endure. Then there were the stiff, formal dances with partners who seemed to be born with 2 left feet. The worst part, however, was always the amount of delicious food present at the banquet, and how she had to limit herself to a tantalizing morsel here and there. She couldn't even eat to her heart's content, and forever felt tormented about it after the ball was over. When she wasn't trying to escape, Iris played her role well. She was a princess first, a public persona of etiquette and manners. She often felt like a creature in a glass box with all eyes fixated on her. People were only there to scrutinize her every step or misstep. The court had an overabundance of gossipers that just loved a good scandal, and for her to be the center of it. Her mother gave a delicate cough which jolted Iris out of her reverie. Iris said the words she assumed her father wanted to hear. "I will be on my best behavior," she promised. "But, Father, it really is a terrible punishment, one that doesn't fit the crime." "I am not done yet," her father said in an ominous manner. "There is one more thing." "There's more?" the princess thought, alarmed. What could be a worse punishment than a royal ball? The princess's gaze turned towards her mother to search for any clues, but the queen was looking away. Iris's heart thumped in her chest. She was feeling more and more like an animal being set up for a trap. Just when the princess thought she couldn't take the suspense anymore, her father said, "By the end of the ball, you must choose a life partner." Iris couldn't stop her ears from ringing. She barely had time to think before her father issued an ultimatum. "If you don't choose a partner by the end of the night, your mother and I will choose one for you. That said, it would be best for you to choose wisely, Iris." "Why are you punishing me like this?" the princess asked, her voice shaking for the first time. Iris looked towards her mother, desperate for her to intervene, but the queen just looked at her sadly. "We have rules in place for a reason," her father said, but his voice had softened, seeing the tears falling down Iris's cheeks. "You cannot expect the people of your kingdom to respect you if you insist on breaking the rules." The queen quickly rose from her seat and walked towards Iris, taking her in an embrace. She then gently wiped the tears from her face. "This is for your benefit, Iris. We did not come to this decision lightly," her mother said. "We?" Her parents were both in it together. The taste of betrayal was twice as bitter. Iris stopped crying, and anger replaced her tears. "Is there anything I can decide?" she asked her parents, still in disbelief. "This is the rest of my life we are talking about." "Iris," her mother said with sorrow. "No, let her speak, Gloria," King Marcus said. "What would you like us to do instead?" "I want you to make sense," Iris said. The princess stood up from her seat and started pacing the room. "How can I choose someone who will I spend the rest of my life with in just one night? This isn't a punishment. It is madness." "We deliberated over it for a long time," her father said. "You cannot talk us out of this, Iris." "So you are determined to make me miserable. You have broken the rules a few times too many. This is a direct consequence of it." Her father spoke with a calm that chilled her heart. His words seemed set in stone, and Iris was getting nowhere with this conversation. She was desperate to find a solution, but she could not find a way out. "What you are doing is extremely unjust," she exclaimed. "How could a king who prides himself on being true and fair treat his own daughter like this?" Her outburst caused her parents to pause. They consulted with each other for a few moments in private before saying, "We can give you one request, but that is all." One request? Iris willed her mind to work quickly, but it was drawing up blank under the pressure. "Think, Iris, think. This might be your only chance." The princess knew she couldn't ask for something outrageous, not when her mother and father were furious with her. "Make the ball a masquerade," she said. Her simple request surprised the king. He looked at his wife, who nodded her head in agreement. "We can allow that," they said. "And grant anyone who resides in the kingdom permission to attend the ball," Iris quickly added. This gave her more choices. Perhaps she could pay someone to fake an engagement with her and then break it off when the time was right. Her father seemed to sense her plan. "Anyone that is eligible can attend," he corrected her. "We agreed to two of your requests. Do not ask us for any more," he said. Iris's heart sank. Still, she had a better chance now to turn this situation around. She had 1 week to plan her escape. "Thank you, Father. Thank you, Mother," Iris said. "I am not that hungry. May I have your permission to leave?" Even though the roast chicken, and especially the mashed potatoes, were her favorite, the princess barely ate her dinner. The king nodded in agreement. He understood his daughter needed some time alone to process their conversation. Iris gave a small curtsy before leaving the dining hall. She was so bewildered by what just transpired that she was barely conscious of where she was going. Once their daughter was out of sight, the queen seized the opportunity to confront the king. "Did you see how miserable Iris was? Marcus, aren't we being harsh on our daughter?" "No, it has become necessary," the king replied with a sigh. "It is now clear to Iris that there will be a consequence. She needs to think twice before doing anything rash. But will it dissuade her? I am afraid when she gets quiet like this," the queen said, her eyebrows knitted with concern. "What if she tries something dangerous?" "It wouldn't be my daughter if she didn't try," King Marcus said. "She won't be in any danger. I have increased security in case she tries to run away again." "Marcus, did you see her tears? She was so distressed," Iris's mother said. "I hate seeing her in such sorrow." The queen was weeping silently, and the king felt her tears piercing through his resolve. "There, there, my love. You and I both know that this is only a temporary measure to keep her safe within the castle's walls. Iris, however, mustn't find out. You must never tell her, Gloria." The queen nodded her head solemnly. "What of the boy she chooses at the ball?" "If she chooses," the king said. "We will think about that when the time comes. In any case, I will pay the boy and his family a handsome sum for their troubles." "You will buy their silence, you mean? I don't like this one bit, Marcus. You know how I feel about falsehood," the queen said, shaking her head. "So many things could go wrong." "And so many things can go right," the king said, smiling. "Have faith, my dear. This is the impetus Iris needs, to mature, to think rationally rather than act blindly on her impulses. Hopefully this measure will steer her towards the correct path, the one she should be on as future queen." "I hope you are right, Marcus," the queen said. "I hope you are right." Her heart had a sinking feeling that they were making a mistake. Marcus's plan would not have the outcome they hoped, but rather it would all descend to chaos. The king and queen, too, left the dining hall soon after Iris did and signaled the servants to clear the table. None of them had touched anything on their plates. They were all too miserable to even consider finishing their delicious dinners. The princess reached her bedroom in a daze. She was glad to see that Sylvie was still there, waiting for her. Iris was dying to let her know what happened and couldn't have lasted a moment longer. "Is everything okay?" Sylvie asked, seeing her expression. "We have a change of plans," Iris said, quickly closing her bedroom doors. She peeked out from her balcony and drew the curtain shut. She didn't want anyone to hear their conversation. "What's wrong?" Sylvie asked. "Everything," Iris said. "We don't have time anymore." "What do you mean?" Sylvie asked. "How long do we have?" "A week?" Sylvie gasped. "That is too soon, Princess. I might not be able to change our arrangements in time." "We have no choice, Sylvie. It has to be now or never," Iris said. "What about your parents?" "They won't listen. They never listen. It is time that they do," Iris said. "Can I have your word, Sylvie? It is important that the plan goes through with no one knowing." "I don't understand the sudden urgency. What is making you panic so much?" Sylvie asked, alarmed. "Did the king and queen say something to you? Tell me exactly what happened at dinner." Iris shared everything that happened, including the punishment they decided for her. "They want me to choose a fiancé at this ball," Iris said. "Can you imagine that? It is so absurd." Even though Sylvie was shocked, she tried to sound cheerful for the princess. "It won't be so bad. Maybe you will find someone great." "Maybe, but most likely I won't," Iris said. "It won't be true love." "Since when did you think about true love?" Sylvie asked, genuinely surprised. "I've been thinking about it for a while, and even more so after today," Iris revealed. "This is partially your fault, Sylvie." How is it my fault? You set the standard too high for me, Iris said. Why can't I have what you have with what's-his-face? Findlay? Sylvie blushes deeply. I don't know how I got so lucky. A pained expression came across the princess's face. What's wrong? Sylvie asked, concerned. I can't share you, Iris says seriously. I might challenge Findlay to a duel or something. He better be a brilliant swordsman. Sylvie shakes her head. Careful now, princess, or everyone will think we are lovers. Iris bats her eyelashes and holds Sylvie's hands. Would that be so bad, Sylvie? You can save me from my scheming suitors. Unfortunately for you, I am spoken for, Sylvie replied, smiling. Guess I am the unlucky one, Iris sighed. Tell me again how Findlay proposed. I told you 1,000 times already, and I want to hear it 1,000 times more, Iris said with another dramatic sigh. Okay, forget about the proposal. Tell me, how does it feel to marry your best friend? It is the best feeling in the world, Sylvie replied, blushing again. Some people have all the luck, Iris grumbled. Her grumbling made Sylvie laugh. I wish I could say it for you, she said. Most people would consider being a princess a blessing, but for you it doesn't feel that way. And now I have to choose someone whom to spend the rest of my life with in only one night. Wake me when the nightmare is over, Iris said. She collapses onto her plush bed and covers herself with a blanket. Sylvie goes over to her bedside and pats her hand affectionately. You worry too much, Iris. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Funny, I don't think I worry enough, Iris said. My life might have everything on the surface, but it doesn't have purpose, Sylvie. I want to help. I know you do. Sylvie spoke out the thought troubling her mind. Does it have to involve you running away, though? The princess stayed silent for a long while, and Sylvie worried if she said too much. I don't want to be a useless princess locked in a castle, Iris said. If I can help the Asturians, I will feel like my life has meaning. But you can also help without putting yourself in danger, Sylvie said. I know it sounds like I'm just repeating your parents, but they might actually be right. It is safer for you to stay. You can still help people in other ways. You mean I should wait until I am queen? But then it will be too late, Sylvie, Iris said. Perhaps if I can show my parents how to help Asturia, it will give them the courage to join me. Sylvie knew the princess wouldn't change her mind that easily, so she stopped trying to convince her, at least for now. You have a big heart, Iris, Sylvie said, sighing, one that will get you in big trouble one day if you are not careful. Tell me I told you so when that day comes, Iris said, grinning. She stretches her arms and yawns. Good night, Sylvie. I will see you in the morning. We have a lot of scheming to do. It is not like I have a choice, Sylvie smiled. Good night, Iris. While Iris settles into her bed, Sylvie lingers by the door. The bad feeling she has about Iris's plan won't go away. I pray you change your mind, Princess, Sylvie thought to herself. Maybe this ball will be the one when you find your true love. You deserve to be loved by someone as loving as you. Sylvie turned the light down and quietly left the room, making sure to close the door on the way out. The princess remained awake for a long time after Sylvie was gone. Iris was going over the plan details in her head, but she couldn't help but think about what Sylvie had said earlier. True love. Could she find someone who truly loved her, faults and all? Would he understand what she wanted the most? Would he join her to help the Asturians? The suitors she met in previous balls didn't give her much to hope for. She was afraid the next one would be more of the same. For them it is all business. It is about inheritance, conquests, heirs, she thought. They do not play, they do not dream, they live but for the material. There is no purpose in their lives, no room for adventure and magic. No, she wouldn't place her bets on finding true love stuck inside the castle. Iris would rather take off on her own adventure and fall in love along the way. Chapter 4. Shadows in play, mermaids in fay, tendrils of war, creeping some more. Iris laid awake into the long hours of the night, unable to fall asleep as her mind struggled with reality. She had to choose a life partner by the next ball, or her parents would arrange one for her. It was so bizarre. Her parents, who always fulfilled her every wish as a child, were giving her no choice in the matter. It all seemed like a surreal nightmare. How did her life change so drastically? First, it started with the curfew, then more restrictions until she couldn't even leave the castle on her own. Were these precautions because of the ongoing threat of war, or was there some other dark force at work? It wasn't just her parents, but the entire kingdom of Renmore was on edge. There was a strange atmosphere of fear and foreboding in the air that had a hold on everyone. Why were they all so afraid? Whatever happens now, I will not be afraid, Iris promised herself. Her subconscious, however, had other ideas. After much tossing and turning, she finally fell asleep, only to be haunted by the strangest of dreams. Iris was running for her life. Princes with pointed teeth and with talons for nails clamored after her. They snatched at her crown, her necklace, her hair, ripping her sleeves and leaving behind deep scratches on her arm. They cornered her, but she couldn't fight back as she had no weapons. "What do you want?" she screamed. It was a terrifying sight. The princes didn't have eyes. Instead, two black abysses were staring back at her. "Give us your jewels and your crowns, princess," they hissed. "Take it and leave me alone." Iris took off her jewelry and threw it to them, but the monstrous princes only smiled. "Not enough. We are hungry still." "What more do you want?" Iris asks in tears. "We want your realm." "You can have it all. Please, just go away." "More," they hissed. "We want more." They surrounded her on all sides, making it impossible for her to escape. They grabbed her wrists and her ankles, their clammy fingers reaching for her throat. Iris woke up gasping. She looked around and saw that no one else was in her bedroom. It was only a nightmare, she calmed herself. It was only a nightmare. It took a long time for her erratic heart to slow down to a normal rhythm, but the night was far from over, and when she fell asleep again, Iris found herself wandering into yet another dream, a very different kind of dream. This time it was Iris who was doing the chasing. She was 6 years old and adventurous, exploring the garden of her grandparents' cottage when a lone firefly caught her eyes. "So pretty!" young Iris squealed. Her small hands tried to grab the critter, but it flew a few feet out of reach. As soon as she walked a few steps more, the firefly would fly away. It twirled around her and then ahead. "Are you a fairy?" Iris asked. She always wanted to see one. The young princess looked at the firefly with hope, but frowned with dismay when it stopped glowing. "But it has magic," she thought. "It must know where to find one." "Can you take me to a fairy?" she asked. This time the firefly twinkled like a star, and Iris squealed with joy. "I am going to see a fairy," she said. After seeing her merriment, the magical firefly glowed brighter, dancing up and down and around her in a circle, making little Iris giggle. The firefly darted ahead of her and disappeared as it turned the corner. "Don't go! Wait for me," Iris said. "I am coming too." The young princess determinedly followed the tiny flicker of light, her little feet stumbling on the uneven ground. The firefly flew and flew, a silent guide taking her away from the garden. It led the young princess towards the edge of a pond, somewhere she was forbidden to go. "Iris!" The princess pauses when she hears a grown-up call her name. "Iris, where are you?" The little princess pauses and listens to the person who called. She recognizes her grandmother's voice, even though it sounds far away. "Grandma sounds angry," Iris thought, but her grandmother's voice was only frantic with worry. "Iris, it is getting late. Where are you hiding? Please come back inside." Iris didn't know what she should do. Should she answer her grandmother or follow the magical firefly who was taking her to a fairy? Her heart wanted magic. There was only one problem. When Iris looked for the firefly, it had vanished into thin air. "Oh no! This is terrible! I will never see a fairy again," she thought sadly. "I took too long and the firefly flew away." Iris thought about returning to her grandma, but got distracted by a strange glimmer coming from the pond. "What is that?" Curiosity got the better of her, and Iris found herself inching closer to see what it was. It looked like a huge fish, or something else that swam like one. The little princess didn't notice where she was stepping, and her foot slipped. Her grandmother must have been nearby and saw her stumble because she screamed, "Iris, be careful!" Iris's ankle burned where it touched the water, and she whimpered in pain. Her head felt so dizzy and her legs felt weak, like they would collapse underneath her at any moment. She nearly fell head first into the pond, but two sets of hands quickly grabbed her. "Iris, are you okay?" a familiar voice asked. It was her grandfather who had saved her from falling into the water. Her grandmother was there too, comforting her and wiping the tears from her face. Iris didn't realize that she had been crying all this time. "It's okay, Iris. We got you now," her grandmother said. "It hurts, Grandma," Iris cried. Every inch of her body was in pain. Her grandmother looked at her grandpa, concerned, and back towards her. "We won't let anything hurt you," she promised. "We are going back home." They carried her back to the cottage, but Iris barely noticed where they were going. She couldn't see very well. Her mind was foggy and her body was burning with a high fever. She wanted to tell Grandma about the strange glimmer she saw in the water and the mysterious firefly, but a voice kept telling her not to. "It is a secret," the voice said. "Don't tell anyone." For a split second before it started burning, a mark glowed on her heel, shining with the bright light of the firefly. Whose voice was that? Iris wondered. Why did it stop her from talking about the pond? Iris didn't get any answers as the dream ended there. The sound of the morning birds singing outside her window woke her from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes, feeling strangely disoriented. Was it a dream? It felt so real. The princess stayed on the bed to examine her feet. To her amazement, the mark was still there, barely perceptible to anyone unless they knew where to look. Upon closer examination, it looked like the stencil of a small leaf, the veins glowing silver in the soft light. Iris had a strong feeling that what she saw wasn't a dream at all, but a memory. So it actually happened? Whose was the voice that whispered to her? She wondered again. And what did she see in the water? If her memory was correct, it looked like a mermaid. Iris shook her head in disbelief. It was a long time ago, she thought. I could have imagined it all. Her mind kept nagging that it wasn't a dream, nor was it an effect of the fever. "I will be back at the cottage soon," Iris thought. "I will go search for the pond again and find out the truth for myself." The timing of the dream was a strange coincidence, as Iris had been planning to use her grandparents' cottage as a hideaway. It was their favorite place to be in the world, but they no longer lived there. It was too close to the border, and her grandparents didn't feel safe there anymore. It was the perfect spot for her. Iris would use the same proximity to the border to her advantage. Even Sylvie didn't know her complete plan, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to it. The princess's actual plan was much more risky. Iris would not just talk to the local villagers to uncover what was happening to their neighbors, as Sylvie thought she would do. Instead, she was going to sneak across the border into Asturia and bring back people that needed aid or shelter. The cottage had enough rooms for quite a few people to hide easily. "I hope the plan works," Iris thought. "What I am doing is not just about my future. It is about saving innocent people caught in the crossfires of a brutal war. I shouldn't wait any longer. I mustn't wait any more. Time is running out. I just hope I can get there before it is too late." A coach drove away from the driveway on his uncle's manor, and Ash recognized it immediately as belonging to one of Connor's tutors. The instructor had likely come to complain, as he didn't seem too pleased when he left. Ash recognized the bitter disappointment on his face all too well. His cousin must have skipped class so many times that even the tutor was obliged to report it to his father. "Connor is in big trouble," he thought. "I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now." Ash had been in charge of the animals all morning. He had been working hard, changing the waters, cleaning up after and feeding the animals, and needed a break. He smelled like sweat and manure and felt gross. Ash desperately needed a long, hot shower, but debated staying outside after seeing Connor's tutor leave in a bad mood. "I should probably stay out here a bit longer," he thought, "at least until the storm clears." Ash was glad he trusted his intuition, as moments later he heard Tiernan yelling. Ash could hear every word clearly from where he stood. His uncle was so loud that probably the entire village of Saray could hear him. "You insolent, ungrateful brat! You know how much those lessons cost me, more than you can ever hope to earn in a lifetime. I will make you pay dearly for what you did. You thought you could make a fool out of Tiernan Charming and get away with it?" Ash winced. He had experienced the full force of those tirades, and it always felt terrible, but Connor had been playing a dangerous game of deceit. It was surprising it took his uncle that long to discover it. Ash didn't understand why Connor lied in the first place, or what he got out of it. He hoped his cousin had time to escape, but knew how futile that wish was. His uncle would hunt him down to the ends of the earth and make him pay for his mistake. Tiernan definitely knows everything by now, Ash thought. I wonder how Connor is doing at the moment. Ash checked the manor for any signs of movement, but it had become as silent as a grave. Minutes passed, and Connor finally came outside, but he didn't look good. His lower lip was split open, and there was a deep bruise blossoming on his left cheekbone. Connor probably had other injuries as well that weren't so visible. Connor stood by the front door, using the back of his hand to swipe at his cheeks. Was he crying? Ash felt a rush of sympathy towards his cousin. Although he wanted to help Connor, Ash also wished to conceal the fact that he had seen him crying. Connor would resent it, not wanting to be perceived as weak. Ash looked for a spot to hide, but as luck would have it, that was the exact moment one of the animals sneezed. To his horror, Connor's eyes shot up in his direction, and Ash became paralyzed. I hope he didn't see me, Ash wished fervently, but a cloud crossed his cousin's face as soon as he saw him. Connor made a beeline straight to the sty where Ash was trying, yet miserably failing, to blend in. Ash braced himself for whatever came next. "Hi, Connor," he said politely, but his cousin wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. Connor gave him a hard shove. "You think you are too good for us?" So he was choosing violence over civility today. "What do you mean?" Ash asked, trying not to let his cousin's anger affect him. "Don't act like you don't know," Connor said viciously. "You think you are better than me?" Just because Ash kept a hopeful attitude didn't mean he was arrogant or thought he was better than anyone. He often felt the exact opposite. "I think you are mistaken," Ash said gently. "I don't think that at all." Connor spat on the ground. "Don't give me that crap." He took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it towards him. Ash smoothed the paper over. Surprised, it was his drawing of the girl in the pumpkin carriage, the beautiful girl who had been haunting his dreams. Connor must have found his hiding spot under the loose floorboard and taken the sketch from there. It was an invasion of his privacy, and it left Ash feeling sick to his stomach. "Where did you find this?" he asked, trying to stay calm. "Does it matter? I know everything there is to know about you, cousin," Connor sneered. "You shouldn't have looked through my things," Ash said. "It's wrong." His body was shaking with anger, but Connor didn't seem to care. Connor grinned. "So you are dreaming big now? You moved on from your old hag to dreaming about princesses?" He snorts. "You are more delusional than I thought." Something he said caught Ash's attention. "How do you know who she is?" Connor scoffed. "I am going to be the future king. I make it my business to know." "She is a princess," Ash thought in a daze. Never in his wildest dreams would he have known that. At least he now knows that she was real, and he didn't just imagine her. Maybe he could even find her one day. A small voice said in his head. He was still lost in his thoughts when Connor snatches the sketch away from his hand and shreds it to pieces. Ash was stunned. "Why did you do that?" "Stop dreaming about things you can never have," Connor replied coldly. "You are nothing. You will amount to nothing. As soon as the world sees the real you, everything will be over for you, cousin. All your dreams will die, just like your talentless father." "That's enough," Ash said in a low voice. "You can call me anything you want, but leave my father out of it." His cousin gave a smirk. "You are and will always remain a filthy animal. You should stay here where you belong, with the pigs." Connor gives Ash a more forceful shove, causing him to fall head first into the mud. Connor towers over him, expecting him to fight back, but Ash doesn't take his bait. How Connor was behaving wasn't right, but Ash felt oddly sympathetic towards him. He knew his cousin was hurting. His uncle Tiernan was not an easy man to deal with, especially when he lost his temper. Ash noticed the spot where his uncle had punched Connor was swelling up fast. "You should probably put something on that," Ash said, pointing at Connor's face. "There is ice in the kitchen and some pills in the medicine cabinet to reduce the pain." His concern left Connor visibly surprised. He stared at Ash, astonished, before quickly muttering, "I don't want your pity." "I wasn't—" "You are just a filthy pig," Connor said. "Just shut your mouth and stay where you are." He kicked some dirt towards Ash, but missed by a mile. The dirt hurled instead towards the ducks that were grazing nearby, who quacked and hurried out of the way. Once they were far enough away, the ducks expressed their disapproval of the unprovoked attack by quacking some more. Ash found the noise and commotion amusing, but held back his smile to avoid upsetting his cousin. Guess Connor's eye is too swollen to see clearly. His aim was way off, he thought. It must be hurting like hell, too. Connor finally gave up the fight, seeing that his insults were having no effect on Ash. He huffed in frustration and left abruptly, stumbling on his way back to the manor. Ash stayed in the mud, making no effort to move. A small pig came up to Ash, nudging him with its snout to express concern and check if he was okay. Ash smiled at the little creature. "Do you think I am a filthy pig?" he asked, scratching the pig on the head. The pig squealed back happily. "Great. It probably just thinks I gave him a compliment," Ash thought with amusement. He finally got up, reluctantly, and groaned at the state of his clothes. He was in such a mess. He was covered everywhere in mud about an inch thick. Ash looked around to see if anyone saw him, but to his relief not a soul was in sight except for the animals. He felt grateful that no one else was there to witness his humiliation. Unknown to Ash, the twins were staring at him from a window across the street. Both girls were 15 and madly in love with the boys in the manor. They were supposed to be reading, but they quickly forgot their books, watching the drama unfolding outside their windows. Tia, the older twin by 4 minutes, regarded Ash as the perfect gentleman, even if he wasn't rich. She was waiting patiently until she was old enough to marry him. She would convince her father somehow, even if Ash didn't have a penny to his name. Even though she secretly found Connor good-looking, Ash was still the heartthrob she wanted. Maya, the other twin, had a crush on Connor and his heartbreaking ways. She would be the one to tame his heart, though her heart had a soft spot for Ash as well. When Ash took off his shirt to wipe the mud off his face, both girls swooned at the sight of his well-toned body. They could barely contain their sighs. "Girls, what are you looking at?" their governess asked. "Nothing," the twins replied quickly. Their nervousness made the governess suspicious, and she looked out the window. When she saw Ash, she herself nearly fainted. It took her a few moments to recover. "Stop ogling at the poor boy. Give him some privacy," the governess said, her cheeks bright red. "You girls should finish your readings in your rooms." "But we want to stay here and read." Tia and Maya pouted, reluctant to go back to their rooms or away from the view from the window. "That's enough," the governess scolds the girls. "Go hurry upstairs now before your parents come here." The girls take the threat seriously, as they were more terrified of their mother and father than their governess. Their steps are slow as they climb the stairs, their eyes glued to the window for as much time as possible. Once the twins are upstairs, the governess quickly draws the curtains together, but before she closes the curtain entirely, she sneaks a peek at Ash. He had tossed his shirt on the ground and was standing bare torso, unaware of his admiring audience. "My goodness," the governess thought, fanning herself. "That lad is handsome." She couldn't help staring for a while longer. "What is with all the noise?" It was the twins' father asking from the other room. The girls were giggling upstairs, likely still snooping at their neighbor from their windows. The furious sound of their father snapped the governess back to reality. She quickly drew the curtain shut, lest she felt tempted to stare again. "Girls, are you reading up there?" she asked. "Yes," they said. The twins giggled once more. The governess shook her head and went up to their rooms to check on them. Chapter 5. Tiernan swore loudly at the dinner table. Just moments earlier he had opened a gold-foiled envelope, which seemed to be the source of his outburst. Ash witnessed the moment while serving the dinner he prepared for his uncle and cousin. Tiernan and Connor frequently ignored Ash during meals and treated him as though he were an invisible servant, which suited him well in this instance. "What is the matter, Father?" Connor asked. "What is in the letter?" His eye was less swollen than the morning, though it still looked bad. A black and blue bruise spread under the skin where his father had punched him earlier. Tiernan looked at his son angrily. "Did I give you permission to speak?" Even though he had beaten Connor to a pulp, his uncle still hadn't forgiven him. Tiernan's grudges knew no bounds, not even towards his own son, his only child. Was the letter about Connor? Ash worried. Was he in danger of being beaten by his father again? Connor must have feared it too, for he said, "I am sorry for what I did, Father. It was wrong of me." "You are not nearly sorry enough," his father said, his voice dangerously low. "Not until you read this." He hands over the letter to Connor, which Ash notes is filled with an elegant cursive writing. "Read it," Tiernan said. Connor took the letter tentatively, as if afraid of what it might contain. Ash leaned in closer to read the words from over his cousin's shoulder. To his relief, it wasn't a complaint letter from any of his tutors, but an invitation. It read, "To the charming household, you are cordially invited to the royal ball. His and Her Royal Majesties of Renmore, King Marcus and Queen Gloria, as well as the esteemed Highness Princess Iris, eagerly await your arrival." "A royal ball?" Connor asked. "I don't understand. How is that bad news, Father?" Tiernan looked at Connor as if he were an idiot. "Have you seen your face recently?" he asked. "You think any princess in her right mind would choose a beaten-up face like yours?" "It is like that because of you," Ash thought angrily. He felt rage on behalf of his cousin. Connor kept quiet. He didn't bring up the obvious fact that his father had caused the injury. "At least we have some luck on our side. The ball is a masquerade," Tiernan said, rubbing his temples, trying to ward off a headache. "You can cover up your hideous bruises with a mask, but we still have less than a week's time to get prepared." "Prepared for what?" Ash wondered. "I won't let you down, Father," Connor said obediently. "You better not. This might be the only chance you get to impress the princess and win her hand," Tiernan said. "I would rather you marry a princess from a wealthier kingdom, but she will do it for now." Comprehension dawns on Ash. So Tiernan was using this ball as an opportunity to get his son on the throne? His uncle went back to reading the letter, but his cousin leaned in and whispered to him. "I thought you would be interested in going," Connor said in a low voice so his father wouldn't hear them. He was smiling, which seemed odd with the black eye on his face. "Why would I go to a ball?" Ash asked, confused. He would definitely be out of place in an event that was only about pomp and circumstance. He had neither of them. Connor shakes his head. "What, you gave up on your princess already?" he said with pity. "Princess Iris would be better off not knowing she has such a cowardly admirer. She might die of embarrassment." His mystery girl. Iris. That was her name. She was the princess. "Don't worry, I won't let her leave my sight," Connor said with a cruel smile. "I will savor every moment that I have her in my arms, and we will dance the night away." Connor was only trying to provoke him. Ash tried hard to push the thought away, but the image of the two of them dancing kept playing in his mind. An indescribable feeling of jealousy and longing came over him. He couldn't ignore the small voice in his head that said he should be the one dancing with the princess, not Connor. Connor was enjoying seeing his misery. "You never had a chance with her anyway, cousin," he said with mock sympathy. "It is best you give up now." "What are you two whispering about?" Tiernan asked, irritated. He had folded the invitation and tucked it neatly in his pocket, and was now eyeing them both with suspicion. "I was just asking Ash to pass the plate, but he wasn't listening," Connor replied to his father. "I don't know where his mind is at, but it seems to be preoccupied with something else. Something important, no doubt, as he is ignoring everything else." "Really?" Tiernan gave a cruel laugh. "What does he have to think about?" Perhaps he was thinking about going to the ball. They addressed the invitation to anyone from the Charming household, Connor proposed. Tiernan laughed even harder than before. His laughter echoed throughout the room and shook the table. Him? Don't make me laugh. Does he hope to be a shining example of the charming name? His uncle said with a sneer. He pointed a finger at Ash. You remember what I said about daydreaming, boy? Stop floating among the clouds. Keep your feet firmly on the ground and do not dream of impossible things. Ash had heard it all before and was unaffected. I know my place, he said to his uncle. I wouldn't dream of anything else. Tiernan wasn't satisfied with his reply. If I catch you anywhere you shouldn't be, boy, you won't have a place left to live in. Do you understand? Yes, Uncle, Ash said. Connor made a tisk sound in the background, but he ignored it. Ash was lying to his uncle. Now that he knew who the princess was, he wouldn't miss the chance to meet her. Iris. Name had set a fire in his heart, which was becoming impossible to contain. Ash would do everything in his power to make his dream come true. He will attend the royal ball. The coming hours and days were a terrible trial for Ash. Ever since the invite to the royal ball, his uncle and cousin had become even more insufferable. Tiernan, seeing that his son had a real chance to be on the throne, had stopped berating him and gone back to indulging his vices once more. He unabashedly encouraged his excessive behaviors. Connor started by tossing out his perfectly fine clothes that had the slightest sign of imperfection, whether real or perceived. His aim was to replace his entire wardrobe to be worthy of a future prince. Tiernan couldn't stop boasting about his son to anyone he met. He was even taking items for free from the villagers of Saray by promising them favors once Connor got on the throne. His uncle's arrogance and deceit and his cousin's wasteful behavior weren't even the worst part of the ordeal. Connor was using every opportunity he got to taunt Ash about the princess, while his uncle took it to remind him exactly how inadequate he was as a charming. Ash thought he would lose his mind if he stayed a second longer in the manor. He finished his chores as quickly as he could and rushed to go out for some fresh air. He paced around for a half-hour restless. Ash could not find any peace, so as a last measure, he headed to his old friend's hut in despair. Myrtle's hut was right in front of him, yet Ash couldn't muster the courage to go in. What would he tell her? Why did he come here? He couldn't go inside without a good reason. It was already dark when he started chopping the woods, but he kept going for another hour. He wanted to quiet the chaos inside of him with mindless work. Once he exhausted himself, Ash gathered the chopped firewood, which had piled up into a sizable stack. Myrtle knew he was there. She had watched him through her window with a curious expression while he was chopping away in the dark. She didn't interrupt him then, nor did she ask him to explain his odd behavior. His friend kept the door open for him, for which he was grateful. Ash might have left the firewood by the door and walked away without seeing her otherwise. "Are you ready to talk now, boy?" Myrtle asked once he came inside. Ash hadn't spoken a word to her since he arrived. Ash contemplated what to say, but didn't think he could find the right words for what was going through his mind. Luckily, his old friend knew him well and could make him talk with a gentle nudge. "There are only two reasons for a boy to be this quiet," Myrtle said. "Either he is contemplating how to take down his enemy, or thinking about the girl he loves." "That is a broad generalization, is it not?" Ash asked. "Perhaps," Myrtle said, "but which one is it for you?" "Not the first one," Ash whispered. He made himself busy arranging the firewood into a neat pile. Myrtle's eyes glowed like the fire blazing in the fireplace. "So it is about a girl," she chuckled. "I thought as much." Not just any girl, Ash thought. "How did you know?" he asked. I saw the stars in your eyes and the fire in your soul. You have been dormant for too long, boy. It's high time someone rekindles the spark you have lost, Myrtle said. It is time for your fire to ignite. For the first time, Ash didn't deny her words. He groaned. This fire will consume me if I don't control it, he said in agony. But she is all I can think about. He stops, unable to continue. How could he tell Myrtle what he was feeling? He couldn't understand it himself. His world was in shambles. He couldn't even bear the thought of losing someone he had only seen once to another person. To think that Connor would dance with her was driving him insane. How could he feel so deeply for a stranger? To say he was obsessed with meeting her again would be a gross understatement. Meeting the princess would be akin to magic, and he needed this magical moment to happen more than he needed anything in his life right now. Myrtle seemed to sense his anguish. "Tell me everything," his old friend said, and he did, slowly at first. Then it gushed out of him. Ash told her everything from the first moment he saw the princess in the carriage leading up to the invitation to the royal ball. "She is a princess, and I am nobody," Ash concluded. "What hope do I have to see her?" Myrtle wisely ignored his moment of self-doubt. "Your name was on the invitation, was it not?" "My last name was, yes." "Even if it wasn't, you still would have gone to see her?" Myrtle asked shrewdly. "Yes," Ash answered without hesitation. Myrtle thumped his shoulder with a strength surprising for her small size. "This is what I wanted to hear," she said, smiling broadly. "We will make it happen, lad. Don't you worry." But he was worried. Ash was determined to go to the ball, but the logistics of how he would do that escaped him. "I don't have a transport to get me there," he said, "or the proper clothes." "You don't need a fancy carriage. All you need is a courageous heart, my boy." "Will courage help me go past the royal guards standing watch?" Ash asked. "Or make them ignore how tattered my clothes are?" Myrtle chuckled. "Courage can do a lot more than that, if you let it." As much as he wanted to dream, Ash knew he needed to be practical. "Myrtle, please tell me you know a way inside the castle that doesn't involve me getting caught by the guards and being sent to the dungeons. I wouldn't even mind going to the dungeons if I have a chance to see her." Myrtle seemed impressed by his madness, for he could only describe his condition as a kind of mad fever. "Leave the practical to me, boy," she said. "Bring me your best clothes, and I will see how I can salvage them." "They are definitely not good enough," he said. Myrtle insisted. "I will see what I can do with them." Ash raised his eyebrows, but Myrtle simply patted his hand. "Go now," she said. "Do not worry about a thing." Ash sighed. Myrtle was right. There was no point in him worrying. All he could do was have faith in her. "Thank you, Myrtle," Ash said. "I don't know how I can ever repay your kindness." "My child, you already have indebted me to yours, but if you want to do something for me, promise me one thing." "Anything. Just say the words," he said. "Never let go of your dreams," Myrtle said. "Dreams make you who you are long before you become who you want to be." Ash nods his head, unable to say a word. Myrtle's words touch him deeply. His father used to say the same thing to him a long time ago. Ash missed him terribly and wished that he was still here with him. A nearby owl hoots at them. "I should probably head back to the manor," Ash said, looking at the sky. It was quite late, as the moon was now peeking from the clouds. "Don't let the monsters dampen your spirits," Myrtle said. "You will meet your princess, and it will be as wonderful as you imagine it to be. Mark my words." It warmed his heart to see Myrtle was as excited about him meeting the princess as he was. For the first time in days, Ash smiled. Ash barely had time to visit Myrtle as his uncle and cousin kept him busy with 1,000 new chores. His days, hours, and minutes were a whirlwind of activity. He was their driver to the tailor, their delivery boy to pick up the clothes, their messenger, their cook, their cleaner, and everything else in between. Ash mumbled a quick apology to Myrtle when he dropped off his clothes, only a day ahead of the royal ball. He immediately had to run back to the manor in case Connor and Tiernan came searching for him. Myrtle won't have time to fix it, Ash thought. I took too long to give her my clothes. How could she have them ready in time? Ash wondered if his effort was pointless. He didn't even know whether he would be free tomorrow, but thankfully his uncle hired a driver for the occasion. Ash was to stay home while Connor and Tiernan attended the ball. The hired coach arrived on time, but his uncle and cousin were late, as usual. They claimed they wanted to make a statement by being fashionably late. Hoping for the Midas touch, his uncle dressed in a gold suit, gold mask, and carried an elegant cane. After several changes and last-minute alterations, Connor ended with an outfit truly fit for a prince. The emerald green suit he was wearing was as rich and magnificent as any jewel. His mask, decorated with peacock feathers, covered his bruised face and magnified his handsome features. It would be impossible not to notice him, even in the grand halls of the royal castle. Both father and son formed a dazzling and formidable pair. They had taken too long to get ready, and Ash could feel his hopes deflating. "Do not lose hope," he told himself. "You still have time to get there." Ash waited until the coach was out of sight for several minutes before exiting the manor through the side door. Every moment that passed had felt like an eternity, but he was so close now. He would see the mystery girl again. Myrtle had told him to wait in the small garden behind the manor. It was a neglected space covered in giant cobwebs in every corner, a few broken benches and piles of leaves which had completely covered what was once a small pond. Ash waited impatiently and almost thought of running to the hut when he saw someone beyond the garden gates. It was Myrtle, riding on the most magnificent horse that he had ever seen. His friend looked even more diminutive than usual, sitting on the giant white mare. "What do you think?" Myrtle asked, with a twinkle in her eyes. "He is magnificent," Ash said in awe. "What is his name?" "He likes being called Slippy," Myrtle replied. Ash wasn't sure if she was joking. The creature made a deep rumbling sound in response. He had never heard a horse make a sound like that before. His neighing was like thunder, shaking the ground. "What was that?" Ash asked, alarmed. "He said to hurry it along," Myrtle replied. She laughed hard when she saw Ash's surprised expression. "Stop dawdling, boy, and quickly change into your clothes." She tossed him a bag, and Ash caught it before it fell to the ground. Ash took a peek inside. He was surprised to see that the clothes in the bag hadn't wrinkled. He was also shocked to see that Myrtle had made them look even better than new. "Come on, boy, hurry! I'm impatient and tired of seeing you in rags." He quickly changed into them while Myrtle looked away. At least Ash hoped she looked away. If not, Myrtle would have caught a flash of his bare bottom, even if he had changed his clothes at lightning speed. Once dressed, Ash stood in an awed silence. He felt like pinching himself as if it didn't feel real. His clothes had transformed completely. Even the fit was better on him. The shoulders were not hanging loosely, and the sleeves were not frayed as they were before. The clothes felt much more elegant and refined, and the color had shifted from dull gray to a stunning moonlight blue. No one could tell that these clothes were ever tattered or used, not even himself. Instead of being happy, a strange thought took hold of him. This was not the color before, was it? A small voice in his head asked skeptically, "How did the clothes change so drastically? What is wrong with me? Why am I obsessing over minor details? Who cares about the color?" Ash tried to squash that small, doubting voice, but failed. He couldn't ignore it. It was odd. Why couldn't he remember the clothes' original color? "Well, what do you think?" Myrtle asked. "You are awfully quiet."
"I don't know what to say, Myrtle. This is amazing," Ash exclaimed. "It is better than amazing. It is incredible."
"You are too kind, boy. Alas, my skills are not what they used to be," Myrtle said, abashed. "But for this ball it should be enough." Ash blew a low whistle.
"What kind of extravagant events have you been attending, Myrtle?" he asked, burning with curiosity.
"I've seen many opulent palaces with courts that were as dangerous as they were beautiful," Myrtle said. "You are better off not knowing about them. Believe me, child."
But Ash was dying to know. He had only seen his old friend live but a simple life in Saray. Myrtle's previous life was a mystery to him, and he felt himself drawn to it. It was a life that hinted at danger, adventure, intrigue, and magic. Maybe one day he will be lucky enough to find out, but today he had other things occupying his mind, one that demanded immediate attention. "Won't it look odd if I just arrive at the castle gates on a horse?" Ash pondered. "Everyone else will have coaches or grand carriages and a dozen attendants or more." Myrtle scoffed. "Let them parade in whatever they want to feel important. They can bring a flock of fools with them, too. It might make them look less stupid," she replied. "No one will compare to you or your ride." The horse made a guttural sound in response to her passionate outburst. It seemed to Ash that the creature was agreeing to what she said. Myrtle got off the giant horse with a swift jump and handed the majestic creature to him. Slippy was calm, and Ash felt in no danger of being bitten by him, so he took the reins with no fear. He patted the side of the creature, and the horse remained docile. Although Ash was immensely grateful for Myrtle and all she had done for him, a thought nagged at the back of his mind that he couldn't get rid of. There was something off about both the horse and the clothes, but Ash couldn't place his finger on what it was. He knew what it felt like. It was like someone had attempted to make an old painting look new with a shiny varnish, but the original image remained the same as before. Why did it feel like there was a veneer over his vision? He inspected the clothes and the horse again to make sure. Ash was surprised by what he saw. 1 second he saw clothes of the finest material and a horse fit for a royal. But when he blinked again, he saw his old clothes and a horse that seemed not of this world. Slippy had 8 legs. That was twice as many legs any horse should have. He instinctively moved back a couple of steps. "Is something the matter?" Myrtle asked. She must have noticed his reaction. "I thought I saw something," Ash said, unsure. Myrtle narrowed her eyes. "What do you see, boy?" "My tattered old clothes and a monstrous 8-legged horse." Myrtle was still waiting for his answer, but he didn't know what to tell her. The horse had returned to normal, making him doubt himself and feeling like he had been daydreaming. "I am just tired and imagining things. Best I keep my mouth shut or I will hurt Myrtle's feelings." "Tell me, child, what do you see?" she asked a second time. "It is nothing," he said instead. "I am wasting time worrying about nothing. I should head for the castle." "No, not yet," Myrtle said. "You are still missing a few things." Ash looked at her puzzled. She handed him a cape made of a hefty cloth that felt as smooth as velvet and was as luminous as moonlight. Myrtle stood up on the only park bench that wasn't broken and expertly pinned the cape to his shoulders. Ash had never seen such a garment in his life. Next, she handed him the mask he would need for the masquerade. She assembled the mask with silver twigs and white branches that molded perfectly to his face. The mask surprised him as it was made of plants and materials he had never seen before. He was unaware that his gray eyes were even more striking among the white and silver, just like Myrtle had hoped for. "Now you are ready, my child," Myrtle said. "I couldn't be prouder of you." "Thank you, Myrtle," Ash said, beaming.
"Any last-minute questions?"
"Yes, just one, Myrtle. What will I do if my uncle or cousin recognizes me?" Ash asked. Myrtle snorted. "You don't have to worry about that. Most people never see with their eyes open. They only look through a distorted lens, one of their own making, be it envy, jealousy, hate, prejudice. Your uncle and cousin are the worst of their kind. They do not see you for what you are. They will not recognize you." Ash took a deep breath. He reminded himself why he was doing this. He wanted to see her again. Ash would never forgive himself if he gave up like that. "Thank you, Myrtle," Ash said, "for giving me courage. I should be better than this." "You are," his old friend said. "You just need to believe it." "Any other thing I should remember before I take off on this adventure?" "Find your girl, be yourself, and return before midnight." Ash was nodding his head until the last sentence. He did a double take. "Return before midnight? Why? What will happen if I don't?" "Your new friend here will disappear," Myrtle said, patting the horse. "Slippy has only agreed to stay until midnight." The creature made a menacing sound and bared his teeth. "Return before midnight? Got it," Ash said quickly. He didn't want to be on the bad side of this gargantuan beast. The day was much darker now, which only gave him a few hours to be at the ball and then return. Ash heaved and climbed onto the horse, holding on to the rein tightly, but the creature didn't stir. "The horse will take you to the castle," Myrtle said. "Now hold on, boy." Ash was about to ask how when Myrtle whistled loudly and the horse took off, thundering down the path towards their destination. Laughter spilled out of Ash, a sound that was foreign to him, and he urged Slippy to go even faster. The creature made a deep rumbling sound and then took off at a speed faster than the wind. Chapter 6. Sylvie was helping Iris get ready for the ball that night. The princess's gown was a shimmering blue that sparkled like diamonds, and her mask was an intricate lacework of silver and pearls. Iris hadn't put on her tiara, which was set aside on the dresser, but she already looked like a shining star. All she was missing was the spark in her eyes and the smile on her lips. "Are you nervous?" Sylvie asked. "Yes, but there is nothing I can do," Iris said. "It is an important night, one that will decide my future. I always thought our future was not determined by one event, but by choices we make, that we could always change our path if we decide to. Is that not how you think now?" "No, I am not so sure about anything anymore," Iris replied sadly. "Perhaps I had been naive before." Sylvie was listening carefully. "It doesn't have to be all or nothing, Iris." "What other choice do I have?" the princess asked. "My parents have made it abundantly clear it is all or nothing." Quietly, Sylvie picked up a comb from the selection in front of her. She chose the one that was rose gold in color and decorated with silver leaves and roses made of rubies. "Will you promise me one thing?" she asked, to her surprise. "Yes, anything," Iris said without hesitation. "You didn't even ask what," Sylvie said. She smiled. "I trust you. I know you will never make me promise something that I couldn't keep." She was touched by the princess's trust in her. "Will you give this ball a chance? Maybe you will find someone amazing tonight," Sylvie said as she brushed her hair gently. She then placed the tiara on her head and pinned it with a few diamond clips. "What do you think?" "I won't find anyone, I know it," Iris said with dismay. "What is the point of me being in the ball?" "You can't give up before trying," Sylvie said. Although Iris knew it was sensible not to give up hope so early, she felt frustrated. She thought it would be best if she were honest with her best friend. Sylvie, out of all the people, would understand. "I don't think I can think straight with all the vultures surrounding me, but perhaps you can help." "Yes, of course. What can I do to make this night easier for you?"
"Can you find someone for me?" Iris asked. "Someone who is kind and trustworthy?" Sylvie let out a nervous laugh. "How can I do that? I will be by your side as much as I am able to, but you know it is not always possible. All the suitors coming here tonight are coming specifically to meet you. At some point during the night, they'll want to speak with you privately." "Then switch places with me," Iris said seriously. "You can talk to them yourself and figure out who is true." "What are you saying?" Sylvie was so surprised that she dropped what she was holding. The hairbrush clattered on the polished marble floor, and one of the gems fell out of it. Blushing, she quickly picked up the broken hairbrush and the fallen gem and placed them on the dresser. Iris was so focused on convincing Sylvie she didn't see her fumble. "It is a masquerade. No one will even notice if we switched places." "I am sure your parents will know," Sylvie said nervously. "Even if they don't recognize me under the mask, they know your voice." "You can just say you have a cold if you come across anyone we know," Iris said. "I am sorry. I don't think I can pull it off," Sylvie said, her voice trembling. The princess was crestfallen, but tried not to let her feelings show. "It is okay, Sylvie. I am asking too much from you. I just hope that I can make it through the night without screaming," she joked. "But if I hear one more joke from a lord or a prince about how big their family jewels are, I just might." Iris was making light of the situation, but it didn't fool Sylvie. She could tell the princess was only pretending. "Iris, I have never seen you this miserable. Is there something bothering you? I know you dislike these events, but you used to tolerate them. Did something change?" Iris stopped smiling and was quiet for a few moments. Sylvie worried she would pretend to be fine again, but to her relief, the princess became honest with her. "I've changed," Iris said. "I cannot think of silly dances and ridiculous princes knowing that the Asturians are suffering." Sylvie understood her feelings. Iris had a caring heart, and her concern for the Asturians was touching. "I have been sneaking into my father's office to read reports coming from the border. Things are getting worse, Sylvie," Iris said. "I can't believe my father is not doing anything to help." Sylvie didn't know what to say. Iris was defying the king by reading papers she didn't have permission for, but she couldn't find any fault with what the princess was doing. Sylvie would have done the same if she was in her place. "How is it worse?" Sylvie asked, concerned. "What did you find in the reports?" "Most of the reports mention a terrible disease infecting soldiers from Emery and Extor. It is now spreading rampantly among the people of Asturia," the princess replied. "The healers are terrified that it will spread across the border to Rennes-Moor." "A disease? What kind of disease?" "It is a darkness that takes over a person and overwhelms their senses, driving them mad. It turns the mildest person violent," Iris said in a whisper. "The healers haven't found what is causing this disease or how to cure it. They are considering this disease as being wholly unnatural." "That is terrifying," Sylvie exclaimed, frightened. "I have never heard of such a thing." But the princess, she noted, didn't look surprised. "You suspect something, don't you, Iris? Do you know what it might be?" "I have an idea, but people will think I have gone crazy," Iris replied. "I am afraid to say my thoughts out loud, but I will tell you that whatever this disease is, it doesn't belong in the mortal realm." Just as Sylvie was about to ask for clarification, Iris shifted her gaze towards the door. "Mother, you are here," she said. Through her mirror, the princess had caught sight of the queen before she entered the changing room. Sylvie quickly fell into a low curtsy, and Queen Gloria smiled. "You look beautiful, Iris," she said to her daughter. "Thank you, Sylvie, for doing such a wonderful job." Sylvie gave another bow. "It was my pleasure, Your Majesty." "Why haven't you changed? Please hurry and get ready,"
the Queen said to Sylvie. "The guests have already arrived and are waiting to see Iris." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sylvie replied. "I will go get changed right away." Iris stifled a yawn, already tired of the night. "I think I will grab something to read while you change, Sylvie." She hugged her mother and then went towards her bedroom, leaving Sylvie with the Queen. "I am glad that you are with Iris. I want you to be there by my daughter's side tonight," the Queen said, taking Sylvie to one side. "Please look after her and see that she stays out of danger." "I will," Sylvie promised. "No harm will come to her with me by her side." "Iris is distressed about this ball and about the idea of choosing a life partner, but trust me when I say we are not trying to punish her," Queen Gloria said with a sigh. "I know, Your Majesty," Sylvie said. The Queen smiled. "You have always been so good to my daughter. I trust you will protect her. Tell Iris that I will see her downstairs in the ballroom." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sylvie said. The Queen bid farewell by placing a hand on her shoulder before exiting the room. That was close, Sylvie thought. She felt guilt weighing down on her shoulder. The Queen trusted her completely, but she was keeping a big secret from her. Before the Queen arrived, what was the princess trying to tell her? She read reports that said things were worse in Astoria, but if things were as bad as the princess says, surely the king would have warned us. As long as Iris stays within Wren Moor, she will be fine. The border will be too highly guarded in any case. There was something else Iris said, something about disease and madness with unnatural causes. Perhaps Iris is nervous, and it is making her imagination go wild, Sylvie reasoned. In any case, I will be there tonight to keep watch over her. I will keep my promise to the Queen about protecting her from any danger. Sylvie quickly changed into her own gown and then headed towards the princess's bedroom once she was dressed. Ash made it to the castle gates, a little wind-blown but still intact. The ride here was the most exciting experience of his life, but now that he was at the doorstep of meeting her, he felt his heart racing once more. More than a dozen guards stood vigilant at either side of the gates. The ball tonight had extra security because important guests were coming from across the kingdom. Ash glimpsed fancy carriages in the distance, with fancier occupants exiting from them, wearing extravagant costumes with elaborate masks. Never had Ash felt more out of place or self-conscious. "I am here. Might as well get it over with," he said. He had only meant to say it to himself, but the horse made a harsh, derisive sound which hurt his feelings. "Just so you know, Slippy, it hasn't been easy for me," Ash found himself explaining to the mean horse. "I haven't lived a life of luxury." The gargantuan beast rolled its eyes at him. With puffed shoulders and head held high, the horse confidently trotted towards the gates to make a point. He was not intimidated. "I'm not ready," Ash cried out in surprise, but the stubborn horse wouldn't stop. Ash steeled himself as he made eye contact with the first guard. He was met with a stern glare from the guard, who was a striking and formidable figure in his shining uniform. The moment he saw Ash's face and the beast he was riding, however, his expression transformed from suspicion to awe. The change in his demeanor was jarring to Ash, and even more was when he asked in a revered tone, Your cape? Your Grace, can should I?" He was having trouble with his words. "My cape?" Ash asked, confused. "Can I hold it for you?" the guard said, bowing. "This will be the greatest honor you can bestow upon me." Was this a joke? Ash expected the other guards to laugh, but it shocked him when they started arguing with one another. "I should hold the cape," the guard with the curly mustache protested. "It has to be me," said another, turning red with rage. "I saw him first," said the third. He leaped at the cape, but couldn't quite reach it. There were murmurings and angry voices coming from all directions. Every one of them wanted to hold his cape. What was happening? Ash had to stop this madness. "Gentlemen, please calm yourselves." The guards immediately stopped shoving each other and listened to him with rapt attention. What has Myrtle done? What kind of sorcery is this? "Have you chosen who to hold your cape?" one guard asked, breathing heavily. "Am I the lucky one?" "My cape does not need, holding, but if you can direct me toward the castle, I will be much obliged," Ash said. Ash thought he solved the problem, but his simple request sent a shock wave among them. To his abject horror, every single guard wanted to help escort him to the castle. They were pushing and shoving each other, and a few broke into fistfights. After several failed attempts to reason with them, Ash gave up arguing and shouted that they all can lead the way. Ash didn't, in his wildest imagination, think that 24 guards would abandon their posts, but they did. The other guests, who had been parading themselves a moment ago, stopped their crowing to gape at the new arrival. The handsome new stranger enamored them, who they imagined being a king from a powerful kingdom. Not only had he arrived on an impressive horse, but he was being escorted by 12 castle guards as well. He must be very important. As Ash passed through, he heard squeals and whispers in the crowd. "Wow, who is he?" "He is so beautiful." Were they talking about him or Slippy? "He is looking straight at me. Hold my hand. I think I am going to faint." "I never imagined it would be like this. Appearances really can be deceiving. At least I don't have to worry about being sent to the dungeons," Ash thought to himself and smiled. "What do you think of our reception?" Ash asked his animal companion. The horse was taking all the adoration in stride and seemed to expect nothing less. Ash shook his head in amusement. "I will thank Myrtle when I see her next, but I will also need an explanation of what just happened. Why were the guards acting like they were under a spell?" It was clear to Ash that if the night continued as it had started, he was in for a lot of surprises. He'd best be ready for them all. It was no surprise that Ash was the last to arrive. The ballroom was already brimming with elegant masked people, dripping in gold and diamonds. They were sipping on wine and crystal flutes under the light of giant crystal chandeliers. An orchestra was playing in the background. All that extravagance was breathtaking. When Ash stepped into the ballroom, all eyes turned to look at him, but it did not intimidate him. He had but one thought in his mind: how to find the princess in all these people. It was as if the crowd sensed his thoughts and stepped aside to clear a path for him. Smiles, giggles, and sighs greeted Ash wherever he turned, but the room and the smiling faces in them seemed endless. How would he recognize her in this sea of masqueraders? Each beautiful mask completely altered the wearer and transformed them from ordinary humans into mysterious, alluring beings. Ash was lost in the details of the artwork when someone tapped on his shoulder. "Excuse me, but do I know you?" He recognized the voice instantly and froze. It was Tiernan, who had just tapped him behind with his cane and was looking at him curiously from behind his golden mask. Ash panicked. Should he say something or should he stay silent? Luck was on his side, and he didn't have to decide. Tiernan spotted King Marcus and Queen Gloria in the distance and got distracted. He rushed to pay them his respect and introduced the royal majesties to his very eligible son. Ash was never more relieved by his uncle's abrupt departure. Crisis averted for now, Ash thought. I don't have much time. I need to find her quickly. During his search, several ladies and men stopped Ash, asking him for a dance or a drink. Ash politely declined each time, all the while scanning the room for any signs of his mystery girl. In the center of the room, he noticed a smaller and intimate crowd of young men surrounding a girl with a swan mask in a white dress that was cascading like a waterfall. The manner in which they were fawning over suggested she was someone important, someone they were desperate to impress at all costs. It must be the princess. Ash's heart skipped a beat at the thought. The throng of admirers surrounding her blocked his view, but he saw his cousin Connor was there, front and center. Connor stood as proud as a peacock, his magnetic blue eyes smoldering through his mask. Connor was busy charming the princess, who was politely ignoring his advances. His cousin became bolder and took her hand to kiss it. The princess quietly took the hand away from him and looked towards Ash as he approached. The other suitors narrowed their eyes at him as he bowed. "You are here!" she exclaimed. The princess spoke with such familiarity that he was confused. "Won't you be a darling and take me away from here?" Ash gave a small nod, after which she placed a delicate hand on his forearm. He could feel the glare of the other suitors digging a hole in his back. He heard Connor swear loudly, and that made him smile. They walked until they found a secluded area, but there were many people in the crowded ballroom who were eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. Speaking in a hushed voice, the princess's first words were apologetic. "I am sorry for being so bold and putting you on the spot, but I needed a break." "I understand," Ash replied. "I imagine the intense attention must be exhausting." The princess smiled. "You speak from experience?" Ash reddened. "Oh, no, I just have a vivid imagination." The princess laughed. "Don't be so modest. I am sure you love and are loved in an event such as this one." "To be honest, it is not my crowd," Ash replied truthfully. He could tell the princess was pretty, even with the swan mask hiding her face. The dimples on her cheeks when she smiled made her seem sweet. Her gentle voice reflects her kind nature. Then why was he so disappointed? Because in his heart of hearts, Ash knew it wasn't her. Princess Iris was not the one he was looking for. Connor had been wrong. She wasn't the mysterious girl he saw in the carriage. The princess had been observing his reaction with interest. "You seem unenthusiastic about meeting me." "No, not at all," Ash reddened. "What gave you that impression?" "Just a feeling," she said, smiling. "Perhaps it is the ball. Is this what you were hoping for?" She gestured to the glamorous ballroom where people were dancing to a lively music. Even Connor was being cornered by a set of twin girls dressed in elaborate yellow and pink costumes. Their governess was standing nearby, trying to restrain the girls' enthusiasm, but unable to do so. Ash recognized the girls as his neighbors. He had seen them before in the manor next door. The princess arched an eyebrow. "Well, what are your thoughts?" "I didn't come here today with many expectations," Ash replied. He just had only one that sadly didn't come true. "So it is what I imagined it would be." "So you genuinely had no expectations?" the princess asked, surprised. "Surely you must have realized what this ball was being held for." "I assumed it was for music and dancing," Ash proposed. The princess shook her head, amused. "Then I have no clue, Your Highness," Ash said. "Is there any reason for a ball to exist other than for dancing or revelry?" "Oh, but it is never about dancing," the princess replied. "It is about power and connections, most especially for arranging alliances. This ball was purposefully designed so that I can choose a life partner at the end of it. What do you say, knowing that detail?" "That is an extraordinary task, and I don't envy you. I wouldn't want to go through the same level of pressure," Ash replied. "You are not enticed by the idea of marrying a princess?" "Should I be?" Ash asked. "Marrying simply for a title wouldn't be the right reason for me." The princess acknowledged with a knowing smile. I figured you had some other interest in being here." How did she know? Was she reading his mind? She answered it for him. "We are at a ball, but you haven't asked me to dance yet," she said. Ash realized how rude he was being and felt embarrassed. Before he could say a word to save the situation, she interrupted him. "If you ask me now, I know you were just being polite." Ash felt like disappearing, but the princess smiled. She then looked from side to side and then leaned closer. "I want to tell you a secret," she whispered. "What is it, Your Highness?" Ash asked. "I am not the princess." Ash thought he had misheard her. Not only was he seeing things that weren't there, was he now hearing them too? "I am sorry?" "I am not Princess Iris," she replied. Ash's mind went into a frenzy. She was not the princess? How was that possible? But that meant, "But I know where she is," she added. "Can you tell me who you are?" Ash asked. Whoever she was, she had the princess's trust. This much he was sure about. "My name is Sylvie. I am a combination of her lady-in-waiting, best friend, and guardian, all in one person," she said, confirming his guess. She was not the princess. This was the best news he heard all day, because it meant that he still had a chance. Ash could still find his mystery girl. Before he could fully celebrate, Ash needed to understand the motive behind the disclosure. "Why are you telling me this?" Iris was sure that no one would recognize her, Sylvie said. She didn't want to meet someone who only spoke to her because she was wearing the crown, so she took it off and we switched places. Sylvie sighed. "I was losing hope talking with the other suitors, but thankfully you arrived like an angel to save me from despair. You are just what Iris is looking for. I sense you are after neither crown nor fame, but something more meaningful." "That is a lot to assume of a stranger," Ash said. "Perhaps I am exactly what she fears." "Then I will blame it on my intuition, but it has never let me down so far," Sylvie said, smiling. "I feel like I can trust you, but perhaps I am being hasty in my judgment." "No, no, you are not," Ash inwardly screamed. Sylvie chuckled, seeing his color fade. She wiggled her eyebrows mischievously. "Would you like to meet her?" Ash felt like he could breathe again. "I would love to," he replied. "Forgive my blunt mouth. It doesn't know when to stop. I would be honored to meet the princess, and I hope she finds my company worthy." "That is a tall order." "Iris has been in a prickly mood lately," Sylvie said, shaking her head. "But if you want to avoid trouble, remember to stay respectful towards her. If not, then, well, she is very skilled with her sword." "That is wonderful. I just hope I never find out how much," Ash quipped. Sylvie laughed again, and her laughter sounded like bells in his ears. "If you follow this path, it will take you straight to the gardens," Sylvie said, pointing the way. "She will be there somewhere." "Thank you," Ash said. "I will find her." "I am trusting you with the princess," Sylvie said. "Don't let me down." "I won't," he promised. Sylvie beamed at his words. With his heart hammering painfully in his rib cage, Ash took the first steps toward his destiny. Chapter 7. The princess's hiding place wasn't far from the ballroom. Ash could still hear the orchestra playing softly in the background. The atmosphere in the garden was tranquil in contrast to the commotion in the ballroom. Lush carpet of grass on the ground and the twinkling of string lights overhead. Ash was beginning to understand why Iris came here. There was an understated peace and serenity in the surrounding, and there were plenty of places for her to hide and avoid being seen among the topiaries and lawn ornaments. The king was a collector of art and had adorned his garden with pieces from artists from around the world. Ash surveyed them one by one with keen interest, forgetting the time, place, and even himself. A magnificent structure in the corner of the garden caught his attention and nearly took his breath away. Ash would recognize his father's art anywhere. This was a fountain that his father had carved out of marble, now brimming with pristine water and lush lily pads, 2 swans guarding a precious little swanling in the middle, a baby forever nestled between the 2 fortresses of love and protection. Ash felt an indescribable grief at seeing his father's creation. At that moment, he missed his father terribly. He missed both his parents, the one he knew and the one he couldn't remember. He reached out his hand to touch the statue, but a movement caught the corner of his eyes. He wasn't alone. "Who's there?" he asked. "That depends on who is asking," said a girl's voice. "What are you doing here?" "Where are you?" Ash said back to the voice. His heart was racing. "I came here searching for someone. I promise that if you are not the one I am looking for, I will leave and not bother you again." Iris had meant to stay hidden, but became intrigued by the presence of the beautiful stranger. She moved in for a closer look, but was caught snooping. Now he intrigued her even further. His promise to not bother her, as well as the idea that he was searching for someone, sparked her curiosity. Who could he be searching for? The princess could not resist solving such a puzzle. She took a deep breath and then emerged from the shadows. Ash took in the gloved hands and the shimmering gown as she appeared. Then he saw her face, and her beauty left him breathless. It was her, the girl he thought he would never see again. She was wearing a butterfly mask, but he could still see her eyes. He could drown in those eyes. Her eyes asked 1,000 questions, but her smile promised 1,000 adventures. Ash longed to uncover the answers with her and be by her side during all those adventures. The question was, how could he make his wish come true? "Who are you hiding from?" he asked, trying to breathe. Ash already knew, but still had to ask. He just wanted to hear her voice again. "Earls, lords, dukes, especially princes," Princess Iris said, shrugging. "Princes are the worst." "What if I am a prince?" Ash said, though he himself found the thought comical. "You are charming," Iris replied, "which makes me doubt you are one." Ash smiles. "Charming is my last name." He gives a bow. "So, you are Prince Charming?" the princess asked, and returned a courtesy. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Just Charming would do, and the pleasure is all mine." The princess examines him from head to toe while circling around. "And what about your first name?" she asked with curiosity. "I don't suppose we have ever met before." "I can't tell you my name." She frowned. "Why ever not?" Ash smiled. "Because I am at a masquerade, and we aren't supposed to reveal our real identities." "Is that so?" the princess said. "I was the one who wanted a masquerade, but I am regretting it now." She smiles back, and Ash feels like he was floating on air. Iris was holding a book in her hands. She had been so busy cross-examining the mysterious stranger that she forgot to hide it. Ash recognized it immediately. It was the same book he had seen her with in the carriage. "What are you reading?" he asked. The princess tries to hide the book away in the folds of her dress. "It's nothing." It was the first time Ash had seen her fluster. "I can see that it is something," Ash said, amused. He tries to read the title that she is covering with her hands. "The Lore of the..." he reads. "I can't tell what the last word is. Is it a romance novel?" The princess flushes. "No, it is a book about fairies." Ash remembered how she had been engrossed reading it. "Is it any good?" The princess blushes. "I know what you are thinking. Why is a practical girl like me reading a book about the Fae?" Ash runs a hand through his hair. Believe me when I say that my brain is not doing much thinking right now. I'm surprised I'm even talking. I've never heard someone admit that before. She is trying not to giggle. So your brain is blissfully empty? Pretty much, Ash confessed. It is actually terrifying. Why do you think that it's behaving like that? I think my brain has been completely stunned by your beauty. A lovely blush comes on her cheeks, incapacitating Ash's brain further. Even if I had the capacity for deep thinking right now, I hardly know anything about you, he said. Why would I presume to know what you like? She nibbles at her lips, deep in thought. That is true. But I must add that you seem introspective and brilliant, Ash adds quickly. The princess blinks back in surprise. Ash groaned internally. For someone who couldn't think straight, his mouth sure liked to talk. He wondered if the princess took offense at his bluntness, but to his relief, she didn't. That is sweet of you to say, Iris said. You have a way with words, Prince Charming. The princess walks towards the swan fountain and sits on the ledge. She gestures for him to take a seat by her side. Ash's heart was beating at a mad speed. He tried not to melt into a puddle. He wasn't the only one who was all nerves, though. He noticed the princess was nervously twiddling with her book as well. Why are you reading about the Fae? He walks and sits next to her without stumbling once, to his immense relief. I find reading about magical, fantastical worlds helps soothe my mind. She touches the cover of the book. Even if I don't believe in it, she adds quickly. Art does the same for me, so I understand the feeling, Ash said. The comment she made in passing caught his attention. What do you mean you don't believe in it? You think magic is real? The princess asks. She waits for his answer. The question feels like a test. You don't believe in magic? Ash asked. The princess plays with the surface of the fountain water, making little swirls with her fingertip. Would you think I am silly if I did? This has been the most magical night for me, Ash said. I am not about to curse it by saying something that I might regret. You have a clever way of avoiding giving direct answers, Iris said. As cleverly as a fae, I should say. I haven't heard about them outside of fairy tales, Ash said. What does the book say about them? The princess's eyes lit up at his question. Ash's heart leaped with joy seeing them come alive. This is the part I just read, Iris said. The princess turns to the page she was on before she saw Ash and became stunned by his presence. A paragraph was bold and centered on the page. It read, Humans cannot enter the Fey realm uninvited. Any human that trespasses the border will find it difficult to leave. If they manage to escape, it won't be for long, for they will bear a mark that will compel them back to the Fey realm. A mark? Ash repeated. What does it look like? Does the book have any drawings of them? It doesn't, but perhaps it would look something like this, Iris said. She showed the mark on her ankle, which resembles the outline of a silver leaf. What do you think? Iris couldn't believe she was sharing her secret with the stranger, but he was easy to talk to and showed interest in what she was saying. I have never seen such a mark before, Ash confessed. So you are saying you have been in the Fey realm? The princess shakes her head. No, I haven't, she said. But wouldn't that be a great story? It would be, Ash said, smiling. Certainly much better than a ball with horrible princes. The princess giggles. It isn't always so horrible. I suppose that is because you can always find refuge in your sanctuary, Ash asked. It is a beautiful garden. It is the most tranquil place I have been to. It is wonderful, the princess replied. She sighs, content. You should see the rest. I would like to do that, Ash said, Perhaps you can show it to me one day." "I would love that," the princess said. "The sooner, the better." Being with her, time had come to a standstill. Ash wishes he could stay in the moment forever. The music that was coming from the ballroom changed to a slow, romantic ballad. Iris serenely hums to the new melody, making his heart sway and his courage soar. Ash takes her hand. He then placed it on his chest so she could feel his heart beating. "Will you dance with me?" he asked in a low voice. He hoped Iris could sense the depth of his feelings for her. The princess is speechless. When she nods, Ash takes her into his arms. They dance along the edge of the fountain, floating away to a world of their own, forever captured in a moment of time. Ash gazes into her eyes and sees the depths of their ocean blue. She is also looking back at him with wonder. "Are you sure you are not a prince?" she asked. "Why? Do I look like one?" "Yes, you look like someone straight out of a fairy tale." "Now I know you are joking," Ash said, smiling. "Why is that so hard for you to believe?" Iris asked. The princess was thoroughly charmed by the mysterious stranger. She had never seen a person so genuinely unaware of the effect his beauty had on others. Her heart hadn't stopped racing from the first moment she saw him. "I have a confession to make. It was late, and I was in a hurry to get here," Ash said. "I didn't even look in the mirror to see if my hair was combed properly." "Why don't you see it now?" She gestured towards the fountain's water, whose surface was a silver mirror under the moonlight. Ash took a glance and couldn't recognize himself in the reflection. He was a prince of a foreign land, a king of ancient times, an immortal among men. "No, it is all an illusion. I am just me. Nothing has changed." But something had changed. There was a smile on his lips that he hadn't seen before, and it was all thanks to Iris. The princess sat by the edge of the fountain once more, looking at her reflection. "I often wonder why people talk to me," Iris said. "I don't want to hide or always have to carry my dagger. It isn't a pleasant feeling not being able to trust people." "Being cautious isn't bad, Iris, especially for someone in your position," Ash said. "I am more fortunate, I suppose, but even I don't trust everyone." "You don't?" Ash shook his head. "Then who can I trust?" she asked. "And how would I know?" "Your heart will let you know," Ash said. He took a deep breath. "Iris, I want you to believe you can trust me, that I came here with no ulterior motives. To me you are but a stranger, a handsome, most charming stranger," Iris said. "Tell me, why did you come to this ball, and perhaps I will believe you." "I wanted to meet you, Iris," Ash replied. "I saw you once, not knowing who you were, and from that moment onwards I have been trying to find you." "You have been trying to find me? But why?" she asked. A soft blush spreads over her cheeks. "I can't explain," Ash said, "but I know I couldn't rest until I saw you again." Iris looks down shyly. "What is it you want from me now that you've found me?" "I want to know more about you," Ash replied. He takes her hand in his and gently kisses the back of it. Iris lets out a small gasp, and this time Ash kisses her on the lips. Iris never knew a kiss could be so tender, yet full of longing. Who was this stranger? Why did he affect her this way? She was still reeling from the kiss when Sylvie came running in. "There you are!" she exclaimed. "You have to return to the ballroom quickly." "Why? What happened?" Iris asked, her cheek still blushing furiously. She hoped Sylvie didn't notice. "The Queen is looking for you," Sylvie said, out of breath. She ran here as quickly as she could, which was difficult to do in her heavy gown and high heels. Iris looked at Ash apologetically. "I must see my mother." "I understand," he replied. "I should probably return as well, though I will miss seeing the garden. Perhaps I can have that tour another time." Ash didn't know when or if it would happen. He couldn't bear the thought of never seeing her again, but he didn't want the princess to feel guilty about leaving him behind. He wasn't sure if he wanted to go back to the ballroom just yet. "Please stay here," Iris said. "I will come back as soon as I can, and then we can continue with the garden tour." "I would love that," Ash said. Iris beamed at him, and he felt a warm feeling seeing her beautiful smile. "I am sorry that you have to wait, but I will be back," Iris promised. She took Sylvie's hand, and together they made their way back to the ballroom. "It was nice seeing you again," Sylvie said over her shoulder. Ash acknowledged her friendly words with a nod and a wave of his hand. The two girls left the mysterious stranger by the fountain with the promise that the princess would come back to him. As soon as they turned the corner, Sylvie asked, "So you like him?" "I don't know," Iris said, blushing hard. "I am only starting to know him. Only we kissed and it took my breath away," she thought secretly. "I can't stop thinking about his lips on mine." "He is gorgeous," Sylvie exclaimed, sighing. "Sorry, I couldn't resist saying it." "What would Findlay say to that?" Iris teased. "If he were here, he would agree with me." Iris kept her expression impassive, even if she was feeling butterflies in her stomach. He was gorgeous, but she wouldn't admit it to Sylvie. Not just yet. "Why was Mother looking for me?" Iris asked. Sylvie's expression turned grim. "The Queen said it was urgent," she replied. "I saw a knight whispering to the King and Queen earlier. I wonder if it is connected." "We will find out soon enough," Iris said. They reached the ballroom, but it took them a while to find the Queen. She was still conversing with a knight when they approached her. "Iris, good that you are here. I wanted to tell you myself," her mother said. "Did something happen, Mother?" "There was a wild animal attack near the castle," the Queen said. "To happen tonight out of all nights. We have to inform all the guests to stay within the castle for their safety." "An attack?" Iris asked, alarmed. "What kind of animal was it?" The Queen turned towards the knight standing next to her. He bowed to Iris and then said, "Your Highness, it was most likely a bear or a mountain lion. We are still investigating, but there is nothing to be alarmed about. We will find and get rid of the animal as soon as possible." "It is better if you stay inside the ballroom, Iris, and not wander off into the gardens," Queen Gloria said. "It is not safe to be in open spaces with a wild animal on the loose." Iris bit her lips nervously. "But I told someone to wait for me by the swan fountain. I should go back to him. I don't even know if he has a weapon with him. He might be in danger." "I will go, Princess," Sylvie volunteered. "You should stay here with the Queen where it is safe." "Neither of you will go," the Queen said. She turned towards the knight. "Please bring us the guest who is in the garden." Following her command, he bowed and headed for the garden immediately. "I will go talk with your father and let him know you are safe," the Queen said. She left Sylvie and Iris to go search for King Marcus. "Do you think Findlay knows?" Sylvie asked, worried. "He might not," Iris said. "You should go tell him. I will wait here." "Are you sure?" Sylvie asked. "Yes, very sure," the princess replied. Sylvie smiled and gave her a quick hug before hurrying off to find her fiancé. The waiting was agony. Iris was in knots. Her heart was thumping loudly, worried why it was taking so long. The knight returned alone. "Did you find him?" Iris asked, peeking over his shoulder. The knight shook his head. "No, Princess, no one was there." "What do you mean?" the princess asked, surprised. She didn't wait for him to answer, but took off toward the garden. The knight was yelling behind her, asking her to stop, but Iris ran and ran, not thinking about anything but finding him. She stumbled several times along the way, but didn't stop until she was by the fountains. Her breath was coming in unevenly, and her heart felt like it would burst. He wasn't there, but he had promised. There was something shining on the edge of the fountain. It was his mask, the one with silver branches. She picked it up gently and put it close to her heart. The knight who had been following her caught up to her. "Princess Iris, you shouldn't be here," he said. "It was the Queen's order." Iris was staring at the mask in her hand and didn't seem to hear him. "Princess, are you ready to head back?" he asked gently. She finally tore her eyes away from the mask. "Yes, but first, can you do a task for me?" The knight is surprised by the seriousness in her voice. "What do you want, Princess?" "Can you find a guest for me? He would be roaming around without a mask." The knight knitted his brows. "Do you have any other description?" "He has gray eyes and dark hair, whose clothes were like moonlight, and has a cape like liquid silver." The knight was intrigued by the mysterious description of the guest. "Yes, Princess, it shouldn't be too hard to find him. I will go search for him." "Thank you," Iris said. "Please report directly to me and no one else." "Yes, Princess." The knight searched the entire castle, but to no avail. No one had seen him. Her mystery stranger had left, leaving only his mask behind. By the swan fountain, Ash waited impatiently for the princess to return. He couldn't believe that he just kissed her. Once wasn't enough. He was dying to kiss her again. He was living a dream, and as with most dreams, this was soon going to end. He wished Iris would hurry back. Ash heard a distant commotion coming from the royal stables. A soldier was yelling that one of the guest horses had gotten loose. Ash was wondering whose it was when Slippy came galloping towards him. The giant beast stopped just in front of him and neighed loudly. Again the sound reminded him of storms and thunder. "What is it?" he asked. The horse snorted impatiently and started pulling at his sleeve. When Ash wouldn't move, he nudged him hard. Ash got the hint. "Is it time to go already?" he asked, disappointed. "But I promised the princess I will wait for her." Slippy looked like he couldn't care less. There was only one promise he cared about, and that was his own. Ash had to leave the ball before midnight. The horse neighed so loudly that it shook the ground. Slippy looked like he would bring the entire castle down unless he got his way, forcing Ash to concede. "All right, I remember my promise to Myrtle," Ash said, sighing. "At least let me leave a message for Iris." The problem was that he had nothing to write on or anything to write with. Ash removed his mask and put it on the fountain, silently hoping Iris would see it and understand. "Come on, let's go," Ash said. He mounted the horse and took the reins in his hands. Slippy made a clicking sound, which Ash assumed meant he was satisfied. They trotted towards the castle gates at a brisk pace, but were surprised to see the gates closed. The guards shouted at Ash to stop. "Why are the gates closed?" Ash asked one guard standing there. "The king has requested all guests to stay inside. The gates will remain shut until he gives the command." Before Ash could ask the reason, Slippy neighed loudly and threatened to knock the guard down with his giant hooves. "Tell your horse to calm down," the guard shouted. Ash patted the side of the horse. "Shh! Stop it! We can't leave without drawing attention to ourselves," he whispered to the horse. "Do you know of another way to get out of here?" Slippy made a guttural sound, but Ash couldn't tell if it meant no or yes. To his surprise, the creature turned and headed back towards the castle without a fuss. This was strange. Was the horse giving up? Ash was finding it hard to believe. He could sense that Slippy was up to no good, especially with that mischievous glint in his eyes. The horse's body was humming with an energy which could only spell chaos. After a few meters, Slippy turned to face the castle gates once more, proving his intuition was correct. Slippy began a running pace after turning around. The guards screamed at the sight of the gargantuan horse charging at them. Moments before they collided with the gates, Slippy jumped into the air and crossed over the gates as if they weren't even there. They landed on the other side, and the horse kept running. "You are crazy, you know that?" Ash shouted, laughing. The horse rumbled back in response and kept running like the wind. Back at the castle, the knights informed the guests they had caught the wild animal, so they were safe. The gates were opened again. Tiernan and Connor, who both had an unsuccessful night, were eager to leave. Tiernan wasn't able to talk with the king or the queen, and Connor could not find the princess again. The twins, Maya and Tia, haunted him all night and wouldn't leave him alone until he danced with one of them. By the time his uncle and cousin arrived home, Ash had changed into his old clothes. Slippy had vanished at the stroke of midnight, just like Myrtle said he would. Tiernan went into his study to read his unopened mail from the morning, while Connor went straight to his bed. He was still in a bad mood and cursing the stranger who stole the princess from right under his nose. Ash had the most pleasant night of them all. He danced with the one he had been looking for. He kissed the girl of his dreams. Meeting her once was not enough. He vowed to see her again, and this time he will reveal his true identity to her. Chapter 8. Iris's father called her first thing in the morning. They were going to meet in the library. Her mother was resting, tired from hosting the ball the previous night. In front of the ceiling-high library window, the king stood and cast a formidable silhouette. He turned to face his daughter as soon as he heard her footsteps. The king had a restless night, as seen by the bags under his eyes, but he didn't look angry. Perhaps he changed his mind. Iris felt a spark of hope. "Have you decided who your partner will be?" was her father's first question. "So much for hoping." "Yes," Iris replied. Her father stood still. For a moment it seemed like he didn't hear her, but then he asked, "Who is he?" Iris told him the only thing she knew about the mysterious stranger. "He said his last name is Charming, but I am not sure." "You don't even know his name?" her father asked, incredulous. His expression changed from surprise to suspicious. "What do you know about him?" Iris avoided answering the question directly. "He fits all your requirements of an eligible suitor. I mean, the guards let him attend the ball, didn't they?" She was being cheeky and fully expected to be reprimanded by her father, so his next question took her by surprise. "Do you even like him?" This was the moment Iris thought the king would find out, that the truth about her deception would reveal itself, but her mind filled in the missing details and gave her the answer. "You like his smile, you like his eyes, you liked his genuine nature." To her amazement, she found it was true. The stranger she met in the garden was absolutely beautiful. Perhaps in another time he would be just the person for her. And you can't stop thinking about his kiss. Iris didn't want to linger on that last thought in case she started blushing again. "He didn't seem greedy," she said quickly. "That is your criteria?" the king asked, incredulous. "That he wasn't greedy?" "It is enough for the time that was given to me," Iris replied shortly. She responded with restraint, and her words were milder than what she was thinking. "You put me in this situation. Now deal with it." The king was lost in thought. "Very well," he said. "I will meet the boy and his family. We will then announce the engagement soon after." "As you wish, father," Iris replied. "You have to find him first," she thought. "I will be long gone before the day comes." She gave a curtsy to her father before heading back towards her bedroom. A part of her wanted to stay. What if her father found the stranger? Wouldn't she want to see him again? Iris took out the mask she had concealed beneath her pillow and traced its contours with her fingers, trying to memorize the face. Her fingers yearned to touch those lips once more, to know who he was underneath the mask. "No, stop it. I need to be strong," Iris said to herself. "I made a promise to myself to help people who are desperately in need. I cannot waver now." Every second was crucial, and her chances of success dwindled the longer she waited. The princess, with renewed determination, planned on making her escape that very night. Iris waited until the castle was quiet and the servants had all retired to their beds. First, she changed into plain clothes so she wouldn't attract any attention. Silently, she tiptoed out of her room, hurried down the long corridor before sneaking downstairs and heading outside. In the cover of darkness and the silence of the night, there was a carriage waiting for her. A person stood holding a candlelight whose flame was flickering delicately with the breeze. Seeing the person brought a smile to her face. It was Sylvie who was waiting for her. "You shouldn't be here," Iris whispered. "You should be in bed, asleep, and unaware of the naughty princess escaping." "I couldn't let you go without saying goodbye," Sylvie replied. She quietly handed a small bag to the princess. "What is this?" Iris opened to find a delicious-looking pastry inside. She could cry at her thoughtfulness. "I didn't see you eat all day. I thought you might be hungry." "Thank you," Iris squeaked. "I was starving." Sylvie smiled. "I knew you were. What kind of best friend would I be if I didn't keep you well fed?" Iris quickly took a big bite and thanked her again with her mouth full. This is so good." Sylvie shook her head. The princess forgot every manner in the etiquette book when it came to food. Sylvie watched with amusement as Iris devoured the pastry in a few monstrous bites. Once she finished eating, they both hugged, and Sylvie couldn't help but sigh deeply. "What is it, Sylvie?" the princess asked. Under the eerie glow of the candle, Sylvie seemed anxious. "I am worried, Iris." "About what?" "Something could go wrong." "Nothing will go wrong. We have been planning this for weeks. We found all the weak spots around the castle and bribed all the guards that needed to be bribed." Iris grinned. "They won't even suspect it is me in the carriage. They will probably think it's some young lady fleeing her strict parents to elope with her lover." Sylvie covered her mouth with both hands and gasped in mock horror. "My goodness, how did you come up with such a scandalous idea?" "Romance novels," Iris deadpanned. "I don't think you should go," Sylvie said hesitantly. "Please reconsider. Perhaps you can talk to your parents one more time." "The time for talking is over," the princess replied with stubbornness. "We are losing time waiting, time we can't afford to lose." "I know, but—" "Stop worrying. It will be fine," Iris said. "Findlay will be there with me, right?" She looked towards the driver. He took off his cap in response, and Sylvie smiled, looking at her beloved. She felt slightly better knowing that Iris will not be completely alone, at least until she reached her grandparents' cottage. There would be only one servant waiting for her there. The princess will be practically defenseless once she gets there. Sylvie felt bad for hoping that Iris would give up and come back home. "It will be hard, but I will try not to fret," Sylvie said. "You will protect her, Findlay?" "Yes, my love," he replied with a grin to which Sylvie blushed. Iris resisted teasing her best friend. "I am off. If everything goes well, I will be back in a few weeks," the princess said, getting into the carriage. "Wish me luck." "Good luck, Iris," Sylvie said. "If anyone asks, you never saw me." The princess gave her a wink, and Sylvie smiled. The lady-in-waiting watched the carriage leave with the princess down a secret path. Her heart had an uneasy feeling about it all. In a momentary weakness, Sylvie even thought about running to the king and queen to inform them, but she couldn't betray her best friend's trust like that. Sylvie had a role to play. In order for the princess to be successful in her quest, Sylvie needed patience and strength to carry through with the plan. "I hope my gut feeling is wrong," she thought. "I hope you stay safe, Iris." She stood there as long as she could, but was jolted into movement when she heard a noise nearby. Sylvie nervously peered in the darkness, but no one else was there. Frightened by the sudden sound, she had dropped her candle, causing the flame to go out. The moving branches of the trees were creating creepy shadows, unnerving an already tense Sylvie even more. "Please stay safe," she prayed one last time before hurrying back into the castle. "Have you found anything?" the king asked. "Yes," the knight commander replied. "We might have found him." As soon as his daughter revealed who she was interested in marrying, King Marcus called on council and then ordered his knights to find him. The search hadn't been easy, as Iris had given only the barest of details. Despite the hurdles, the king became obsessed with finding the stranger and knowing who his future son-in-law was going to be. "Who is he?" the king asked, "and where is he from?" There were a few families with the middle name of Charming, and a few lords who claimed Charming was their first name. They all turned out to be false leads, the knight commander said. "Get to the point, commander," the king said impatiently. "Did you find him?" "There is a family in Surrey with the last name of Charming, and they have an eligible son. He also attended the ball," the knight commander replied. "He is our best lead so far." "Very well," the king said. "I will inform my daughter of your findings. We will invite the Charming family to the castle so she can confirm and make sure it is him." The knight nodded back in agreement. He and his men spent every waking minute searching for the boy. It was a relief that he was successful in his mission and could finally rest easy before he could leave. However, the queen came rushing into the throne room. She was in hysterics. "Iris has run away!" she exclaimed. "Marcus, what will we do?" "My dear, what happened? Why do you think Iris has run away?" the king asked, perplexed. But the queen started crying uncontrollably, and it was very hard for her to speak. "Tell me everything from the beginning," he asked gently. The queen spoke while sobbing. "I hadn't seen Iris all day. Sylvie informed me she had been unwell and was staying in her room. I didn't want to bother her, so I let her sleep in. But then she missed breakfast, and then lunch. I went to her room with a tray of food, but she wasn't there." "But that is no cause for alarm. She could be anywhere in the castle, dear," the king said in a soft voice. No, she has run away," the queen exclaimed. "She left behind a letter." The queen hands him the paper, and the king scans it quickly. "Dear mother and father, by the time you read this letter, I will be long gone from the castle. I had to leave as you left me with no other choice. I will not marry because I am forced to. There are so many things that I want to achieve first before I even think of marriage. Please forgive me, but this was the only way I could escape my doomed fate. Your desperate daughter, Iris." "We made a mistake, Marcus, and now Iris has run away," the queen cried. The king shifted uncomfortably. The punishment had been his idea, and that guilt threatened to crush him. "We will find her," he said, flustered. He looked at his commander. "Tell the knights to get ready. She couldn't have gone far." "Yes, your highness," the knight commander replied. "And what of the boy and his family?" "The boy?" King asked absent-mindedly. "The charming boy from Surrey, your highness." "Forget him for now," the king said. "What use is bringing him here if my daughter is missing? You must find her." "I understand," the knight commander replied. He turned to leave, but the king stopped him. "Wait! Do not let anyone else know about this. We cannot let the enemies know my daughter is alone and vulnerable." "Yes, your highness," the knight commander replied with gravity. He bowed quickly and hurried to get his men. They didn't have a moment to lose. They had to find the princess before she got in any danger. The king tried to console the queen, who was trembling with worry and in a terrible state. He was fearful as well. Their only daughter had snuck out of the castle, and they had no clue where she could be. "Where is Sylvie?" the king asked. "Does she know anything?" "The poor dear knows nothing. She was as shocked as I was," the queen replied. "She thought Iris had been sleeping." "Maybe she knows where Iris could have gone," the king said. "I would like to talk to her. Sylvie is her best friend. Perhaps Iris revealed something to her in passing." The queen didn't have the heart to stop him, but didn't want to stay while he questioned Sylvie, so she retired to her bedroom. The king signaled the servants to bring Sylvie in. With one glance at her face, he sensed how worried she was. "This must be most distressing for you, Sylvie, but I want you to remember as much as you can. Did Iris reveal anything to you that might tell us where she went?" Sylvie hated lying, so she had already prepared her response with half-truths. "Iris had been upset ever since your Majesties announced the ball. She did not agree with her punishment. I tried to advise her to give the ball a chance, that perhaps she will meet someone wonderful at the ball." "It was good of you to do that, Sylvie," the king said. He sighed. "What else do you know?" "She even met someone, and I thought that perhaps—" Sylvie stopped mid-sentence. Looking at the king's worried face, it was getting harder to keep up the facade. She wasn't sure if she could keep talking without revealing the princess's secret. The more she talked, the greater the chances she would spill everything she knew. Luckily, what she told was enough information for the king. "Yes, the boy. She mentioned him to me as well. The knights even found where he lives. I was going to call Iris to tell her the good news, but I was too late." "Your Majesty, did you find him?" Sylvie asked, surprised. "Where? How?" "He lives in the town of Saray," the king replied, weary. "What was the point of searching for him? I don't even know if Iris was telling the truth, if she actually wanted him as her life partner, or just said it to divert my attention." "Iris didn't tell me," Sylvie thought. Why did she tell her father she wanted an engagement with him? The princess would never say such a thing, unless she meant it. I will have to write to her to find out. "Iris would not lie about such a thing," Sylvie said. "I know her well enough to say that with certainty." The king was pleased to hear Sylvie defend his daughter. "You are right. Perhaps when we find Iris we can still invite him." "Yes, your Majesty," Sylvie replied and bowed gracefully. The king affectionately placed his hand on her head. "You are like a second daughter to me, Sylvie. Thank you for giving me comfort during this difficult time. Let us pray we find Iris and bring her home safe." "Thank you," Sylvie replied with tears in her eyes. Her resolve nearly broke at that point. "I hope so too," she whispered. The king requested, "Please look after the queen while I make other arrangements to locate Iris." He gave her a warm smile. "I want you to know that I appreciate all that you do for our family." Sylvie nodded. The king's words moved her to tears again. "Am I doing the right thing?" she questioned herself. "The king and queen have always been so kind to me, and I am betraying their trust. I hope Iris returns quickly to her parents. I don't know if I can take any more of their sorrow." With a heavy heart, Sylvie went to the queen to console her as best as she could, knowing she shared responsibility with the princess for keeping her secret. Chapter 9. It was a 3-day journey to her grandparents' cottage, with overnight stays at different stops along the way. Findlay took care of everything and was the one communicating with the inn owners. In order to avoid suspicion, Iris was instructed to only nod when Findlay made arrangements for himself and his sister to stay. Iris grew weary of her silent role, but her patience was rewarded when they reached the cottage without running into any headaches. When the stone walls of the cottage came into view, Iris nearly wept with joy. Her parents had locked her up in the castle, believing that they were keeping her safe, which is why she hadn't been here for years. It was like seeing an old friend again. "Thank you, Findlay," the princess said as she descended the carriage. "It has been my honor," he replied. "I apologize for taking so long. I had to take a longer route. Are you tired from the journey?" "Not at all," Iris replied. "You did a great job getting us here safely." Findlay looked pleased. "I will return to Renmore now, but don't worry. I will be back once a week with supplies and whatever you may need, Princess." "I am sorry I can't come sooner than that," he said apologetically. "We don't want anyone to get suspicious of your whereabouts." "I understand," Iris said. "Any more and it will draw too much attention." "Exactly," Findlay winked. "Sylvie told me you were very perceptive." His humility was something she always appreciated about Findlay. "You put yourself in danger by doing this, but I am so grateful for your help." Findlay waved his hand dismissively, like it was no big deal. The princess smiled. "You are doing this all for Sylvie, aren't you? You really love her." "I would do anything for her and for those she cares about," Findlay said. "She cares a lot about you, Princess. I hope you know that." Iris's heart filled with happiness. "I know, and I feel the same about her. I won't be at the castle for some time, so I hope you will take good care of her and of each other." "Wishing you the same, Princess. My prayer is for you to return safe and successful," Findlay said, concerned. "You are doing a noble deed for the people of Asturia at great risk to yourself. It makes me proud that you are our princess. I know you will be a bright and brave future queen for the people of Renmore." Her heart swelled with pride. "Thank you," she said, in tears. "It means a lot to hear that." Findlay bid his final farewell and drove away in the carriage without stepping inside the cottage. Most likely he was anxious to return to Sylvie. Iris wouldn't be alone, though, as Sylvie had arranged for and insisted on keeping a servant there, despite her protest that she would be fine on her own. Sylvie hired a kindly old lady named Angela, who greeted her warmly and had tea ready for her. A wave of nostalgia hit Iris as soon as she entered the doorway. She hadn't been here for years, not since her parents forbade her to leave the castle for no discernible reason. It was hard seeing the cottage without her grandparents in it, but they were safe where they were now. While the owners were away, they had locked most of the rooms with white sheets covering the furniture to prevent them from gathering dust. Only a room for the princess, the kitchen, and the servant quarter had been opened for use. The remaining rooms were haunted by the ghosts of what was. The cottage, once a lovely summer respite and the most magical moments of her childhood, was now hollow and lifeless. "Angela, how far is the village from here?" Iris asked as soon as she was settled in. "Only a couple of miles," the old lady replied. Although Iris knew her way around the cottage, she had never been to the local village before. "Would you mind if I go have a look?" the princess asked. Angela gave a small chuckle. "I was warned that this might happen. Only if you feel well rested, dear." "I am," the princess replied, smiling. "How will I get to the village?" "It is a straight path with signs along the way. You shouldn't get lost unless you stray from the path," Angela said. She wagged a finger. "Don't stray from the path. My bones are too old to go looking for you if you get lost." Iris found it comforting that Angela treated her like a grandchild. "I will keep that in mind," she replied, but had a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I will head there right now." It was fortunate for the princess that Angela was pretty easygoing. The look in her eyes alone might have aroused suspicion from those who knew her well. That and the sword she was carrying. For half of the journey, Iris stayed faithfully on the road leading to the village. The trees formed a continuous canopy overhead, creating a tunnel-like effect. She frequently checked behind her, but when she saw no one for quite some time, she felt foolish for thinking kindly old Angela would follow her. Iris dropped her pretense and finally changed her course. She headed towards the border, the real reason she came here. She was getting closer with each hurried step. Soon she would see the wild fields of Asturia, beckoning her to enter and become the hero she desperately wanted to be. Iris expected to be at the border point already, but something had changed from the last time she consulted the directions. Her map did not show the stone wall that was now blocking her path. This is new. When did Father build this? Her father was hiding something big, and this wall was the physical proof of it. Crossing the border to Asturia had never been a danger before. What should she do now? The wall was yet another obstacle in her plan. She could climb the walls with a rope, but what of the barbed wires on top? It would shred her to pieces. No, I must find a way. Iris walked the length of the wall for hours, but there was no end of it in sight. There were no doors, passageways, bridges, nothing that she could cross through to enter Asturia. Up ahead there was a soldier's lookout, and she knew she had to stop. They wouldn't recognize her without her royal garments or crown, but the princess could not risk being found out. In the span of a few weeks, she tasted the bitterness of defeat yet again. Dejected, Iris turned back for the cottage, but her heart was in despair. After everything, I failed, she lamented. I failed so easily. Iris had been so wrapped up in her misery that she did not see the small boy running straight into her. When they collided, he yelped in pain, and Iris instinctively drew out her sword from the sheath and pointed it at him. When she saw it was a child, she drew back her weapon. The boy was no older than 7, with a mop of bright red hair and freckles on his nose. "You aren't one of the scary soldiers, are you?" he asked, trembling with fear. Iris raised an eyebrow. "Why? Do I look like one?" She struck a dramatic pose with her sword, which made the small boy giggle. "Guess not," the princess said, smiling. She put the sword back in its sheath. "What is your name?" "I am Nico." "And I am Iris." The boy gave a small smile when she told him her name. Nico's clothes were dirty and tattered, and he had scratches all over his face. He looked so small, vulnerable, and still visibly shaken. Something had frightened him. "What are you doing here by yourself? Where is your family?" Nico sniffed loudly. Her questions brought him to the edge of tears. "My family is across the border in Asturia. We left our village together to find shelter, but I lost them. I can't find them." "How did you get separated?" Nico shudders. "There was a scary soldier that chased us. He wanted to hurt us." "Do you know which kingdom the soldier belongs to? Was he from Emery or Extor?" He shook his head. "No, I don't know, but he was scary." "Scary how?" "Like a monster," Nico said. "Like a monster? Could it be the Fae?" "Wait, did you say you came from across the border?" Iris said, realizing a minute too late. "Where? How? Can you take me there?" "Are you going to help me?" Nico asked with hope. "Are you going to help me find my family?" "Yes," Iris exclaimed. "That is exactly why I am here. Show me the way you got here, and I will help you reunite with your family." "I came through this way." Nico pointed in the direction, but he seemed reluctant to move. "I don't want to go back. He will be there." "The poor boy is afraid. Whoever he saw has made him terrified to go back." Iris brings out her sword and shows it to the boy. "This is my sword. I promise if anyone tries to come after you, I will protect you. I need you to be brave now and show me where you last saw your family." Nico wiped his teary face with his small hands and nodded. "I came through here." Iris quietly follows the small boy, who takes her through several winding paths. When they reach a row of thorny bushes, he crouches under them. Iris also does the same, and finds herself crawling through a hidden tunnel underneath the stone border wall. She follows Nico closely behind until they emerge onto an open field. There are no walls here to stop people from crossing into Asturia, but Iris couldn't imagine why anyone would want to try. Beautiful Asturia is in ruins. The fields are burned to the ground, the majestic trees left as ashes, and even the sky is dull and leached of any signs of life. No birds are singing as their homes are gone. Asturia is but silence and death. Iris was even more astonished by what she saw on the ground. A scorched line clearly demarcates the kingdom of Renmore and her neighbor, Asturia, as if someone had outlined a crude border by hand. One kingdom was untouched, while the other ravaged. What was going on? Nico, pulling on her sleeves, brings her out of her shock. "Hurry," he said, frightened, "before the scary soldier finds us." Iris readies her sword. "All right. Tell me where you last saw your family." "My mom and sister were over there." Nico points to a spot in the burnt, barren wasteland. Iris can't see anyone from here, and there is hardly any cover for anyone to hide in. Her every instinct fought to stay where she was. She could still run back to the safety of the cottage and never look back. There was something terrible happening in Asturia, but she didn't have to be the one to solve it. But then Iris sees Nico's frightened face, and she becomes determined to help even more. "Let's go." Together they walk straight into danger. Nico's mother and sister were hiding under a brush pile with woody debris and loose leaf litter stacked together. They were huddled, frightened out of their wits. When they saw Iris with her sword, they whimpered, afraid, but Nico's voice brought them back to life. "Mother! Sister!" he cried. The three broke into tears at seeing each other alive. "Nico!" his little sister said, hiccuping with tears. "I am scared." "Oh, Nico!" the woman exclaimed. "I thought we would never see you again." Nico wiped their tears and said, "Mother, this is Iris. She came to save us and take us to her kingdom." Nico's mother looked at her with gratitude. The happy reunion was cut short when they heard a rustle coming a few feet away from them. Someone stepped on a branch, and it sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. "Shh," Iris said. "There is someone else here." Nico, his mother, and sister huddled together, eyes open wide. A shadow loomed from the bush, and Iris only had a split second to shout, "Run!" The three stumbled and ran ahead of her while she stood with her sword drawn. The shadow groaned and emerged into the light. "Who are you?" Iris asked. "Are you a friend or a foe?" It was a soldier, like Nico had said, but Iris couldn't tell from which kingdom. Her heart froze at his sight. He pulled his lips back in a vicious snarl, and his eyes were pitch black, with not a single white around the irises. Shadowy tendrils were following in his wake. "What sorcery is this? He doesn't look human at all." Before Iris could say anything else, he charged at her with his sword. Their weapons clashed, Iris blocking the blow in time. Her arm took the brunt of the impact, and she groaned in pain. She defended herself from his strikes, which were brutal in their intensity and erratic. Is there a person left beneath this monster? He struck hard, and this time her sword flew off her hand and landed a few feet away from her. Before he could strike with his sword, Iris kicked his knees, and he stumbled with a guttural roar. Iris did not take the moment to pick up her sword, but to run for her life. The soldier chased after her, and she could hear his footsteps getting nearer. Her heart thundered in her chest as she ran and ran. Nico was standing on the border, which was now a physical line separating life and death. "What are you doing here, Nico?" Iris yelled. "Run! He is right behind me." "I can't leave without you," the brave boy replied. The soldier lunged for her neck, and she stumbled. The princess fell inches from the border, and the soldier grabbed one of her legs. Nico grabbed stones nearby and hurled them at the soldier while shouting at him to leave. Iris screamed and kicked the soldier, who was still holding her leg, hitting him in the face. After he let go, she crawled across the border. Behind her, her attacker groaned in pain. The small boy was still waiting for her and gave her a hand to get up from the ground. "Why are you still here? You should run," Iris said, trying hard to catch her breath, but Nico wasn't listening. He was staring behind her. "Look," he said, pointing. The soldier had stopped chasing her. It was an odd sight. The shadowy soldier paced on the other side like an enraged animal, but did not cross the scorched line. Did the soldier stop because he could not enter inside? To test her theory, Iris taunted the soldier from where she was, but no matter how much she provoked, the dark soldier would not or could not cross the threshold, the borderline between Asturia and her kingdom. She inched closer, and he growled louder from the other side. "So we can't enter Ren Moor. But why?" He made another annoyed grunt. The princess glared at him and yelled, "Stay out of Ren Moor, you boorish thug!" She grabbed Nico's hand and backed away slowly, careful not to take her eyes off from the soldier. He remained as he was, a chilling and terrible sight a few meters away. Once they were at a safe distance, Iris broke into a run, pulling the boy with her. They found his mother and sister not too far away on the path ahead. "Is everyone all right?" the princess asked. They all nodded their heads. "Good," she smiled. "Follow me and keep your eyes and ears open for any sign of danger." Iris took a long, winding way to get back to the cottage, and despite her fears, nothing terrible awaited them there. The princess entrusted Angela with taking care of Nico and his family while she went to her room for some quiet introspection. Iris had to make sense of what she saw today. The princess had a strong feeling the family heirloom might hold the answers, so she returned to study the Fay book once again. Chapter 10. Over several hours, the princess got to know Nico and his family. Their family story turned out to be both heartwarming and tragic. Nico's full name was Nicholas. His little sister was Nicolette. His mother was Nicole, and his father's name was Nick. Knowing their names brought a smile to her face. Iris thought it was a quirky and cute family tradition for each member to have similar-sounding names. She also learned that at the onset of the war, Nico's father was killed tragically during a raid on their village, and the young family was left to fend for themselves. It broke her heart knowing that Nico and his family had gone through so much. Iris tried to make them as comfortable as she could and asked Angela to open another guest room and to give them whatever they needed. The princess shared funny stories from her childhood and made them laugh. She waited until the two children had bathed, fed, and were asleep in their bed before talking with their mother. Iris wanted to ask her questions alone because the topic might prove too scary for the little ones. "When did things start changing in Asturia?" Iris asked Nico's mother, Nicole. "Was it soon after Emery and Extor declared war?" "No, Your Highness," Nicole said. "It had been years before then. Gradually at first, then—" She heaved a sigh. "You saw with your own eyes how it is now." "How long ago would you say?" "At least 5 years, if not more." "But the war only started a year ago." Iris raised her eyebrows, surprised. What was different in Asturia from before? "A general feeling of unease, like something terrible was happening in the shadows," Nicole said. "The animals were the first to sense it, and they fled Asturia in droves." "What else did you notice?"
People's emotions started becoming more intense. They were having darker thoughts, Nicole said, twisting the folds of her hem. At first the healers called it malaise and melancholy, but then they were calling it something else. Iris's heart rate became faster. What did they call it? The shadow, Nicole said, shuddering. Healers said it was unnatural, that the condition was unlike they had ever seen before. Melancholy and despair were only the first signs. The next was what you witnessed in the Dark Soldier. What will happen next? Iris asked. Nicole rubbed her shoulders, for the warmth had leached from her body. He will disappear. What do you mean? The infected people, those suffering from the shadow, disappear without a trace, Nicole replied. They simply vanish and no one can find them. Nicole's words chilled her to the bone. She remembered the soldier's empty eyes and shivered. Has anyone survived this disease? Do the healers know of a cure? Nicole shook her head. The healers won't say it out loud, but there are rumors. Historians believe the source of the disease is not human. Not human? What else could it be? These dark shadows could only belong to the magic folk, Nicole whispered. You mean the Fae? Iris asked. Nicole said nothing, but her eyes went wider, and the princess knew she had guessed correctly. The princess had additional questions, but just then Nico cried out for his mother in his sleep. They could hear his cry from their corner in the kitchen. Nicole became anxious. She clearly wanted to leave immediately, but was hesitant to go without her permission. When the princess nodded her head, Nicole rushed to comfort her son. Iris retired to her bedroom early, as the day had been trying on her as well, and went over the information she had gathered since morning. Most of what Nicole told her the princess already knew from the reports she snuck and read from her father's study. What was surprising, however, was how early the problem started in Astoria. It wasn't a year, but several years prior. Was it around the same time her curfew started? She wondered. Did her father know something? The princess knew more than before, but it was still not enough. There weren't enough pieces to put the puzzle together. Iris was glad she could help Nico and his family, but what about the remaining people trapped in Astoria? What could she do to help them? Iris contemplated her next steps. She could go back across the border and face the soldier again, but what good would it do? What if, instead of one, she faces 10 of them? Iris didn't even have her sword this time, and would have to wait until she got a proper replacement. What if she rallied a small group of local villagers to go into Astoria with her? Would that work? No, brute force will not work against shadows, and the princess did not want needless bloodshed. Surely if there was a disease inflicting the soldiers, there must be a cure, and to find it she must go to the source. As crazy as it sounded, Iris believed it was a dark spell that drove the soldier mad, a spell that could only be the work of Fae. It is crazy, she said to herself, but I can't shake this feeling away. The least I can do is look into it. If I am wrong, then no harm done. But if I am right... For a long time, Iris suspected the book that was given to her on her 15th birthday was more than a children's fairy tale. It was a guarded family heirloom with real lore about the Fae. Her father never read the book, and her paternal grandfather died before she was born, so she never knew if he believed it to be true. The princess suspected the Fae, but what she couldn't glean from Nicole or anywhere else was how to locate them. Even the book didn't reveal anything about how to find fairies. The best she found was only a small paragraph, which read, "Only humans that are blessed or with sight can see, know, or visit the Fae in their realm. Those mortals who wander unknowingly into their world never return." But how do they stumble across the other world in the first place? The first time Iris thought she saw a Fae was in the backyard of this very cottage. Should she go look there again? That seemed the best option. I will go back to the pond where I got the mark on my ankle, the princess thought. I will find out if what I saw was real. If there is such magic in this world, I will find it. Iris made the adults promise not to tell Findlay anything when he came for his weekly visit. She, however, hadn't considered Nico and could not stop him in time. When the small boy told Findlay what had happened, his eyes bulged in his head. Nico, sensing that he did something wrong, quickly scampered to hide. "Is what he told me true, Your Highness?" Findlay asked. Iris felt a wave of guilt. "Yes, but he exaggerated some parts. I was nowhere as heroic as he made me sound." Findlay went quiet. "What are you thinking, Findlay?" "I am thinking a couple of things. First, Sylvie is going to kill me when I tell her. Second, she is going to kill me if I don't." He sighed. "I am in quite a predicament." "You don't have to tell her anything. There was no harm done," Iris said, grinning. "You put yourself in grave danger, Your Highness," Findlay said seriously. "I cannot ignore—" "I won't do it again," Iris said, interrupting him. "I have no intention of going back to the borders, so you can rest easy." "I can only do that when I deliver you safely back to the castle, Your Highness," Findlay said. "I am not ready to go back," the princess said stubbornly. Seeing the surprise on Findlay's face, she softened her tone. "I promise I won't go anywhere near the border, Findlay. But I will have achieved nothing if I go back now." "It wasn't nothing, especially to Nico," Findlay said. "He idolizes you and won't stop talking about you." "He is a sweet kid," Iris said with fondness. "He was much braver than I was. We will have to get a replacement for the sword you lost. You can have mine until I return." "Keep your sword, Findlay. I have my dagger." Findlay opened his mouth to protest, but the princess said, "What if you run across robbers on the journey? How will you defend yourself then?" "I can throw stones at them like Nico did. Mind you, my aim is terrible." The princess tried to hide her smile. "Please keep your weapon, for Sylvie's sake." "Ah, you said the magic word," Findlay said, smiling warmly. "Please keep your promise for her sake as well. Before I forget, she asked me to give you this letter." He hands over a folded note. There were only a few lines scribbled hurriedly on the paper. "My dear Iris, I hope this note finds you in good spirits. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to marry the mysterious stranger? Your father found him, by the way. I thought I should let you know he lives in Surrey if you ever want to meet him after your adventure. Your best friend and matchmaker, Sylvie." Findlay was looking at her closely. "What is it?" she asked. "Why are you staring at me?" "Sylvie asked me to ask you if you had any message for her after reading the letter," Findlay asked. "Of course, she never told me what she wrote." "It's a girl thing," Iris said, teasing. Tell her I will think about it." "Is that all?" Findlay asked. "You won't tell me what is in the letter?" He gave his most charming smile. Iris could tell that he was dying of curiosity, but she slowly shook her head from side to side. Findlay groaned and threw his hands in the air in defeat. Iris had to stop herself from smiling. The princess waited until it was dark to leave the cottage. Everyone else was asleep except for Nico, who caught her trying to sneak through the kitchen door. "Where are you going?" The princess nearly jumped out of her skin. "Nico," she whispered, "you scared me. Shouldn't you be in bed?" Nico put his arms on his hips. "You didn't tell me where you are going." "Can you keep a secret?" Iris asked. Nico nodded. "I am going to find a fairy." Nico furrowed his brows. "You shouldn't go alone." "I am not going far," Iris said. "I will be okay." Nico shook his head silently. He took off something from his neck, clasped it tightly in his small hands, and then handed it to her. Iris turned the object over in her hands, perplexed. It was a necklace made using a smooth stone with a hole in the center with a cord threaded through it. "What's this for, Nico?" "It's my lucky stone. I think you will need it." The small boy heaved a sigh. "My father gave it to me.
He said that if you look through the hole, you can see a fairy, but I never saw one. Thank you, Nico, the princess said. She wore the precious gift with care and smiled. Nico gave her the last thing he had left from his father. The small boy ran towards her and gave her a tight hug. Will you come back, princess? I will, I promise, Iris replied with tears in her eyes. I will give it back to you when I return. The small boy's concern for her well-being touched her heart. Good night, Nico. With a last smile, she watched Nico sneak back to his room, where his mother and sister were still fast asleep. With a fierce determination to uncover the truth, Iris exited through the kitchen door to the backyard. Iris stumbled in the dark, searching for a place from her childhood that had become almost mythical in her mind. What would she give to see the glow of the firefly once more? After countless hours and detours along the way, the princess finally found what she was looking for. Instead of fae and magic, there was an ordinary pond with no magical fireflies or mermaids. Had it all been a fever dream or the work of a child's imagination? Perhaps it was time she accepted that she won't find anything today. Iris rubbed her neck in frustration, and her fingers felt the leather cord of Nico's necklace. She almost forgot that she was wearing it. Nico said it was his lucky stone. She could use some luck right about now. The princess took the necklace off and looked across the hole in the center of the stone. She felt silly looking through a stone, but just then something moved in the darkness, a tendril of a shadow. Iris swore she heard her name whispered by the wind. Is someone there? The shadow grew large behind her. Who's there? Her voice trembled. She didn't have her sword, but she wasn't unarmed. The princess removed the dagger from the sheath hidden in her thigh. I am not going without a fight, Iris said fiercely. I may be a princess, but I am no damsel in distress. The shadow laughed and came forward. Iris swung forcefully at the shadowy figure with her weapon, but met nothing but air. She swung again, and this time the shadow blocked her, holding the dagger in his hand. Tendrils of shadows wrapped around the steel, reaching out to her arms. Iris writhed in pain and dropped her only safeguard from the monster. The dagger laid on the ground, but the princess was in such pain that she could not pick it up. Didn't your parents warn you to stay away from the dark? The shadow loomed around her, whispering in her ears from all directions. Iris shuddered. Who are you? Show yourself! The unseelie king smiled. His teeth gleamed sinisterly. I am the darkness, and I came to claim you, princess, he said. With a swish of his dark, shadowy cloak, he took the princess in his hold, and together they vanished into the night. Chapter 11. It had been a week since the princess went missing. The king redoubled his efforts to find his daughter, but with no success. The queen's spirit sank further with each failed attempt. Queen Gloria blamed herself for everything. Sylvie cheered her as best she could. All the while guilt was eating away at her. After a tough day, Sylvie was hoping for some rest, but her plans took a turn when someone knocked on her bedroom door. Who could it be at this hour, she wondered. Were they here because of the queen? Had her condition worsened? She opened the door with apprehension and fearing the worst. Sylvie knew something was terribly wrong as soon as she saw her fiancé standing outside. "Findlay, what are you doing here?" she asked. "You are back from the cottage already?" Findlay was sweating profusely. "Water. Can I please have a glass of water?" "Yes, of course." Sylvie scrambled to get him a glass while Findlay collapsed onto her couch. When Sylvie returned, he was holding his head with both of his hands. She sat quietly beside him, shocked to see him in such a troubled state. She had never known Findlay without a smile on his face. "Thank you,"
he said as he took the glass from her hands. His fingers were shaking so much that they spilled the water. "What is the matter, Findlay? Is everything all right?" she asked fearfully. "How is the princess?" Findlay turned pale. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Sylvie asked, alarmed. "I couldn't find her." "You couldn't find her? Please, Findlay, tell me. Did something happen to Iris?" She sensed that what he was going to say would turn her life upside down. Findlay told her about Nico and his family. He told her what the small boy had said about the border, how they had encountered a dark soldier and survived the attack. "My goodness! Why did you leave them by themselves?" "There was no danger. The soldier hadn't followed them, or should I say couldn't follow them, and the princess promised not to go back to the border." The situation was puzzling for Sylvie. "Then where did she go? Did she say anything to anyone?" Findlay shook his head. "No, she didn't say a word. I searched everywhere, but it was like she disappeared." Sylvie had heard enough. She stood up abruptly and rushed to get her cloak. "I am going to the cottage," she announced. "If you leave now, the king and queen will question why you disappeared suddenly," Findlay said, worry etched on his face. "I made a mistake to come here, but I didn't know what else to do." Sylvie held his hands and looked deep into his eyes. "You did the right thing, Findlay. Keeping the princess safe is my responsibility, and I need to go find her." "You are not going alone. We will find her together," Findlay said. He was putting himself in danger again for her sake. Overwhelmed by his unwavering support, Sylvie hugged him and gave him a kiss. With no brakes and by pushing their horses to their limits, Sylvie and Findlay arrived at the cottage in less than a day. Nico and his family all expressed their concerns about the missing princess to them. Angela had already questioned the local villagers, but none of them had seen anyone that matched the princess's description. Nico was the last person to see Iris. He had seen the princess leave through the kitchen door late at night. "Is there anything back there?" Sylvie asked, peering through the darkness. "Nothing except the garden," Angela replied. "There is a small pond, but nothing else but trees for miles around." Why did she go back there? Sylvie wondered. Was she looking for something? Time was moving at an impossible pace, both too fast and too slow. Too fast for them to hold on, and too slow in their search for the princess. Amidst worry, uncertainty, and indecision, night turned to day again. Sylvie had enough of false hope and of waiting. The princess was not going to return on her own, and they would have to find her. Nico volunteered to search as well, desperate to find the princess who had been so kind to him, but the adults told him he was too young. They asked him to stay where it was safe in the cottage. As the sun rose, Sylvie searched for Iris in the last place Nico saw her leave. Even as the hours got longer, Findlay was there beside her every step of the way. They stumbled their way through the fallen leaves, broken branches of the garden that had become unkempt and wild. They kept calling for the princess, but got no reply. The search party of two finally made it to the pond, but found nothing. As Angela had predicted, there was nothing remarkable about the garden except for trees and more trees. Just as they were leaving, Findlay caught sight of something on the ground just as they were leaving. Something metallic glinted from under a pile of leaves. Sylvie reached for it as she was closer, but when she recognized what the object was, she fell to her knees. It was the princess's dagger. She never went anywhere without it. "Oh, no, Iris," she whispered. A desperate feeling took over her heart. Seeing the dagger fallen helplessly on the ground chilled Sylvie to her bones. It was even worse than hearing the news of Iris's disappearance. "Where are you, Iris?" Her eyes remained fixed on the dagger, and for a moment she doubted if the shadowy tendrils emanating from it were real.
She didn't imagine it, for Findlay also asked, "What is that?" "You see it too?" Findlay nods his head. Not knowing whether the shadows were dangerous, Sylvie ripped the side of her dress and picked up the dagger with the cloth. She wrapped it securely so no part of the blade was touching her bare skin. The dagger was a clue that the princess had been here, but did she stay in the area or move on to somewhere else? Iris had left no trail behind her, no broken branches, no footsteps in the mud. It was exactly as Findlay had told her. It was like the princess vanished from the face of the earth. Sylvie would not lose hope, not for her best friend's sake. What do I do now? She racked her brain. Iris was smart. Perhaps she encountered danger or someone recognized her and she escaped somewhere else. But where would she go? Was there anyone she could trust? Sylvie was her only friend, and her grandparents lived too far away. There was only one new person in the princess's life, the mysterious stranger she met at the ball. Sylvie remembered her conversation with the king, in particular the detail he let slip. Charming, from the village of Surrey. Surrey wasn't far from where they were. "Findlay, did you give Iris my note?" Sylvie asked, hoping that he had. "Yes, I did." Her heart beat faster, and she dared not to hope. "Did Iris say something when she read it?" "The princess said she will think about it," Findlay replied. "Why? Is it important?" "It could be," Sylvie said. "I think I know where she might be." Findlay listened with rapt attention as Sylvie recounted all that had occurred since the ball. They both agreed Iris might have gone to meet the mysterious stranger. After a long discussion, they both decided that heading to Surrey was the next best step to finding the princess. "We are here." Findlay stopped their coach outside the charming manor. It was a huge, sprawling manor that was elegant and regal at first glance, but Sylvie noticed the cracks beneath the facade. The owner was having a hard time keeping up with the estate, as portions of it were fast falling into disrepair. "What reason could we give for visiting?" Findlay's question jolts her out of her reverie. "I have thought of one. We only need to be in for a few minutes. If it is the same person, I will know." It surprised them when, instead of a butler, the owner of the house greeted them. Tiernan was alone, and his son Connor nor Ash were around. "What brings you to my humble abode?" he asked. "We were traveling in the area and came by your lovely manor," Findlay said. "The local villagers had great things to say about the area. We became curious and wanted to experience it for ourselves." "I would expect as much," Tiernan said smugly. "If anyone said otherwise, they would be lying." Findlay added, "Sorry for barging in uninvited, but our curiosity got the better of us." "No offense taken," Tiernan said with magnanimity. His response encouraged Findlay, so he continued. "The villagers highly praised an artist, calling him the best in Surrey, if not the world. I believe he had the surname of Charming." "I know the artist you speak of," Tiernan said. His voice had turned low and dangerous. The fake smile faded from his face, and a cold sneer took its place. Findlay did not notice the change and continued brightly. "That is wonderful. Would we be able to meet him?" "You are a little late for that. My brother has been dead and buried for years," Tiernan said coldly. "The only meeting you can have with him is if you visit his grave." Findlay's face fell, and Sylvie quickly changed the topic. "I heard the king hosted a royal ball recently. We were out of the county and weren't able to make it. Was it as grand as they say?" "Whatever you heard, it was much more splendid than that." Tiernan was all smiles again as they talked about his favorite subject. He gloated about being at the king's ball and being invited by a special invite. For several minutes, Tiernan only talked about himself and said nothing about the princess. Sylvie attempts to steer the conversation so she can find out more. "Did you receive any correspondence with your Royal Majesty after the ball?" "Not yet, but I expect we will soon. Connor made quite an impression on the young princess, but who can blame him? I am sure my son can win the heart of any princess he desires." Sylvie didn't say a word, even if she was burning up inside. "Thank you for seeing us today. We wasted enough of your time, and we will see ourselves out." Findlay was trying to read the expression on his fiancée's face. He sensed she was angry, but couldn't understand the reason for their abrupt departure. Sylvie hadn't even asked any direct questions about the princess. "Thank you for your hospitality. You have been a charming host," he said to Tiernan. Tiernan bestowed a smile. "You're most welcome. Let your friends know how generous a host I am," he said as they left. "Although I don't need it. A few more words of mouth couldn't hurt." He had the audacity to wink, thinking he had won them over, but Sylvie only felt repulsed by his smarmy attitude. She waited until they were at a safe distance away from him. "I recognize that man, him and his son," she said to Findlay through gritted teeth. "He fashioned himself as Midas, while his son paraded like a peacock. Both were arrogant, rude, and dismissive. Iris would never fall for someone as greedy." "But the king said—" Sylvie heaved a sigh. "I am afraid he was mistaken. We will not find our mysterious stranger in this household." Findlay appeared as dejected and exhausted as she felt. After failing to find the princess once again, Sylvie felt like bursting into tears. "Where is she, Findlay? How will we find her?" She buried her face in her hands in frustration. "Sylvie, look over there," Findlay said, tapping on her shoulder. He was pointing towards something in the distance. A young girl in a blue dress was staring at her from the manor across the street. After Sylvie looked her way, the girl whispered to another, and they rushed out of their house. They both were identical to each other in appearance, likely twin sisters. The girl in the blue dress was the first one to speak. "Are you here for Ash?" she asked, short of breath. They had run all the way there. Her twin sister also looked equally as worried. "What are your names?" Findlay asked. "I am Tia, and this is my twin sister Maya." "Is Ash your friend?" Sylvie asked. Tia blushed. "We are not exactly friends, but he has always been nice to us." She turned to her twin sister, who nodded in agreement. "His father, Edwin Charming, was a great artist, and he wants to be one too. When my pet rabbit ran away from its hutch in the garden, Ash helped me find it." She had a crush on him, Sylvie thought. The last name didn't escape her notice. "Did you say his last name was Charming?" "Yes," the young girl twittered. "He is Tiernan's nephew. Only he kicked him out this morning." "Kicked him out?" Findlay asked, surprised. "But why?" "We don't know," the twins said with tears in their eyes. "This isn't the first time he has been mean to him." "Only this time it is worse," Tia said. "His uncle kicked Ash out of the house and slammed the door in his face." "We are so worried about him," they said together. "Where did you last see Ash?" "He went towards his father's grave. He usually does that when he is upset." Maya looked at her twin, surprised, but Tia shrugged back. "I heard his cousin making fun of him one day." "Connor couldn't have meant it," Maya said back in his defense, but Tia didn't seem impressed with her sister's argument. "What can we do?" Sylvie asked, trying to diffuse the tension in the air. "We couldn't go see if he is okay because we aren't allowed to go by ourselves, especially not to the graveyard," Tia said, nervously nibbling on her lips. Sylvie looked at her fiancé, and he raised his eyebrows in response. They had the same thought between themselves. Should they get involved? When Sylvie saw the concern on the girl's face, she couldn't help but think about her own worries for her best friend. "We will look for Ash Charming," she found herself promising to them. The girls cheered up. "Thank you. We must get back before our governess finds out we are not in our rooms." With a last hopeful smile directed at her, they hurried back. Tiernan didn't mention a nephew, Findlay said. Do you think he is the one we are looking for? I am not sure, Sylvie said, but we are already here and I promised the girls. It wouldn't hurt to find out. They said Ash might be at his father's grave, Findlay said, scratching his head. It shouldn't be far from here. Yes, we should look there first, Sylvie said, nodding her head. If we can help someone today, the day won't turn out to be a complete waste. Findlay nodded. He took out his map to scan for graveyards in the area, leaving Sylvie to mull over her thoughts. Sylvie stood perplexed. Who was this other charming boy, and why did his uncle cruelly kick him out of the household and pretend as if he never existed? Was he the one Iris had been with on the night of the ball? Would he know anything about where to find her? Sylvie had many questions, but few answers. She would have to find Ash first in order to solve this mystery. Chapter 12. Sorrow of the passing of a loved one, agony for the absence of another, yearning of a dutiful son, waiting for words to put him together. Ash lost both his parents by the tender age of 12. He grieved his father's death more, but only because he had no memories of his mother to compare. When he was only 4 years old, she vanished, and there were no pictures or portraits of her that he could look at. His father never forgot her, though, and never stopped searching for her. Every year on the day she disappeared from their lives, he would go search for her, leaving Ash behind with his uncle and cousin. His father would be gone for hours, and sometimes as long as days. The last time he returned from his search, he came back gravely injured from an attack. His body still bore the weapon, a silver arrow with an obsidian tip. It was unlike anything Ash had ever seen, for it was both beautiful and deadly. His father survived the initial attack, but the poison on the arrowhead slowly killed him. He survived only a day. In his last moments, as his father burned with fever, he made Ash promise to stay with his uncle until they read his will. Ash was torn between fulfilling his father's promise or enduring a miserable existence under his uncle's rule. He kept his promise. He stayed, waiting to hear his father's will. Ash assumed that it would be on his 18th birthday, but it came sooner than that. "Did you know why I called you here?" Tiernan asked. Ash shook his head. He hoped his uncle couldn't hear the heart thumping loudly in his chest. Early in the morning, Tiernan sent for Ash to come see him in his study. He didn't mention why, leaving Ash to fear the worst. Had he discovered his secret? Tiernan must have found out that he was at the royal ball, or that he even spoke with the princess. A few weeks had passed since the memorable night, so Ash had assumed he had been in the clear. Who saw him? How did they recognize him? Did his uncle suspect something because he had been happier than usual? Why did I have that stupid grin plastered over my face? Ash chided himself. It must have made his uncle suspicious. "Do you know this man?" Tiernan was pointing at someone across from him. The high back of the seat obscured the view of the occupant, so Ash took a few steps forward to see who it was. Was it one of the royal guards? A distinguished older gentleman sat on the leather chair, but it wasn't anyone he recognized. A sense of relief floods over him. "I am afraid I don't, Uncle," Ash said. "I am sorry that I don't recognize you, sir. Have we met before?" "The fault is entirely mine," the gentleman said apologetically. "I am Mr. Jacob Henderson. I am, or was, your father's attorney." Father's attorney? What was he doing here? Mr. Henderson answered his unasked question. "Now I will act as his executor." Executor? It was a new term for Ash. "Pardon the legal jargon," Mr. Henderson said, smiling. "I am here to read your father's will." Ash looked at him confused. "But I am not 18 yet." "Your father's wish was to read his will just before you turn 18, he replied. "An unusual request, but it might be a fortuitous thing," he added, a smile. Ash had been waiting for this moment for years, yet it was unexpected. It felt both too soon and too late. "Okay," was all he could muster back in response. But Mr. Henderson didn't have the document. Tiernan signaled to Connor, who had been standing so quietly in the room that even Ash hadn't noticed him until that moment. It was the first time that Ash had seen his cousin so subdued. Connor went over to the bookshelf where his father had pointed to and reached for the secret door. Inside there was a small vault. He opened the lock with the key in his hand and took out a sealed envelope and crossed the room to hand it over to his father. Tiernan gave the document over to the attorney. "Shall I proceed?" Mr. Henderson asked, looking at Ash. Tiernan didn't wait for Ash and answered for him. "You may." Mr. Henderson gave a sympathetic look to Ash. "Mr. Edwin Charming's death was a tragedy. To lose such a talent at his prime, this world has been poorer for it." Tiernan cleared his throat, causing Mr. Henderson to jolt. "I am sorry, son, that we weren't able to find who killed your father," the attorney said quickly, "but perhaps his last words will bring you comfort. His will had been sealed, as per his request, and said to be read at this time. Again, his request." "Can we move it along, Mr. Henderson?" Tiernan asked, getting impatient. "I am a busy man, and I have places I have to be." Ash expected nothing less from his uncle, but Tiernan's callous behavior made him grieve the loss of his kind father even more. Yes, of course," Mr. Henderson said, flustered. He quickly unsealed the envelope, glanced at the words, and then his eyes shot up towards Ash, dumbfounded. "Is there a problem?" Tiernan asked. "No, it is just so unusual," Mr. Henderson replied. "Do you doubt the last words of my brother?" Tiernan asked. "No, of course I don't." "Then are you accusing me of manipulation?" Mr. Henderson flustered again. "No, not at all. A crime committed against your own flesh and blood, your brother. That would be a grave accusation indeed." The attorney sighed and turned his sight towards the paper. His hands were trembling as he read the will. "I, Edwin Charming, bequeath the entirety of my estate to my brother Tiernan Charming, which includes my half of the Charming Manor. I also give him the entirety of all my art portfolios. Tiernan may do as he deems fit with them, including donation or sales of any and all of my collection of work. To my son, I leave behind the sketchbook you will find enclosed in this envelope." "This is all it says," Mr. Henderson said, looking at Ash apologetically. He takes out the sketchbook from the envelope and promptly hands it over to Ash. "Finally, my brother showed some sense. A little late, but better late than never," Tiernan said with a cruel smile. "Wouldn't you agree, Connor?" Connor responded with a slight smile, but didn't add a word to the contrary. Ash expected his cousin to join in, gloating with his father, but it was a little surprising to see him this quiet. Perhaps he didn't want to tarnish his image in front of the attorney, though his uncle had no such qualms. "I think that is all for today," Mr. Henderson said, wiping his brow. "Please let me know if you have any lingering thoughts or concerns." He was looking especially towards Ash, but he had no questions to ask Mr. Henderson. Did the man expect him to protest or make a scene? What happened today was just another terrible occurrence in his life, but like always he will grin and bear it. Ash watched as Connor stepped out of the study without a word. Perhaps he got bored with the proceedings. Ash thought. He already learned all that he came to know. Tiernan looked at the retreating figure of his son with some interest, but didn't call out to him. He must really be in a good mood to not give Connor a stern lecture at leaving before being dismissed. It seemed that his uncle had another important task on his mind. Tiernan carefully folded the document that Mr. Henderson gave to him and placed it back into the envelope. While his uncle was busy securing the documents back in the safe, the attorney moved closer to Ash. "I am sorry again for your father," Mr. Henderson said, peering into his eyes. He was speaking in a low voice so that Tiernan wouldn't hear him whisper. "Do not let this decision tarnish your father's image in your mind, my son. Some things are beyond our understanding. Your father must have had a good reason, but we won't know. Edwin has sadly gone where no one can ask him." He pauses. "Perhaps he wanted you to stand up on your own 2 feet. Have courage, lad. I know that your father loved you very much." Ash quietly thanked the kind man, whose eyes crinkled back with a smile. After his encouraging words, Ash felt his spirit rise a little. He just hoped that his trial would finally be over and that he could move on with his life, preferably a happier one. He tightly held on to his father's sketchbook, holding on to that hope. Just as quickly as he came, Mr. Henderson walked away from Ash to quietly take a seat at the opposite end of the room. Not a moment too soon, for Tiernan had returned. He gave him a saccharine smile. "Mr. Henderson, shall we accompany you to the door?" Already? Mr. Henderson thought. It was a long journey to get there, and the man did not offer him as much as a drink. He rose from his seat, eager to be away from his horrible company. The attorney only felt sorry for the boy he was leaving behind. "Yes, it is time," he replied grimly. Ash and Tiernan both accompanied their guest to the door. Mr. Henderson had been the bearer of bad news, but personally Ash couldn't find any fault with him. Even though he knew him for only a short time, he would miss the attorney. Mr. Henderson knew his father and was one of the few people who had been genuinely kind to him. Ash watched as the kind gentleman boarded his coach and drove off. He stayed there, his eyes glued to the coach, until it was but a small speck in the distance. Once the coach was out of sight, and they were truly alone, Tiernan immediately turned towards him, sneering. "Did you think your father's will would save you?" Yes, for a brief moment, Ash thought it might. Now it didn't matter. His uncle looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Chasing dreams is what got my brother killed, and now his legacy is but ash." Ash was alarmed. "What are you saying?" "My brother's dreams turned him into a ravenous animal whose stomach remained empty. You have the same wild look in your eyes, boy. Keep both feet planted in reality and don't chase after dreams. Stick with what you have and what you know, and you might stay alive." His uncle's words weren't making any sense. Ash had a feeling that there was a lot Tiernan wasn't telling him. Tiernan got all the inheritance, yet he still resented his father. But why? It wasn't making any sense. One thing was for sure. Ash was free. His father made him promise to stay with his uncle until they read the will. Now he could leave at any moment with no guilt. Ash might not have money, but he will leave the house and his awful uncle and cousin far behind him until they are nothing but a distant memory. He might take up Myrtle's offer, or find another way, and soon. "You know what I am going to do first?" Tiernan surprised him by asking. "First, I will celebrate this moment. Next, I will sell off all of my brother's artwork one by one. It might fetch a few pretty pennies here and there." "He is only saying this to incite you," a voice warned in Ash's mind. Besides, Tiernan already sold most of the paintings soon after his father died, when Ash was too little to know any better. "They are yours legally. You can do with them as you please," Ash said. Even saying those words hurt him deeply, but he was helpless to do anything about it. Tiernan didn't seem impressed by his answer. He wanted to see him hurt, but Ash was tired of his sadistic games. Ash turned to go back inside the manor, but his uncle put a hand over his chest to stop him. "Where do you think you are going?" "I am going back to the house," Ash replied flatly. Tiernan shook his head and smiled cruelly. "No, you are not," he said. "My obligation is done, nephew. I only promised my dear brother to keep his darling spoiled child until we read the will."
"Where would I go then, Uncle?" Ash asked. "I have no money and nowhere to go."
"I am a reasonable man," Tiernan said. Ash wished he could laugh in his face, for it was a blatant lie. "You can go back inside the manor and continue to get food and shelter like you have these many years, but on one condition."
"What might that be?" Ash asked, wary. He didn't trust a word that came out of Tiernan's mouth. All he could think about was what new torture had his uncle come up with now.
"Drop the charming name and you can stay," Tiernan said. "You only need to sign one document declaring you forego any legal and familial connection with the family."
His uncle was insane. How could Ash give up his family name? It was the only tie he had remaining from his father. "So, instead of your nephew, I become your slave," Ash said through gritted teeth.
"Yes and no," Tiernan said, smiling. "You will no longer remain my nephew, but I will pay you, feed you, and give you shelter for your services."
He turned his world upside down with only a few words, yet there was no sympathy on his uncle's face. Rather, Tiernan was enjoying himself immensely. At that instant, Ash understood that his uncle's cruelty held no limits. "What if I refuse?" Ash asked, his anger rising. His uncle's demeanor changed at the drop of a hat.
"Then you are free to explore the world," he said coldly. He made a sweeping gesture with his hand. "Enjoy your ego and your freedom. Don't come begging back to me when the outside world proves cruel and brutal."
"Nothing can be crueler than your heart," Ash said, fuming. "I am keeping my name, Uncle. You can keep your shitty offer." Tiernan turned incandescent with rage, but his curt answer seemed to catch him by surprise. Instead of raising his hand and slapping him like he would have previously, Tiernan quickly took a few steps and slammed the door on his face. Ash blew a whistle. He couldn't believe what he just said to his uncle. He had been waiting for that moment for years, but now he had to deal with the fallout of insulting his uncle. He smiled. It was still worth it seeing the shock on Tiernan's face. Ash was homeless, penniless, but thankfully not friendless. He at least had one place where he could go for advice and find a friendly face. He could practically hear Myrtle's gleeful laugh when she hears about what he said to Tiernan. Ash couldn't wait to tell her he was free. Myrtle was gone. Ash hurried to her hut, only to find it empty. There was no smoke in the chimney today, nor any sight of his dear old friend. Myrtle was in such a hurry that she didn't even lock her door. He tried to recall if Myrtle had said anything the last time they met. It had been a couple of days before, and she looked more worried than he had ever seen her. "You seemed worried, Myrtle," she sighed.
"That is because I am, child. There are some bad things going on in my country. I am thinking I might have to leave soon."
Ash got a sinking feeling that Myrtle was serious this time. "But you will be back?"
"Yes, but I can't say when. It could be days, or it could be years," Myrtle said. She saw the shock on Ash's face. "All this worry might be for nothing, but have you considered my offer?"
Ash paled. "I can't go with you. Not just yet."
"Very well."
That was all she said and nothing else. Ash put the conversation out of his mind until now. She finally left, he thought. Myrtle went back to her country like she said she would. I should have gone with her when I had the chance. Now I don't know when I will see her again. It hurt him deeply that she didn't even leave a note for him or send him a message before leaving. He was all alone. The sentiment hit him like a wall of bricks. It felt like his father had abandoned him. Myrtle, his only friend, had left without a word. And then there was his dream. The princess. What chance did he have of seeing her again?
Would she even want to see him now that his uncle had kicked him out of the charming household? He had no home. Ash felt like an orphan all over again. Ash did the only thing that comforted him in his darkest hour. He gathered some wildflowers and then went to visit his father's grave. He dusted the cobwebs off from his tombstone and gently placed the flowers. "I am scared, Father," he said, trying to hold back his tears. "I don't know what my future holds, and I see nothing but darkness from there." He didn't expect an answer from someone who was long dead, but the silence was driving him mad. Ash bursts out, "Father, why did you leave me with my uncle? How could you not know he was so cruel?" A few tears spill onto the ground, but Ash does not find relief, only feels an intense sadness. His heart felt weary and his limbs felt tired. He could barely stand, so he walked a few paces to rest on the trunk of a nearby tree. The small tree was no bigger than 20 meters high and had the most beautiful canopy. Its leaves burned red like hot embers, and there were bright, jewel-like fruits and cascades of pink and orange. The tree was unusually breathtaking, under the shade of which he felt less alone. The branches laden with leaves rustled, whispering him a lullaby to soothe his weary heart. Ash had been to his father's grave only a handful of times, but he couldn't believe he never noticed the tree before. "My grief must have made me blind," he thought. "I wonder how many other wonders I have missed seeing in my misery." Ash finally reached into his pocket and took out the sketchbook his father had left for him in his will. Why did Father leave me only a sketchbook? He wondered. Ash would have preferred anything else, even a small letter from him. At least he would have heard his voice again. Perhaps he wrote something inside. Ash felt a small flicker of hope. He eagerly opened the sketchbook. There was his name and nothing else. The rest of the pages were empty, staring at him mockingly. Ash touched the spot with his name. His father had written it, for he recognized his handwriting. "I wish you were here, Father," he said. "I wish I had someone to guide me." The wind rustled and blew a few leaves from the tree, scattering them on the pages like red petals. Ash absent-mindedly ran his hand across the page to sweep them away. As he did, something strange happened. Lines appeared on the blank page, racing from the bottom all the way to the top. Ash blinked twice, unable to believe his eyes. The blank page was no longer empty, as the lines that swirled around the page. They ended up as a drawing of dandelions. Was this magic? He wondered. The magic, or whatever it was, wasn't done with the page. He stared as letters started appearing at random, filling the other half. They stopped until they spelled the word sylphs. Ash had never heard of the word before and couldn't possibly guess what it meant. Ash looked at the sketchbook, amazed. He swept his hand on the next page, and the same thing occurred again. This time the lines swirled and raced, forming a sketch of a seashell. Letters appeared at random until they spelled undines. Again, it was another unfamiliar term to him. There were several pages that filled out, each with a word and a corresponding sketch underneath. Sylphs, undines, gnomes, salamanders, dandelions for sylphs, seashell for undines, mushrooms for gnomes, and an underground cave for salamanders? How odd, Ash thought. Father never mentioned those words to him, so he had no clue of their significance. As for the drawings themselves, they were unusual subjects for his father to draw. Edwin Charming, the renowned artist, sketched, painted, and built mythical creatures that were larger than life. Beautiful and lifelike as the drawings were, for his father to choose a dandelion or a seashell as his subject seemed almost ordinary. Someone had ripped 2 pages at the seams, making Ash wonder what they might have contained, but there was one other page remaining. Ash gently placed his hand over it.
He could feel the lines forming underneath his palm, the page coming to a life of its own. His father drew an image of small fireflies on the last page, setting it apart from the other pages. The last words of his father, the ones he had been longing to hear, were also revealed. As he read them, the words glowed golden. "My dearest son, you must follow your light. Edwin." "Follow my light?" Ash asked. What did that mean? What was his father trying to tell him? As soon as he spoke the words, the firefly on the page seemed to shift. Ash rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't imagining it, but the firefly fluttered its wings. Ash watched in amazement as the creature came to life and sprung from the pages, floating in front of his eyes. The firefly hung in midair, as if waiting for something. What did it want? "I have to choose. It is my choice." It was waiting for his permission to continue. Ash knew what was at stake. His next step would determine the path of his life. Would he continue to live his life as it was, or would he go explore something unknown? He had refused Myrtle countless times when she asked, but now— "I am ready," he said to the firefly with a slight waver in his voice. "Show me where I have to go." The firefly flew in 2 small circles before continuing, a small flicker of yellow light dancing up ahead. Ash took a deep breath and followed the light, not knowing where it would take him. Chapter 13. With every single seed comes the hope of rebirth. With every granted wish brings a chance at mirth. Fluttering through the graveyard, the lone firefly headed towards Myrtle's home, but it didn't stop there. It flew and flew past the hut and headed straight into the forest. Ash had heard many rumors about that forest, and none of them were good. There were many warnings and cautionary tales for travelers to stay away, especially during the night. He followed anyway, careful not to lose sight of the tiny flicker of light guiding him. The firefly went deeper into the dark forest, where the thick trees blocked out any remnants of the sun's light. In the darkness, as deep as night, the firefly's light shone brighter. The critter finally paused, fluttering in the same spot, forcing Ash to stop as well. He looked at the place with confusion. The spot where the firefly was hovering was perfectly unremarkable. There were no unusual landmarks or structures around, just trees all around and a small opening in the center. Was this it? The firefly's light flickered weakly and then went dark. What now? Was that supposed to happen? How ironic! You just started this journey and already your light went out, said a cynical voice in his head. Ash shushed that doubting voice. He wasn't giving up just yet. "Firefly, show me the path," he asked, peering into the dark. A firefly's light flickered back on, and Ash let out a sigh of relief. But then, to his utter amazement, there were thousands more that lit up around it. He was supposed to follow his light, and now there were so many of them. "How will I find the right one?" he wondered. They all looked the same. "Which one of you am I supposed to follow?" Ash asked, frustrated. The fireflies converged together, forming a giant twinkling line. It was a mesmerizing, magical moment, and Ash wished he could capture it forever on a canvas. The firefly soared and moved sideways before descending, creating the pattern of a glowing arch. Something shimmered on the other side and beckoned Ash to enter. "I must step through," Ash thought. "It must be the entrance to the Fey realm." Ash took a deep breath and crossed the threshold between his world and the other. The Fey realm was unlike any other place he had been before. He could only describe it in terms of a feeling: the youthful exuberance of a summer day, the eternal hope of spring, the freshness of rain.
His artistic eye relished every wonder around him. The colors were richer, deeper, and in shades new to him. He was no longer in the dark forest, but in a vast open field stretching for miles, where giant dandelions dotted the beautiful vista. Dandelions, the first sketch in the notebook. His father's sketch had not revealed the true size, for these dandelions were several stories high. They were higher than any structure in the mortal world. The dandelions were arranged in a cluster, and the closest ones were at least a mile away from where he was. I should go see them up close, Ash thought. Why did my father draw them? The giant dandelions were even more beautiful up close. They had stalks that gleamed like iridescent opal, and the round white tops were drifting into the clouds. Ash looked at them wistfully, thinking, no matter how many wishes I make, it won't be able to grant me the one wish that I want the most. It cannot bring back what I have lost. Brief flashes of images hit him at that moment, memories from his childhood days. The bright sunlight outlining someone he could barely remember, his father asking him to make a wish, the little tufts of white parachutes floating away in the wind as he blew on them. What did he wish for as a child? Ash wondered. Did it come true? Then there was something else, a detail that emerged from somewhere deep in the recesses of his memory. A woman's cheerful laughter. It was like remembering the words of an old forgotten lullaby. Did he just remember his mother's voice? Ash was walking in a daze and nearly collided with an enormous bird. The bird stood almost a story high, with iridescent blue feathers and a razor-sharp beak. It was standing a few meters away from the base of the nearest dandelion. The bird hadn't seen him, as it was gathering twigs in its beak and was distracted. Ash felt an urge to get the bird's attention, but was that wise? Was the bird friendly, or should he be running for his life? Ash approached the bird, his curiosity getting the better of him. He hoped the bird was already full so that he wouldn't become its next meal. "Hello," Ash said. "You are a beautiful creature, aren't you?" The bird dropped all the twigs he was holding, startled. He expected the bird to flap its wings and fly away, but instead it opened its beak to reply, "Thank you, young human." "Did you just speak to me?" Ash asked, astonished. "How is that possible?" "It is a blessing by the kind fairy queen," the bird replied. "The fairy queen bestowed upon all the animals in her realm, granting them, if they so desired, the gift of human speech." "So I really am in a different world," Ash said. "I would like to meet the queen. Where can I find her?" The bird shook her head. "She doesn't live in this part of the Fey realm. She lives in her own court." "Which court am I in now?" "The air court. This is where the sylphs live." Sylphs. It was that word again. His father had scribbled it in his sketchbook above the drawing of the dandelions. Sylphs? What are they? Ash asked. "Fey folk of the air," the bird replied. "You are standing underneath their homes." So the sylphs lived inside the giant dandelions? "Their homes are beautiful," Ash said. "I agree, but it is a pity that not all humans think that. They see dandelions as a nuisance, a weed, something to trample on. But to the creature here, this flower is the best of our world," the bird chirped happily. "Whenever I see them, I know I am home." "Some humans are very fond of it," Ash replied. "For some of us, it is our wish-maker that carries our wishes and dreams." The bird bowed its head to Ash's reply. "I wish more humans thought the same." Ash looked towards the nearest dandelion, wondering. "I would like to meet the sylphs, but I can't see a way to the top." The bird chirped. You can only fly up there. Why don't you use your wings?" "I don't have any," Ash said. Never had he wanted wings more than he did at that moment. "Oh dear, that is most unfortunate," the bird replied. "I cannot imagine a life without wings." She shook her head and shuddered. "I will take you up there, but I cannot stay as I have to finish building my nest." "If I want to return, how will I come down?" The bird tilted her head thoughtfully. "You can whistle, and I will come to take you down. Can you whistle?" "Yes, I can do that," Ash said, smiling. "Climb onto my back, and I will take you to the air court," the bird said. "The sylphs haven't been coming down as much lately. I'm sure they'd be happy to have some new company." Ash wanted to ask why they hadn't been coming down, but then the bird spread one of her wings and pointed it down on the ground. It formed a feather ladder for him to climb. Ash was careful not to tug too hard as he made the ascent. When he sat on the bird's back, he imagined he was sitting on a soft cloud. "Are you ready? Hold on to my neck tight, for I will fly very fast," the bird warned. Ash wrapped his arms around the bird's neck, and again the down feathers felt like the softest cotton. He got a surge of adrenaline as the bird shot up into the sky, circled around the nearest dandelion base, all the way to the top. The bird hovered over the dandelion top so that he could get a glimpse of the air court below. It was even more massive up close, floating cities in the skies that could house hundreds, if not thousands. Ash couldn't help but wonder about the magic of it all. The flowers seemed so delicate. Wouldn't the weight of all the Fae weigh them down? "The sylphs live in each of the seed heads. There are hundreds of them in each dandelion," the bird explained. "I will take you to the one where the king lives." Ash noticed it was different from the others. The seed heads radiated all around, but instead of the parachutes being white, this one was golden. The bird landed gracefully on a landing platform that hung precariously on the edge. There was a moment where Ash's heart had stopped. Looking down and seeing how far away the grass was made him feel dizzy. "Be careful, human," the bird warned. "Do not get too close to the edge or the wind will blow you away." Ash nodded. "Where do I go from here?" "King Mistral lives in the royal palace. Ask any of the fairies and they will show you," the bird said hurriedly. "Remember to whistle and I will come to get you." The bird quickly took flight, leaving Ash behind to figure it out for himself. Ash wandered, bewildered, through a forest of houses that were all shaped like seeds. According to the bird, there were almost 200 of them in each dandelion. The houses were evenly spaced, with a brown outer shell, and had a large main door. The buildings didn't have a roof or a chimney, but a stalk on top that ended with a golden parachute. Ash walked for a while under the cover of the golden parachutes, but didn't find any fairies. He even knocked on the doors of several of the houses, but there was no answer. It was eerily silent. Where had all the sylphs gone? He thought he saw a figure in the distance, but as soon as he got near, it disappeared like smoke. It happened several times in different directions. Ash thought he was going mad until he heard giggles around him. His face broke into a smile. "I know you are there. I can hear you. Can you please show yourself?" 3 beautiful women appeared before his eyes, as if from a dream. Their bodies were translucent, with brightly colored wings on their backs that resembled those of a dragonfly. Each fairy had long, flowing, colorful hairs and wore dresses of silk with brightly colored jewelry. There was an ethereal feel to them as they moved like clouds on a sunny day. That was why the dandelions hold their shapes, he thought. The Fae of the air court were as light as air. That was one mystery solved for Ash, but he had many more things he wanted to know. The three Fae were all regarding him with curiosity as well. Ash couldn't believe that he was looking at actual fairies, the sylphs of the air court. "What are your names?" Ash asked, trying his best not to stare at their beauty. "I am Zephyrinella," said the Fae with blue hair. "I am Oriane," said the one with purple hair. "I am Cerusia," said the third with green hair. "I am Ash Charming," he said with a bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you." The sylphs looked at one another and then asked, "What are you doing here, Ash Charming?" "I heard about the air court from my father, and I became curious to see it for myself," Ash said. It was a half-truth. He didn't want to reveal that he only stumbled his way into the Fey realm. They circled around him, moving like swirling mists. "You have the beauty of a Fey, yet you do not have wings. What are you?" "I am a human," Ash replied. "I have come from the mortal world." "A human? We sylphs do not like strangers coming into our homes," Zephyrinella said. The Fae's expression quickly changed from curious to downright frigid. "Is that why you were hiding from me?" Ash asked. "I came here not as an enemy, but as a friend." "Humans lie. It is hard to trust what you say," Oriane said. They all nodded. How could I gain their trust and make them believe I didn't come with any ill intent? He had a feeling that being sincere and honest was the key. "A bird told me that the sylphs were not coming down as much anymore. Why is that?" he asked. The fairies looked at one another before answering. "The king has ordered all sylphs to stay in their homes." Ash furrowed his brows. "Why?" "I am not sure how much we want to share with a stranger," Zephyrinella said, airily. "The Fey realm is beautiful. I can't imagine being here and not being able to explore it," Ash said. "It must be a difficult situation for you. I know I would be quite sad if someone stopped me from seeing the rest of the realm." His honesty must have struck a chord, for one Fey blurted out the truth. "The king is in an awful mood lately because of his daughter, Nephali," Cerusia said. "We haven't seen her in days, ever since she went out after dark to meet her love." "That's enough, Cerusia. You have said quite enough," Oriane interrupted. "Don't be fooled by his handsome face and charming ways." "Never forget that he is a human," Zephyrinella added. She narrowed her eyes. "He cannot be trusted." Cerusia shifted uncomfortably under the glares of the other fairies and wouldn't meet his eyes. Ash was sure she wanted to say more. "When I meet the king, I will ask him to reconsider his position," Ash said. "What makes you think he will listen to a human?" Oriane asked. "As you believe and have stated before, I am a human who has charming ways," Ash said with a smile. "I will use that charm to my advantage." "I think that something has frightened the king, but he won't tell us what it is," Cerusia blurted before the other fairies could stop her. "Then I will figure out the reason behind his fear," Ash promised. Cerusia was the only one of the three Fays who didn't look at him apprehensively, while the other two looked at him with open distrust. "You are going to help us willingly? Or is this human trickery to steal our magic?" "No tricks," Ash replied, smiling. "I would like to help." "Again, why would a human willingly help a Fey without asking for something in return?" "I have been a prisoner of circumstances nearly all my life and know how precious freedom is," Ash said. "You don't have to believe my words, but can you at least show me where the king lives so I can try?" After a long discussion amongst themselves, and with great reluctance, the three Fey took him to what he assumed was the royal palace. Once they reached there, they disappeared without a word. "Good luck," he heard one of them whisper in his ears, most likely Cerusia. The royal palace was indistinguishable from the other seed houses, apart from its door, which glowed with a golden sheen. Ash never would have been able to find it on his own, not unless he knocked on all 200 doors. This was the royal palace? he wondered, or had the sylphs deceived him? There was only one way to find out. Ash knocked on the door. He waited for an answer, but none came. He heard the faintest of whispers and felt like he was being observed from behind the door. "I would like to request a meeting with King Mistral," Ash said out loud. "I have traveled a long distance to come here." Once more he heard a faint whisper, like the gentle rustling of leaves in a soft breeze, and the door opened. The seed house was much larger inside, with numerous unmarked corridors that twisted and turned in several directions, but there was no one there to guide him through the labyrinth of a palace. "How will I find the king?" Ash asked. He felt a soft nudge to his right, so he turned and started walking in that direction. The invisible force kept nudging him along the way until he found himself in the throne room. There was nothing but a raised dais on which the king of the air court sat on his throne. There were no other furnishings in the room. It seemed like he was floating on a cloud, with the light beaming down the parachute structure of the ceiling. King Mistral was like the sylphs he met before. On his back were wings that resembled a dragonfly, and a body that was mist and vapors. Although the king sat on his throne in a corporeal body, Ash sensed the fays surrounding him rather than saw them. Despite being invisible, Ash could make out the shimmering outlines of the other sylphs if he focused hard enough. "Can I detect magic?" Ash wondered. "Is that why I can sense they are there?" "You asked to see me," the king of the air court said, interrupting his thoughts. "State your name and your purpose." "My name is Ash Charming. I have come here seeking knowledge about my father," Ash said. "He was a human artist who traveled to your court several years ago." "A human?" King Mistral gave him an icy stare. "What makes you think a fae will help a human?" After meeting Oriane, Zephyrella, and Serusia, Ash suspected something like this would happen. He knew he might not get a warm reception. What could he say to the king now? Didn't the sylphs tell him that King Mistral was worried for his daughter? Perhaps if I appeal to his emotions. "Why should your concerns matter to me, human?" "Because humans and fae concerns are the same," Ash said. "Family holds significance for us both. I hoped you would understand." The Fae King was silent for some time. Ash still hadn't seen his daughter Nephil, but based on his response, he knew the sylphs must have guessed correctly. The king was worried for his daughter, as he hadn't dismissed him entirely. "Can you tell me anything about my father?" Ash asked again. "Do not dig up the past," King Mistral warned. "You are better off not knowing. There was a human artist that became famous in the Fae circles, but that fame didn't last long and quickly turned to infamy." Infamy? His soft-spoken father? Ash couldn't believe it. "Can you please tell me what happened?" "For that you must seek the knowledge elsewhere." The king looked at him warily. "Have I answered your question, or is there more?" The king was behaving strangely. Why won't he answer questions about his father? Still, Ash also wanted to know about something else. "Yes, I have another question. Why are you stopping the sylphs from leaving their homes?" Ash asked. "What threat are you facing?" "You are an odd human. You barge into my realm and court and expect me to answer to you about Fae matters," King Mistral said. "I humored you thus far, as I was curious to learn the purpose of your visit. Now that you got your answer, you have overstayed your welcome." Before Ash could say a word, 2 sylph soldiers appeared at his side and shoved him back towards the corridor he had come from. Ash also had had enough. Even though he anticipated an unfriendly reception, he didn't want to stay where he wasn't wanted. Ash was disappointed he found no news for the 3 fairies he promised. He would have liked Serusia, Oriane, and Zephyrella to believe him. Ash didn't know why winning their trust mattered to him. Prejudices and outright hostility were not new to him, but he couldn't help being bothered by it every time. Ash got to the door that would take him outside, but again sensed someone was there, hiding out of sight. I am imagining things. Ash shook his head and had one step out the door when he heard someone sob. He paused. Someone was there and had been observing him from the moment he entered the royal palace. Ash took a chance and guessed. "Hello?
I am looking for Nepheli.
Do you know her?" "Yes." Her voice sounded young and fragile.
"I am Nepheli."
"The sylphs are worried about you, as they haven't seen you in many days." A beautiful fae emerged before his eyes.
Nepheli was by far the most beautiful sylph he had seen.
The fae's eyes were filled with tears and her lips were trembling. "I heard you talk to my father," she said. "Are you really a human traveler? Are you going to visit the other fae realms?" "That is my plan," Ash said. He sensed she was hesitating about something.
"Is there anything I can do for you, Nepheli?"
"Can you give a message to someone in the fire court?"
Nepheli said.
She was trying hard not to break down in tears. "Yes, of course," Ash said kindly. "Who is the message for?" "Carnelian," Nepheli said. She took a shuddering breath. "Tell Carnelian. Tell him that as soon as I can fly again, I will come see him." Ash's gaze immediately turned towards her wings, and he gasped as soon as he saw them. Her wings were in tatters. They hung at an odd angle, and even more ominously shadowy tendrils appeared to be rising from them. Ash sucked in a breath. "What happened to your wings?" "Someone attacked me," she said, sobbing. "Who?" "I am not sure. I didn't see them." "Was it when you went to see Carnelian?" Ash asked.
Nepheli nodded.
"But I am not the only sylph that was attacked this week. It is why my father put restrictions, until he can figure out what is behind all this." So someone was attacking the sylphs. "I will give Carnelian your message as soon as I see him," Ash promised. "Is there anything else?" "Please tell Carnelian I haven't forgotten him. I will never forget him."
Nepheli burst into tears and ran off,
disappearing into the corridors. Ash watched her leave, but didn't call out to stop her. What was happening in the air court? Who would attack the daughter of a Fae King? At least now he had something to tell the other sylphs. He stepped outside and took the same path back from where he started. He called out for Serusia, Oriane, and Zephyrella, but the sylphs didn't come forward. After a few more tries, he gave up. They were choosing to remain unseen.
"I met Nepheli,"
Ash said out loud. "She is injured, but alive. She doesn't know who attacked her, but it has been happening to other sylphs as well. You should be careful. I thought I should let you know." Again, no answer. Ash sighed and made his way back to the landing platform. Standing on the edge, careful not to look down, he whistled for the bird. A few moments later, he heard a chirp, and the blue bird came into view. "Are you ready to go down?" she asked, still flapping her wings in the air. "Yes," Ash said, smiling. The bird landed gracefully and spread one of her wings for him to climb. Ash thanked her before climbing on her back. He made sure to hold on tight. Ash glanced back to the seed houses and saw 3 beautiful sylphs were looking at him. So they had been there all along? They must have heard him talk about Nephil then. Ash felt relieved that he fulfilled his promise to them. Perhaps now they will trust humans a little more? Ash broke into laughter when the bird dove down at full speed. The ride down was even more thrilling than the first, but it ended too soon as they reached the ground within seconds. "Where are you going to go now?" the bird asked. "I would like to see the other Fae courts," Ash replied. "Do you know of a way to get there?" "King Mistral has closed all the gates to the other courts," the bird said. She seemed sad about that. "There is no way to get there from here." Did that mean the king suspected the other Fey courts? Ash wondered. The human world was engulfed in warfare. It seemed the Fey world was experiencing troubles of their own. A part of him wondered if there was a connection between the two, but then it was probably a strange coincidence. "I will find another way to get there," Ash said, seeing that the bird was worried. "Thank you for helping me today." "It was my pleasure. I must go back to my nest now." "Yes, of course," Ash said. "I hope I can see the complete nest one day." The bird gave a happy chirp. "I would like you to see it, and my hatchlings, too. I would like them to meet a nice human." "That would mean everything to me." Ash bowed to show his gratitude. The bird quickly flew off to where she was building the nest, leaving Ash to walk on his own. Ash glanced back to the ethereal dandelions that now glowed with the sun, the golden one now distinct among the silvers. "What a beautiful sight," he thought. "I wonder if the other Fey courts are as beautiful." Ash reached the spot where he first entered the Fey realm. His journey had started by following the light of the firefly. Even though his father's sketchbook did not tell him how to get back, he knew what to do. This time he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was back in the human realm. Chapter 14. Ash was on fire, or at least it felt like his body was burning. As soon as he stepped out of the realm, Ash felt a searing burn on his arm. A mark shaped like a leaf tendril was unfurling and twisting its way across it. The pain continued until it reached the side of his neck and then stopped. Ash had been marked by his visit to the Fey realm. He examined his arm closely. Even though he couldn't see himself in a mirror, Ash was certain that his marking was more elaborate than the one on Iris's ankle. He remembered the passage he read from her book on Fey lore. Humans cannot enter the Fey realm uninvited. Any human that trespasses the border will find it difficult to leave. If they manage to escape, it won't be for long, for they will bear a mark that will compel them back to the Fey realm. So the book had been right about the mark, and even now he felt the urge to go back. He won't be able to stay away from the Fey world for long. "It doesn't matter," he thought to himself. "I would have to go back again anyway." But first, he needed to spend some time going over what had happened. In the blink of an eye, his world had turned completely upside down, and he needed to make sense of it. Ash returned to the beautiful tree with fiery leaves and sat beneath it for reflection. His father's grave was visible at a short distance. The familiar pang of grief returned to his heart, but this time he also felt turmoil. The Fey realm was real. Ash didn't need the mark on his body as a physical reminder. He could never forget what he saw. His father knew about the Fey and kept it a secret. Why did he keep it a secret? And why, according to the Fey king Mistral, was he infamous in the Fey courts? The villagers had been right. The Fey had influenced his father's work. But was his talent his own? Ash felt his heart sink. Was his skills borrowed? Or even worse, was his father scorned by the Fey because he stole their magic? No, my father would never do such a thing. He was an honorable man who lived a life devoted to his passion. I must find out the truth and clear his name. Ash didn't even know anything until today, so how could he possibly do that? Ash was young when his father died, so he could imagine his father keeping the Fey realm a secret from him. But what about his uncle? What did Tiernan know? He recalled the last hateful words his uncle had said to him before he kicked him out. "Chasing dreams is what got my brother killed, and now his legacy is but ash." Ash thought it was his uncle's envy coming to the surface, but now he wasn't so sure. When he prodded Tiernan further, he had said, "My brother's dreams turned him into a ravenous animal whose stomach remained empty. You have the same wild look in your eyes, boy. Keep both feet planted in reality, and don't chase after dreams. Stick with what you have and what you know, and you might stay alive." Does Tiernan know something about his father's involvement with the Fae? Is that what he meant by chasing dreams? Even if his uncle didn't believe his father, he must have told him something. Ash needed to find out what he knew. He took the sketchbook out of his pocket and went over it once more to be sure, but found nothing he hadn't seen the first time he looked at it. His father had only left him vague clues about the Fae realm. Was he afraid of something or someone, hence the need for secrecy? Then there was the other mystery to solve. What about the book that Iris showed him? It had been passed down in her family for generations, and it turns out it had Fae lore that were becoming true. Who wrote the book? Why was it in her family's possession? Which of these two mysteries should he try to solve first? Confronting Tiernan first seemed like the easier option, since he didn't yet know how he would contact the princess, and his uncle's manor was the closest. Having decided to do just that, Ash set out to talk to Tiernan. He knew his uncle wouldn't be happy to see him. Ash wasn't too thrilled at the prospect either. As Ash walked back towards his uncle's manor, two figures, a lady and a gentleman, were approaching him. Dressed in fine clothes, the couple gave the impression of being new to the area. Maybe they were tourists. Ash meant to walk past them when, to his surprise, one of them called out his name. "Are you Ash Charming?" the gentleman asked. "Yes, that is me," Ash said tentatively. The gentleman sighed with relief. "You are a hard man to find. Your neighbors were quite worried about you. We just wanted to check if you were okay." It must be the girls next door, Ash thought. His uncle kicked him out that morning, and the twins must have seen it from their windows. The girls' parents were strict and stopped them from talking to him because of his lower social standing. Despite that, the girls remained thoughtful and caring neighbors. Ash couldn't help but feel a fondness for them. "I am grateful for their concern, but they need not worry about me," he replied, smiling. "Please tell them I am fine." He was better than fine. For the first time in his life, Ash felt truly free. "Well, that is good to know," the lady said, smiling. "We know who you are, but it's time we introduced ourselves. I am Sylvie, and this is my fiancé, Findley." Sylvie. Ash remembered that name. "You are Princess Iris's lady-in-waiting," he said. She gave a small curtsy. "Yes, I am her. But you are more than that," he thought. What was Sylvie doing in the village of Saray, so far away from the castle? She looked tired, as did her companion. They looked like they had been sleep-deprived for many nights. Sylvie was examining him closely, trying to solve a puzzle. "Have we met before?" "It would depend," Ash said with a slight smile. "Depend on what?" Findley asked, both curious and intrigued. Ash wasn't sure how much he wanted to reveal before hearing their answer. "Did the princess find anyone interesting on the night of the ball?" he asked. Sylvie appeared to be surprised by his question. She clearly wasn't expecting it. "She did. He turned out to be quite charming." "Is that so?" Ash couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his face. "Yes, however, he must not have felt the same about Iris," Sylvie said quickly. His smile faltered. "Why is that?" Sylvie sighed. "The charming stranger did not stay past midnight and left without saying goodbye to her." Ash groaned internally. "What can I tell her? A mad horse forced me to leave before the clock struck 12? "I am sure the reason was not lack of interest," Ash said quickly. "What makes you so sure? Were you there that night, or did you talk with the mystery stranger?" Findley asked. Sylvie was eyeing him with curiosity. Could he tell her? What did he have to lose at this point? Ash took a deep breath and revealed the truth. I was him, the man in the silver mask. She gasped. I knew it! It was you! I thought your voice seemed familiar. You have the same height and mannerisms. Ash gave a bow. May I ask what you are doing here in Surrey, Sylvie? Are you here on royal business? Sylvie's shoulders visibly shook as she tried to contain her sobs, and her fiancé quickly placed a hand on her shoulder for support. He had asked a simple question, so he was surprised to see her distress. Something was very wrong. Did something happen? Ash asked, worried. We came to Surrey to find the mystery stranger, hoping the princess was with him, Sylvie said. She took a shuddering breath. My heart fears what you will say, but I have to ask. Have you seen Iris? Ash quietly shook his head, and Sylvie covered her face with both her hands, bursting into tears. Findlay's brows were knitted with worry as he tried his best to console Sylvie. Where is the princess? Ash asked. We don't know. We came here searching for her, Findlay replied. Can you tell me everything that happened? Ash asked. He was trying not to panic, even though his heart was beating wildly. Findlay told him everything that happened over the last week, while Sylvie listened quietly, tears running down her face. Having heard everything, Ash asked, Do you have any idea where else she could have gone? Her grandparents lived too far away, and even if she went to them, they would immediately send her back to her parents, Findlay said. I don't know what to do. Where could she be? Sylvie took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. If something bad happens to Iris, I will never be able to forgive myself. Ash tried to remain calm, even if his heart wanted to burst out of his chest. Iris was missing. She was in danger, but he had to think rationally in order to save her. He paced, thinking out loud. Did you tell the king? We told no one else except the people who already knew and were with her when she disappeared. We are taking a risk by telling you, but my heart tells me to, Sylvie said. I won't betray your trust, Ash promised. There is something else. Sylvie reached into her pocket and brought out an object wrapped in a piece of cloth. It was the dagger that belonged to the princess. Ominous, shadowy tendrils were coming out of it. The phantom shadows looked similar to the ones he had seen coming off of Nephil's tattered wings. Where did you get that? He asked. We found it near the location where Iris was last seen and went missing, Findlay said. The dagger belongs to her. I have seen these shadows before, Ash said slowly. Where? Sylvie exclaimed. Can you please tell us? Not in this realm, I am afraid, Ash said. This blade has been touched by a creature from another world. What do you mean? Sylvie asked, frightened. The Fey realm exists, and the princess was taken there, Ash said solemnly. I saw the same shadows there. Findlay looked at him with unease, but Sylvie, to her credit, did not look at him like he had lost his mind and was spouting nonsense. Iris talked a lot about the Fey in their world, but that is only fairy tales, she said. She had that book she was always reading. I assure you it is all real, Ash said. The book she had contained the truth about the Fey realm. So are you saying you have been to this other world? Findlay asked. Excuse my skepticism, but it sounds unbelievable. What proof do you have? You already have one proof from the dagger in your hands, Ash said. Have you seen anything like those shadows before? They are unusual, Findlay confessed, but they could be anything. Ash folded up his sleeve to reveal the marks on his forearms. You see the marks on my body? I got them after going to the realm. I still don't see how that connects to the princess's disappearance. The Fey realm has also marked Iris. I am sure of it. How can you be so sure? Sylvie asked.
The princess had a mark on her body, an outline of a silver leaf. Sylvie's expression changed to one of recognition, and Ash noticed it. "You have seen it too?" "I thought I saw something, but wasn't sure what it was," Sylvie admitted. "Her shoe slipped off, and I saw it on her ankle." Ash nodded. "She is in the Fey world. You have to believe me." "Even if we believe you, what can we do?" Sylvie asked. "Is there a way to go to this realm?" "The journey there is dangerous, but not impossible," Ash said. "I have already been there once before." "Then take us with you," Findlay said. He looked towards his fiancée, and she nodded back, agreeing. Ash thought about telling them about his father's sketchbook, but hesitated. "I think I can only go to the realm alone," Ash said. He saw the sorrow on Sylvie's face. "As soon as I find her, I will send you a message." "I don't want to sit idly by and do nothing. Every minute that we lose, my best friend is in greater danger," Sylvie said. "We will keep looking for Iris here." "That might be the best plan," Findlay agreed. "The more people are looking for the princess, the greater chances of finding her." He still hadn't said if he believed what Ash told him. "I will find her," Ash said, looking at both of them. "I promise I will bring Iris safely back home." Sylvie and Findlay both nodded. Findlay didn't look as convinced, but Ash couldn't do anything to make him believe his words other than bring the princess back. "You should take this with you," Sylvie said. She was giving him the dagger, which was still wrapped in cloth. "Perhaps it will give you an idea of how to find the princess." Ash took it and thanked her. Both the couple and Ash promised to inform one another as soon as they found the princess. They said their goodbyes and headed in opposite directions. Once he was alone, Ash took out the cloth to examine the dagger more closely. The hilt was intricately carved, and the weapon itself was light to handle. The shadowy tendrils twisted and turned all around the dagger. It was his only clue that Iris was in the Fey realm. Ash removed the cloth and touched the surface of the blade with his bare hands. He felt a chill run down his spine. Touching the shadows left him with an unsettling feeling, as if they were tainted with dark thoughts, danger, and death. Even though he desperately wanted to drop the dagger, he kept his grip, and the shadowy tendrils weakened until they vanished like mist in the sun. How odd, he thought. What happened to the shadows? Iris had this dagger in her hand before she disappeared. The thought worried him. Someone must have attacked her, and she needed to use it. I must find Iris, and quickly, he thought. Sylvie is right. We don't have much time. It also meant he wouldn't be able to meet with Tiernan to talk about his father. Finding the princess had become more urgent. Ash reached into his pocket to take out his father's sketchbook and turned to the last page. He swiped his hand on the page, and this time saw a different firefly come alive. The creature leaped out after being animated, hovering inches before him. "Firefly, show me the path," Ash said solemnly. The firefly's light flickered as soon as he said the words. Once again, the twinkling light of the firefly became his magical guide, taking him back into the Fey realm. Ash peeked at the deep well in front of him. There might still be some water at the bottom, he thought, but he couldn't tell as it was so dark. This is how I die. Fireflies surrounded the perimeter of the well, twinkling lazily without a care in the world. The surface shimmered the same way the arch had. I must jump in, Ash thought. This well was the entrance to the Fey realm. What if I am wrong? Ash didn't have time to hesitate. He took one last breath and jumped. He waited for the impact, for his knees to shatter and his bones to break as he reached the bottom, but it didn't happen. Ash slowly opened his eyes to make sure he wasn't dead. He was definitely back in the Fey realm, but in a different location than before. There were no fields of endless grass here, or the beautiful blue skies of a summer day. Ash wished he had worn rubber boots because he was standing inches deep in muddy water. The fireflies had all led him to a musty and miserable-looking swamp. Tall cypress mangroves and willows surrounded him, their long branches creating eerie reflections in the murky water. Insects buzzed all around him, interspersed with frightful noises of strange, unknown creatures, but the loudest of all were the frogs. The fluorescent frogs that edged the water were noisy, and got noisier still as soon as they saw Ash. Instead of croaking, they were now telling him to go away. "Go away," croaked the frog nearest him. "But I just got here," Ash said. The frog croaked louder, and the others joined him. The chorus of frogs was intent on letting the human know he wasn't welcome there. Ash shook his head. "Water, water everywhere," Ash said to himself, ignoring the chorus of the loud frogs in the background. "If I had to guess, this is where the water court would be." "Yes, you guessed correctly." Ash spun around to see who had spoken to him. There were no humans or fae to be seen, but a frog sat in front of him, the largest one he had ever laid eyes on. It blended in so perfectly in the muddy water that he hadn't noticed until now. Ash nearly jumped out of his skin when the giant creature mumbled something. "I am sorry, did you just talk to me?" Ash asked. "Croak." "Yes, it was me," the frog replied. "Do you want to go to the water court? I can take you there, human." "Thank you. I don't know what to say," Ash said. "From what I have learned about the Fae world, no help comes here without a price. What will I owe you?" The frog croaked heartily. It was a glorious rumbling sound that made the ground shake and caused the water to ripple around him. "Do you know who I am?" the majestic creature asked. "I am afraid I don't," Ash said. "Being new here, I admit to my ignorance. There are many things about this world I am unaware of. Can you kindly tell me?" The creature puffed up proudly. "I am the king of the frogs." The other frogs around them started chanting, "Our king," until the Frog King had to stop them with a loud croak. "That makes your offer even more remarkable," Ash said with a bow. "To what do I owe such an honor, King of the Frogs?" "You might not recognize me, little human, but I haven't forgotten you," the Frog King replied. "A few years ago, when I was but a tadpole in the human world, you rescued me from the clutches of your cousin. He caught me and my companions and put us in a bucket and left us to dry in the searing summer heat. I lost all my friends one by one and awaited my death, but good fortune sent you my way instead. You came across the pail and stopped to see what was inside. You could have left me there, but you took the bucket to the nearest pond and set me free. No, I will never forget your kindness, young human, for you saved my life." Ash was speechless. How would he have known that his small act in the human world would save him in the Fae realm? "I'm glad I got the chance," was all he could say. The Frog King narrowed his beady eyes. "Before you go, I must warn you. Be careful. The Undines do not take kindly to land dwellers, especially not to humans." The Undines? His father had mentioned that word in his sketchbook along with the sylphs, but Ash didn't know what it meant. "The merfolk of the water court," the Frog King said. "Do not stay long in their world. Return before midnight, for the creatures will become dark as well." "I understand," Ash said, nodding his head. He looked towards the water. It didn't seem deep, but he knew looks were deceiving in the Fae world. "How far is the water court?" "It is many miles deep," the Frog King replied.
"Miles? I can't hold my breath that long underwater," Ash said. "How will I get there?"
"With the help of a little magic,"
the creature replied. The frog took in an enormous breath, stretching and stretching until he resembled a giant balloon. He then blew a bubble towards Ash, and it enveloped him completely. "How remarkable!" Ash thought. He examined himself from head to toe. "With this air bubble around me, I should be able to breathe underwater." Now it was only the matter of swimming miles down to reach the court, which could still take several hours. Ash was running out of time. The King Frog seemed to read his thoughts. The frog's eyes sparkled.
"Worry not, young human child. You have the King of the Frogs as your ally.
I will carry—" But before the Frog King could complete his sentence, a small frog with a monocle to his eye leaped to his side and interrupted him. "Your Majesty, as your adviser, I really must insist you reconsider," the small frog said, huffing indignantly. "It is enough that your generous Majesty is helping a most untrustworthy human, but to carry him, it will offend all the subjects in your kingdom and beyond." The Frog King did not take to the interruption kindly.
"I am the king, and I make the rules,"
he roared. Seeing the anger of his royal majesty, the small frog adviser cowered in fear. Ash quickly chimed in to diffuse the tension in the air. "I agree with your adviser," he said. "I am grateful for your help, your Majesty, but I can't let you carry me there. There must be another way." The Frog King calmed down at Ash's placating words.
"There is a way, but it is tricky," he croaked, contemplative. "You can convince an eagle to carry you on its back, but you would have to be careful not to fall for one of its pranks."
"An eagle?" Ash asked, curious. "What does the creature look like?"
"It looks like an ordinary horse."
Ash needed more clarification after the Frog King's vague description. "How would I know if it is an eagle or a real horse?"
"There are signs that will give it away, but I can't disclose them. You would have to guess it yourself," the Frog King said. "Beware. Guess incorrectly, and the eagle will stomp you to death. If you try to ride an eagle without its permission, it will take you deep under the water's depths and drown you. Even the magic of my air bubble would not last under the force and speed of an enraged water horse." Each path has a different peril, Ash thought, but he had to go to the water court, and this seemed to be the only way to do so. "I understand," Ash said. "Where would I find one of these creatures?" "The abandoned water mill nearby. Just keep walking until you hear the sound of the river, and you will see it," the King of the Frogs replied. "But beware, young human. If you ever find yourself in danger, save yourself. Remember that an eagle is deathly afraid of fire."
Ash nodded his head to show that he understood. "I hope it doesn't come down to that, but thank you for letting me know," he replied.
"I hope you survive your quest, young human," the Frog King replied. "Kindness is a rare find among humans, and getting rarer still. I wouldn't want to lose you to a tricky water horse."
Ash smiled and bowed gratefully to the Frog King. The small frogs who had remained silent during their exchange became noisy once again. It was curious to hear that the frogs were giving a different warning this time. It was, however, no less grim than before, but perhaps less unfriendly. Ash made his way towards the watermill with the chorus of small frogs chanting, "Beware, beware," behind him. Chapter 15. Ash found the horses by the watermill just as the Frog King had told him he would.
Humans must have once lived here, Ash thought, looking at the abandoned structure. The water wheel was stationary, and had been for a long time, as a layer of moss and algae covered the surface. Ash glanced up and saw that the yellow and blues of the sky were fading to pinks and orange. The sun would set soon, Ash thought with alarm, leaving him with little time to reach the watercourt. He quickened his stride. There was a herd of around 20 horses lingering in the area. The colors of their sleek coat ranged from a deep bluish gray through to a very light, almost white gray. There was a majestic black one which stood out among them and caught Ash's attention. He was wearing a saddle and bridle richly decorated with silver. He must be the Niogol, Ash thought, but it seemed a little too easy. Following his instincts, Ash spoke to the black horse. "I am looking for a Niogol to take me to the watercourt," he said loudly. The black horse neighed and came closer. "Will you answer my riddle, human?" It shouldn't have surprised Ash that the horse was talking to him. He had seen many creatures do so in this realm, but still he was taken aback. "Yes," he finally answered once he got over his surprise. "What is the riddle?" "Other than myself, guess which one of us is a Niogol, and you can ride to the watercourt on our back," the water horse said. Was it really that simple? Ash hadn't forgotten the warning the Frog King had given him. If he guessed incorrectly, the Niogol will stomp him to death. Ash looked at the creatures, and none of them seemed out of the ordinary. The horses pranced around him in a circle, and he couldn't get a close enough look at them as they kept moving. There was one horse among them whose coat had a greenish sheen. "Have you decided on your answer?" the black water horse asked. "Yes. Who is the Niogol among us?" "You all are," Ash replied. The black horse reared his hind legs into the air, and for a split second Ash feared he had guessed wrong. The herd surprised him by galloping at lightning speed towards the water. One by one they disappeared as an ethereal blue flame, all except the magnificent black horse wearing the saddle and bridle richly decorated with silver. "You guessed correctly." The water horse sounded annoyed, as Ash hadn't fallen for his trick. "How did you figure it out?" "Your tails," Ash said. "They look like wheels." The water horses were hiding their tails behind their legs. That is why they were constantly moving around him. He hadn't seen all of their tails, but he made a lucky guess. The Niogol grunted. "I will take you to the watercourt as per our agreement." "Thank you for keeping your promise, but I cannot ride you without first knowing your name," Ash said politely. The horse snorted with displeasure. His request had aggravated the creature, it seemed. "Asking a fey creature their name is a dangerous thing, human. You might as well ask for their servitude." "I am sorry for causing offense," Ash said apologetically. "I do not know the rules of this land." "If you are here, then you must learn," the Niogol replied haughtily. "Names have power in this world, power to bind. We protect our true names at all costs, and only share them with one who is worthy or to whom we owe a great debt." "I understand now," Ash said. "Let me try again. What can I call you?" "A better question," the Niogol replied, slightly placated. "What can you call a creature like me, for I am terror. I am the watery abyss. I am lightning and flame. I am the tempest." "Tempest?" Ash asked. "Can you take me to the watercourt and back before it gets dark?" The sun was getting a deeper shade of red as it settled lower in the sky. The water horse snorts at his question. "Do not ask lightning for its speed." Ash bowed to the horse and quietly got on top of the saddle. The water horse trotted on land before heading towards the water. As they plunged into the lake, it was so dark that Ash could not see the creature before him.
Tempest blended seamlessly into the dark surrounding, making Ash feel like he was floating underwater. The Frog King's bubble appeared in time and enveloped his body in a thin layer. He couldn't see much, but luckily he could still breathe. They plunged deeper and deeper, Ash holding on tightly to the horse's mane. Tempest was using his wheel-like tail as a propeller to speed through the waters. "We are here," the water horse said after several long moments. Had they arrived already? Ash thought with amazement. Tempest's lightning speed made the trip down to the water court take minutes instead of hours. Where exactly were they? Other than a few shells on the ground, Ash did not see a single living soul. "There is nothing here," he said, perplexed. "Take a closer look," Tempest said, undeterred. "What do you see?" "I still don't see anything," Ash said, but the horse remained silent. Ash blinked his eyes and looked again. His astonishment grew as the nothingness he saw before was now brimming with life, color, and lights. Those shells he saw earlier were no ordinary shells, but the majestic homes of the merfolk. They were in different shapes, colors, and sizes, but there was one smooth spiral cone that towered over the others. Ethereal lights were shining in the top half of the structure, inside the shell's spire and whorl. Ash gasped in surprise, and an air bubble floated out of his mouth, tickling the anglerfish nearby. The bony fish quickly swam away, its light fading into a pinprick in the black water. Tempest must have sensed his wonder. "You see it now, human?" "Yes, I take back what I said earlier," Ash said, reddening. "My eyes needed time to adjust. The water court is even more majestic than I imagined it would be." "To make a mistake and then see it makes you humble and wise, young human, and better than a stubborn fool," Tempest said. "Let us meet the ruler of the merfolk before darkness takes over." They arrived at the tall spiral shell castle, but two giant doors and guards on either side blocked their entrance. The abalone doors shimmered with mother-of-pearl, their lustrous sheen beckoning Ash to come inside, but the daunting guards were a deterrent. The merfolk were much larger than their fey counterparts of the air court. While the sylphs were mist and vapor, the undines were muscles and claws. "We are here to see the Queen of the Undines," Tempest said to the guards. "Tell Queen Leonan that her favorite creature brought with him a guest." "We cannot let you go through to the Queen with that human," one of the guards' voices boomed back. "How dare you deny me?" the water horse bellowed. Rage turned the water horse's eyes to flames. The blue light reflected menacingly on the guards' faces. They stepped back for a split second. "Deny me again, and I will not spare your lives," Tempest roared. The mare guards recovered from their earlier fright and growled back. They pointed their spears at them both. "I come here with no ill will," Ash said quickly. "Can you give my message to the Queen? I am searching for a missing mortal princess. If she is not here, I promise I will leave." The mare guards whispered to one another, and only one of them entered through the pearly doors, likely to inform the Queen. The other guard stood on alert and had not lowered his spear even an inch. Ash looked wistfully at the golden light coming from inside the castle. "I hope I will find Iris here," he thought. "Where have you gone, Princess? Where can I find you?" Tempest was getting more agitated with every passing second, and Ash wondered if the water horse would attack if it took any longer. The guard that had gone through the abalone doors returned. "The Queen awaits your arrival. You may enter." Ash let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he swam through. Tempest, in contrast, snarled and lunged to bite the guards on the way in. The guards shook their heads and stayed out of his path. Ash couldn't tear his eyes away from the gorgeous spiral turn of the shell inside the conical tower. He swam slowly, lingering behind the tempestuous Nuggle. He now understood what the lights on the top of the conical shell were. Those were rooms up there, but no staircases. The Undines didn't need them as they swam to where they needed to go. They entered the magnificent throne room through another set of doors and found the Queen already waiting for them. Her throne was made of giant pearls, and she held a powerful trident in her hands. Adorned with a crown of pearls on her head and shells in her long hair, Queen Leonan was a serene and beautiful queen. But she was a fay, and there were telltale signs, like her frosted eyes, the luminous skin that shone like pearls, and her brilliantly colored, flowing mermaid tail. When she smiled, Ash got a flash of razor-sharp teeth. "Why did you frighten my poor guards, Tempest?" Queen Leonan asked, smiling. "What is this about you bringing a guest?" Ash stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you for seeing me, Your Majesty. I am Ash Charming." Queen Leonan looked towards Tempest with surprise. "You bring me a human, and he is still alive." She seemed greatly amused by this. "He's solved my riddle," Tempest replied, annoyed. "So he lives." Queen Leonan's eyes gleamed with mischief. "That never stopped you before, Tempest," she teased. "What made you spare his life now?" "He didn't have the rotten stench of deceit," Tempest replied. "It would have been a waste to eat him." "Is that so? A human that isn't deceitful?" Queen Leonan laughed. "We shall see how right you are, Tempest. Don't worry, you may get your chance yet." She winked conspiratorially at the water-horse. "They are talking about eating you," warned a voice in Ash's head. For some reason he wasn't afraid, and that troubled him. Ash was a helpless prey in front of two dangerous predators. He should be fearing for his life. The Queen turns her attention to Ash. "Why did you want to meet me, Ash Charming? You are very far from your world, human." "I am here to find a mortal princess, Princess Iris from the kingdom of Renmore," Ash said. "Iris disappeared suddenly, leaving only her dagger behind. She is in danger, and I have reasons to believe she is in the Fey realm." The Queen stared at him with her milky white eyes. "You come here seeking information, but first you must answer my question." She rose from her throne and swam towards him, stopping inches from his face. "How much do you know about the Fey?" Ash understood what she was asking. "The Fey do not give something without expecting something in return." "So you know our ways?" Queen Leonan gave a benevolent smile. "I will answer your question if you answer mine." Ash expected as much, so he nodded. "You are looking for a mortal princess, and I seek a Fey," Queen Leonan said. "We both are looking for someone missing." Ash only recently discovered their world, so how could he possibly know? It seemed hopeless, but he asked anyway. "Who is it that you seek?" "None other than the Fairy Queen," she said, pacing around her throne. "I haven't heard anything from her in a while. She used to sing to the fishes, but hadn't done so in many years." The Undine Queen heaved a sigh. "I believe she is no longer in the Fey world, but perhaps in the human realm. Have you come across any of our kind in your world?" Ash's expression must have given it away because she asked, excited. "You know someone, don't you?" "Yes, but I am not sure if it is her," Ash replied. It surprised Ash that he did have someone in mind. As soon as the Undine Queen asked, Myrtle's name popped up in his head. Ever since he found out about the Fey world, he had been thinking about his old friend, the conversations they had, the unusual events, and the mystery that surrounded her. There was something different about Myrtle, and now Ash suspected he knew the truth of who she was. "Ask her, and she will tell the truth, for the Fey cannot lie," Queen Leonan said. "When you find the Queen, give her this." She takes one shell off from her hair. "What makes you so sure the Fairy Queen is in my world?"
Ash asked, examining the pretty trinket she gave him. In every corner of the Fey realm there is a body of water, a lake, a stream, or a river. My creatures are everywhere and are my eyes and ears. Last they saw the Fairy Queen, she was standing at the edge of the Fey realm, distraught, Queen Leonanne said. I don't know what caused her to flee to the mortal world or what crisis she faced, but when you find her, give her my gift. She is welcome back to my kingdom any time she chooses. I will provide her a safe haven from what troubles her. If what he suspected was true, and Myrtle was the Fairy Queen, she had been hiding all these years for a reason. What if she was in danger from Queen Leonanne herself? He had to make sure. If the Undying Queen was scheming something, he wanted to figure out what it was and warn Myrtle ahead of time. He chose his words carefully. I understand that the Fey realm is divided into several courts, and that each Fey court concerns themselves with only their own kingdom. Can I ask why, then, are you looking for her? The smile vanished from the Queen's face. I could ask you the same question. Humans only think about themselves, she said, unabashed. Why are you looking for the princess? Because she has my heart, he thought. My heart might beat in my chest and keep me alive, but every heartbeat belongs to her. I care about her, Ash said simply. I will not stop until I find her. The Queen's expression softened with his response. I answered your question, but you have not yet answered mine. Have you seen Princess Iris? I saw the princess once, when she briefly broached the boundary of my realm as a child, Queen Leonanne replied, but I have not seen her since. At this moment the mortal princess is not in my realm. Thank you, Ash said. Iris wasn't there. He would have to search for her in another Fey court. Before you leave, human, I want to know, will you give my message and gift to the Fairy Queen? Ash hesitated. The Undying Queen still hadn't given him a reason. Why are you searching for her? The Undying Queen gave an exasperated sigh. The Fey world has not been the same without the Fairy Queen, she said reluctantly. Ash raised his eyebrows. What has changed? Queen Leonanne's attention turned to Tempest, who had been observing their conversation silently. Your human is as nosy and stubborn as you are, Tempest. The water horse snorted. Perhaps he senses you are hiding something. You should be honest with him. I am a Fey, and I cannot lie, the Queen said, offended. Yes, but you can still hide the truth, the water horse replied. He is cleverer than you are giving him credit for. Very well, the Undying Queen said, seeing Tempest was not taking her side, and that she had no other choice remaining. I will show it to him. With fluidity and immortal grace, Queen Leonanne left her throne and swam up. She signaled for Ash to follow. They stopped in front of a natural opening in the shell that served as a porthole, offering a view of the water outside. This is why I am looking for her, she said, pointing to the watery landscape below. Ash couldn't believe his eyes. Patches of the realm were dead or decaying. Fishes leached of color swam listlessly. It was as if hope was gone. Do you see it? Do you see what plagues my realm? Yes, Ash answered solemnly. It is a terrifying sight, is it not? This is why I need to find the Fairy Queen. Without her, this blight will continue. Among the Fays, only she has the power to heal. I will tell her as soon as I see her, Ash promised. I can see why she must return to the Fey realm immediately. Queen Leonanne gave a grim smile. I am glad you understand my plight. We must leave now, human, Tempest said. As the Nioggle looked outside, Ash sensed that something was troubling him. I do not like how dark the waters are already. Ash gave a final bow to the Undying Queen, and she gave a slight nod of her head to acknowledge it. Queen Leonanne observed them from her porthole window with a grim expression as Ash and the water horse swam away from the castle.
Everything was much quieter than before. There were no more fishes in the water, and the lights faded to nothing as they moved further and further away from the Undine court. Tempest swam silently, but kept turning his head like he saw something. Ash sensed rather than saw the shadowy creatures that had been following them. Tempest swam faster, a storm gaining speed. Ash took out the dagger he carried in his belt, which had belonged to Iris, and held it in his hand. The shadowy creatures slashed Tempest at all sides with their razor-like claws. Ash swiped his knife towards them as best as he could to deter them, but it was hard when he couldn't even see them, for they were darkness itself. Tempest swam faster and faster, a cyclone in the water, but the creatures kept attacking him. Ash felt the air bubble around him stretch and thin out more until it reached its limit and popped. He quickly held his breath before the water flooded into his lungs. Tempest was slowing down. His injuries were too great. He was bleeding to death. Ash didn't know how long Tempest could hold out. He himself was running out of air. Just when all hope was dying, Ash heard a melodious voice coming from the deep. The dark creatures halted and then screeched as if in pain. "What is going on? Where is that song coming from?" Tempest answered with a strained voice. "It is the Mer Queen. She is luring the creatures away." Queen Leonanne's song was unearthly and beautiful. Ash couldn't hear her now as they were further away, but the song left him longing in its absence. Tempest could barely carry him. The water horse swayed, sinking into the water before trying to swim back up again. Ash got off and swam ahead. When he saw the water horse struggling to keep afloat, Ash grabbed hold of his mane and tried to swim to the surface, but ran out of air before he could reach it. He choked as the water rushed into his lungs. Tempest, with his last remaining strength, took Ash on his back again and pulled them both to the surface. Ash gasped for air and coughed until he couldn't cough anymore. When he could finally breathe, he quickly went towards Tempest, who was lying on the ground. He hurried to him and rested his head on his lap. The water horse was in a terrible state. The vicious claws of the dark creatures had tattered his flesh, and dark veins pulsed around the wounds. Was it poison? "I am so sorry," Ash wept, unable to hold back his tears. "Do not weep for me, human. Save yourself," Tempest said weakly. His breath was coming in gasps. "The creatures are still coming for us." Tempest's breath became slower and slower until they stopped. Ash held the horse in his arms, feeling despair as acute as the day his father died. "I should have never asked you," he said. "I should have never come here and placed your life in danger." Tempest's body had gone cold and rigid. Ash placed his hand on the creature's heart and wept, his tears falling freely. The screams of the dark creatures surrounded him. They were getting nearer, but Ash refused to leave the dead water horse behind. Ash heard another sound so faint that he couldn't believe his ears. Tempest's chest was rising and falling once more as his breath grew stronger. Ash stumbled back and watched with wonder as the creature lifted his legs and rose from the ground. "You are alive! But how?" "You healed me," Tempest replied. The shadowy creatures screamed, their sounds much closer now. "You must go back to the human world right now." "What about you?" Ash asked, still not over his shock. He'd just witnessed a dead creature come back to life. "I will be fine," Tempest said. "I am going back to my herd, and they will protect me. Get out of the Fey world now. I will divert the creatures." Tempest didn't wait for his answer and took off, galloping. Ash watched in horror as the dark, shadowy creatures emerged from the water and leapt towards the water horse, but he was too fast for them. The shadows now turned their sights towards him, and Ash scrambled to escape. The swamp was nearby, and hearing the loud chorus of frogs was like music to his ears. Upon sensing the impending danger, the small frogs scattered with cries of "Run!" and Hide! Before the shadowy monsters could ensnare him, Ash closed his eyes and crossed the threshold into the human world. Chapter 16. Ash's heart continued to race as if he were still in danger. He took a deep breath to calm his breathing and slow down his rapid heart rate. His mind was still reeling, trying to grapple with what happened. Ash barely escaped with his life. The blight was killing the water court. Queen Lannan was desperate to find the fairy queen who was hiding in the human world and who could be his friend Myrtle. Tempest died, but something healed him and brought him back to life. Ash tried hard not to think too deeply about what the water horse said to him or its potential significance. Tempest might have been delirious because of his injury. The shadowy creatures were more than mere shadows. They were real, had razor-sharp claws, and weren't harmless. They were deadly. Ash's first move was to head directly to Myrtle's hut, but he still found it to be empty. Industrious spiders were diligently building cobwebs in the corners. More than once he heard squeaking from a family of mice that were settling in. He was sure Myrtle hadn't returned to the hut since he last came here. What should he do now? He couldn't go to Sylvie and Findlay. What could he tell them? That he still hadn't found the princess and that she was even greater danger than they first thought? He couldn't wait for Myrtle. Who knows how long it would take her to return? Ash could be waiting for her for days or weeks, and he couldn't afford to lose time. He could come back later to check in, but he couldn't linger in her hut forever. Ash turned his father's sketchbook over in his hands. It was still intact and dry, despite being in his pocket when he was in the water. Magic must be protecting it, he thought. Good thing, too, because he needed it to keep working. He stared at the drawings of the mushrooms in the cave. There were 2 other realms he could explore, which belonged to the Fae called gnomes and salamanders. Perhaps he would find Iris or even Myrtle in one of them. The Fae realm was getting more and more dangerous, and each visit put him in greater peril. The shadowy beasts were a looming threat, and either he could flee from them or stand his ground. Following his instincts, Ash turned to the last page to call upon the magical firefly. It took Ash several attempts before the field mouse would even speak to him. Even then it twitched nervously, glancing from side to side as if sensing an unknown danger. "Can I talk to anyone from the Earth Court?" Ash asked. "It is very important that I talk to someone." "The gnomes do not talk to humans," the mouse replied. "I will send them your message, but they do not want any stranger near their homes." Nervous squeaks punctuated the mouse's speech. Ash had seen the Earth Court from afar. It was a magical field of mushroom-shaped houses, with fae with long pointy ears, wearing clothes that were sewn from leaves and petals. The gnomes were all fond of wearing pointy red hats, like the mushrooms they lived in. He heard names like fern, oak, bark, and bell pepper, but as soon as he tried to talk to them, they hurried inside their houses and locked the doors. All wasn't well in the Earth Court. There were signs of the blight taking hold, just like in the Undine realm. Mushrooms were decaying or dying, with dark veins appearing on them, evidence of a poisonous disease. Ash must have knocked on their doors for hours before finally the gnomes sent the field mouse to frighten him away. He wasn't afraid of the mouse, even if it was bigger than him, for it was as meek as, well, a mouse. "Please tell them I am looking for a human princess," Ash said. "Did anyone come here from the mortal realm recently?" "I will go ask the Elder Fae," the mouse squeaked. He returned minutes later, shaking its head. "They have not seen any humans," the mouse said. "You are the first one to come here in over a decade." So there were other humans that came to the Fae realm before. Ash suspected that the Earth Fae were a shy bunch, rather than hostile like the Undines or aloof like the Sylphs. When the mouse asked him if he would like some tea, it confirmed his suspicion. Ash shook his head and smiled. "No, thank you. Perhaps another time," he said politely. The mouse squeaked, and Ash noticed that one of the gnome's doors was slightly ajar. Someone was listening to his conversation. Ash bowed his head toward the gnomes hiding behind the door. "I cannot stay here for long, as I have to continue my search for the princess in another court, but someday I would love to return and have tea with you." Ash waved to the other gnomes who were spying on him from their windows before he left. He then made his way towards the last remaining court in his father's sketchbook. "Firefly, take me to the Fey realm." Ash could barely breathe. It was so humid. The first impression he got of this realm was its suffocating heat. Why was it so hot? Ash struggled to see the light of the firefly in front of him. He emerged in near darkness and bumped into a few objects, stumbling around blindly before his eyes adjusted to the dim light. He was in an underground cave that stretched infinitely, with the largest crystals he had ever seen. Further ahead, the cave was divided into different chambers, sloping down deeper below the surface. Multicolored gems sparkled from the ceiling, and within the walls some lay scattered on the ground. Stones of immeasurable wealth were at his feet, left unattended. Ash hadn't yet encountered a Fey, and he wondered vaguely if they were friendly. The high temperature was making Ash's vision hazy. His forehead was damp with sweat, and he was fighting to stay conscious in the heat. A voice echoed in the cave, and Ash's heart nearly stopped. "Edwin, is that you?" Someone was calling for his father. "No, I am Ash, his son," he said, squinting to see more clearly. He couldn't make out the figure in the distance. Ash heard the figure mutter darkly, "I told Edwin to stay away, so he sends his son instead. He will never learn." The figure emerged from the haze, and as he came closer, he became clearer. He was a tall Fey with fiery eyes, and his skin seemed to be made of stone. "How did you know my father?" Ash asked. "Who are you?" "I will ask the questions here," the Fey said. "How is that father of yours?" Ash didn't know how to tell him. He died several years ago." "Edwin is dead?" The Fey became still. "Was his death from a human illness?" "No, he died from a poisoned arrow." A shadow cast over the Fey's countenance, and Ash thought he saw a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "So he was killed at last. I couldn't save him." "What do you know about my father?" Ash asked. "Can you please tell me?" The Fey was barely listening to him. He was staring at the wall of the cave, where numerous crystals glowed in the dark. "These crystals are hundreds of thousands of years old," he said. "They are called selenite." Ash couldn't bear the mystery or the heat any more, and he stumbles in the oppressive heat. The Fey sees his struggle and remains emotionless. "Your father could barely last 10 minutes in the cave of crystals," he said. "That didn't stop him from trying, that fool. I had to haul his unconscious body several times, and even that didn't stop him." His words carried a note of wistfulness. "Who are you?" Ash asked, trying to stay upright even if his head was spinning. "I am Skolacite." "Why did my father come here, Skolacite?" "He needed material for his art. Stones, crystals, anything he could find." Ash was learning things about his father he never knew before. He would have been more excited if only the cave would stop spinning. Skolacite looked at him with an unreadable expression. "Follow me," he said. Ash quietly followed, trying not to trip over his own feet. They kept walking down a slope for what seemed like miles. Gradually the heat started to dissipate. "How far down am I?" Ash was finding it easier to breathe in the cooler air, and his thoughts became clear again. You are 300 meters below the surface. Millions of glowing stalactites illuminated the part of the cave they were in. It was an amazing place. A sense of wonder took over as he witnessed the exquisite beauty of nature in a world so distant from his own. What court am I in? The fire court, the Fae replied. The Fae of the air court called themselves sylphs, and the water court were undines, Ash said. The fairies of the fire court are salamanders. The Fae confirmed what his father had written in the sketchbook. Why salamanders? Ash asked, curious. Because of them, Skolacite said cryptically. He pointed towards a chamber to the left, where steam was coming from the entrance, and which lit up periodically with flashing lights. As Ash peered inside, he was met with a scorching wave of heat, and saw a multitude of giant salamanders leisurely resting on the rocks, their tails ablaze with fire. That explains the heat. How did my father discover this realm? Ash asked. There was still so much he didn't know. I was the one who brought your father here, and I regretted it ever since, he said. Perhaps Skolacite will answer the question burning in his mind and weighing down his soul. Did my father steal magic from the Fae? There was a real risk the Fae could disclose something that would devastate him, but Ash was determined to uncover the truth. Steal magic? Your father? The Fae shook his head. Never had Ash felt so relieved. Edwin could gaze into a stone and extract its essence through his carving, Skolacite said. The true beauty of my crystals went unnoticed until he graced them with his touch. Edwin didn't need to steal. His fingers possessed a magic of their own. Then why did you say you regretted bringing him here? Because Edwin brought ruin to the Fae realm. He is the reason the Fae world is in the state it is in. You are gravely mistaken, Ash said. My father would never harm a soul. I am not lying, the Fae exclaimed. Edwin was once my friend. I trusted him and he betrayed me. Pain laced through each and every one of his words. Skolacite lowered his voice. Despite his betrayal, a part of me still cherishes his friendship, so I will give you this advice. Leave this realm, and do not look back. You cannot tell me to do that. That is my choice. My father left me his sketchbook for a reason, Ash said. He wanted me to be here. Only as a limited observer, like one looking through a glass box, the Fae said. You came to the Fae realm and you saw it. You have fulfilled your father's wish. Ash refused to give in. Perhaps he wanted me to know more. Tell me, did your father tell you anything about your mother? No, he didn't. Ash found his confidence waning. Then you have no business staying in this realm. Leave and do not return. Skolacite looked behind him and called out for another Fae. Carnelian, show him the way out. I am done here, he said. My son will take you back. The fire court will no longer entertain any uninvited visitors, be it human or Fae. The elder Fae departed, leaving his son behind, who appeared annoyed at being tasked with escorting him out. Let's go, human, Carnelian said gruffly. Ash's mind was in a state of chaos, but he remembered the name. Carnelian, I have a message for you, he said in a daze. It is from Nepheli. Carnelian's expression transformed from annoyance to anguish. Nepheli, how is she? Why didn't she come that night? Nepheli wanted to come, but the shadowy beasts attacked her, Ash replied slowly. Her father has blocked all the gates so that none of the sylphs can leave the realm. Carnelian's eyes grew wider.
The monsters attacked her? Was she hurt? Ash nodded sympathetically, noticing the desolation on the Fae's face. Nephali told me to tell you that as soon as she can fly again, she will come see you, that she hasn't forgotten you. Carnelian closed his eyes, drinking in his words. She will never forget you, but you already know that. Carnelian nods. He then mutters an apology to Ash. I am sorry about my cantankerous father. He is worried because the blight has tainted half of his crystals, which hold the source of his power. The salamanders are losing their flames, and what would the fire court be without fire? I understand, Ash said. I have seen the blight's devastation in the other realms. For bringing me a message from my love, I would like to give you something in return, Carnelian said. There is no need, but I insist, Carnelian said, cutting him off. The young Fae goes into one of the cave chambers and returns with something in his hand. The stone glowed with a soft light. This stone has many names, Carnelian said, handing Ash his gift. Each of its names reflects a distinct element. It is called sun-kissed because of the light within it. We also know it as an aura stone, as it can be shaped using only the artist's imprint. Last, it is Fae glass, as we only find it in this realm and nowhere else. This must be priceless, Ash said. Not all treasures can be measured solely by their worth. You have given me a greater gift, human, and for that I am obliged, Carnelian said. He bowed to Ash. I am sorry I have to say goodbye. I trust you can find your way back? Ash nods numbly. Carnelian leaves with a smile on his face, a drastic change from when he first saw the Fae. I have the same smile whenever I think of Iris, Ash thought. He couldn't smile now. His thoughts were a million miles away. This was the last realm in my father's sketchbook, and I wasn't able to find her. Ash felt numb. After hearing terrible things about his father from Skolesite, he now faced the possibility that he won't be able to find the princess. Ash was physically threatened and nearly killed, but never had he been so devastatingly wounded by someone's words. He always found solace thinking about his father, but now that peace had been shattered. Ash placed his head in his hands, feeling defeated and overwhelmed by his broken heart. Chapter 17. Ash took his dagger out. When he left for the Fae realm, he securely locked the door to Myrtle's hut. Now it was wide open. Perhaps one of the shadowy creatures followed him into the human world. Ash was taking no chances. With a tight grip on the dagger, he entered the room. The fire in the fireplace had burned down to its last embers. Someone had been waiting for him for a long time. In the semi-darkness, two pairs of eyes stared at him. "Are you going to stab me, cousin?" It was Connor. Ash relaxed the grip on the dagger. "What are you doing here?" Connor made a tisking sound. "Is this how you greet family?" He gave a pointed look at the weapon in his hand. Ash wasn't in the mood for Connor's games. "What do you want? Say it now or leave." He placed the dagger on the table where it remained visible. Connor made a show of looking around the small hut. He picked up a rusty pot and placed it down quickly, making a face. "I thought we finally got rid of the old hag, but then you take her place. How is the witch's life treating you, cousin?" Ash ignored his taunts and picked up the dagger again, intending to sharpen it. His forearms were exposed, and he noticed Connor staring at his new marks. "Where did you get those?" "You are better off not knowing." Ash was echoing Myrtle's words, which she said to him ages ago, it seemed, before leaving him without a care. "I will ask for the last time, Connor, why are you here?" "Since you're essentially living like a hermit, I wanted to share some news that I'm sure you'll be interested in," Connor said, his expression smug. "I don't have time for gossip,"
Ash said dismissively. "It is news pertaining to a certain princess." Connor had his undivided attention now. "Iris? What do you know about her?" Ash asked quickly. "Iris?" Connor mocked. "So we are on a first-name basis with the princess. I see your delusions are greater now that you are living on your own and have no one else to bring you down to reality." Ash stood up and walked towards the door. "Leave now." He directed him towards the exit. "Don't you want to hear the news?" Connor asked with a lazy grin. "Since you seem to be in a hurry, I will make it short and sweet. The princess's lady-in-waiting and her fiancé got caught and charged with kidnapping the princess. The king's knights located them here in Surrey, of all places. I missed all the excitement, but apparently they met Father just before they were apprehended. They arrested Sylvie and Findlay? This was terrible news. The sweet couple will likely face interrogation from an enraged king. Will they admit to having met him, or disclose any details about their conversation regarding the Fey realm? While Ash was deep in thought, Connor displayed uncharacteristic patience, waiting for him to break the silence. "Did they say anything in their defense?" Ash asked. "They claim they are innocent, but the knights have yet to locate the missing princess. The accused are awaiting trial for grand treason, and if convicted they will face execution. Sylvie and Findlay, they had been caught, but they kept his secret. It was becoming more and more urgent to find the princess. Without her to vouch for them, they will surely be found guilty and hanged." "When is the trial?" Ash asked. "In 3 days' time," Connor said. "You don't seem surprised at the news. What do you know, cousin? You know the king has set a large reward for anyone that finds the princess." "I don't care about seeking rewards," Ash said shortly. "No, you never cared about wealth." Connor was looking at him strangely. It wasn't a critical gaze, Ash realized, but something he couldn't quite grasp. "Thank you for letting me know, Connor. You were right. I needed to know about it." "You're welcome," Connor said slowly. Strangely, he continued to linger. Ash silently watches as his cousin paced around the small hut, appearing agitated. Something was bothering him, and Ash had no clue what it could be. After a long few minutes of silence, Connor finally blurts out, "It isn't right!" "What isn't right, Connor?" Ash asked, surprised by his sudden outburst. "You should be back at the manor," Connor said. "Father should not have thrown you out like that. It isn't right." Comprehension dawns on Ash. "I am all right, Connor. If not now, I will be eventually." Connor's distress was visible on his face. This was not the reply he was hoping for. "Why do you care?" Ash asked. "Because you are family, and we took everything from you." Before Ash could decipher his words, Connor hastily fled from the hut. Ash was taken aback, realizing that Connor had cared enough to seek him out and express his discomfort, that he still considered him to be family. Ash was still nursing his wounds from what Skoleside had said, but after seeing Connor, he felt better. His cousin had also shared critical news with him regarding Sylvie and Findlay, news that he couldn't ignore. Despite facing insurmountable odds, Ash found the inner strength he needed to try once more. Ash considered all that he knew. His father's sketchbook had 4 drawings, and Ash had been to all of them, but didn't know what remained. He was certain there were other courts, as someone had ripped 2 of the pages off from the sketchbook. But without the drawings, how would he find them? With hope and a prayer, Ash took out the sketchbook and called on the firefly again. The firefly was moving as if in a daze, its light barely lit. What was going on? Why did the firefly look like it was sick? The firefly's light flickered and then turned off. Ash looked on, worried. He hadn't crossed into the Fey realm yet and was stuck in an eerie fog. It was not just the firefly, he thought. The entire Fey realm was suffering too.
Ash felt it each time he visited. When Ash noticed the shadowy figure in the mists, he called out. He kept his dagger ready just in case. "Hello?" The figure became deathly still and didn't answer. "I am lost here. Can you help me?" "I am afraid I can't, my child." It was Myrtle. He would recognize that voice anywhere. "Myrtle!" Ash ran towards his old friend, but she stepped away further and further, fading into the mist. He turned his head from side to side, trying to catch a glimpse of her. "Why are you hiding from me, Myrtle?" Ash asked, agitated. Again, silence. "Can you at least tell me where I am?" he asked. She hesitated before answering. "We are at the border." "The border?" "Yes, between your world and mine." Myrtle was a fae. Ash finally understood her hesitation. "I know about your world, Myrtle," Ash said. "I have already been in the Fae realm 4 times. He brought his arm forward, the one with the mark which glowed silver in the darkness. "Your arm!" Myrtle let out a gasp. "You've been there? But how?" "My father left me a notebook which showed me how," Ash said. "Can you please come out, Myrtle?" "My appearance might startle you." "I have seen a giant talking frog. Nothing else can surprise me now." He heard Myrtle chuckling before she stepped out from the mist. Now it was Ash's turn to gasp. "You have changed," he said. "What do you see?" his old friend asked. "Your wings." A look of amusement crossed Myrtle's face. "Glamours are my specialty. Few have been able to see past my glamour, be it human or fae. I knew there was something different about you." Ash made a mental note to ask Myrtle about glamours later. At the moment he had more urgent questions to ask. "What is this place?" "We are in the Fade," Myrtle replied. "The in-between." "How can I get into the Fae realm?" "Why?" Myrtle asked. "Why risk your life, child? The Fae realm is no longer safe." "Because Iris is in danger and I came to save her." "Iris? The mortal princess?" Myrtle listened carefully as Ash provided her with a detailed update on everything that had occurred in the past few days. She gnashed her teeth in frustration as the conversation turned to his uncle and his father's will. A curse escaped her lips when she heard how Tiernan kicked Ash out of his home. Seeing her care, Ash realized how much he had missed his friend. "Can you show me your father's gift?" Ash immediately hands his father's sketchbook to her, and Myrtle scans it over. A frown lines her forehead. "What are you thinking?" Ash asked. "This is powerful magic," she said. "How did your father come across something like this?" "I don't know. I haven't been able to figure that out," Ash said. "The more things I find out about my father, the less I seem to know. Things that Skolesight hinted at, for instance. All I found was a mystery wrapped in another mystery." "Skolesight is an odd fae, but he has become more strange lately," Myrtle said. "But then again, the entire fae realm has been on edge. The fae courts are isolating themselves, which is leading to escalating levels of fear and paranoia. All that is happening because the Fae Queen is missing. Can I ask you something, Myrtle?" Ash took her silence as permission. "Are you the Fairy Queen?" "No, child," Myrtle replied. "I am but her humble servant." Ash was disappointed, but he quickly recovered. "The Fairy Queen needs to return," he said. "The blight is destroying the Fae realm. She must know." "Yes, she has to know. I have been looking for her for years," Myrtle said, "but I have found no signs of her anywhere." "Is that why you were in the human realm? You suspected she was there?" Myrtle nods. "Queen Lenon suspected the same thing." "She is a wise queen," Myrtle said. "For saving your life, the Undying Queen has earned my utmost respect." Ash had shared some, but not all, of what happened in the water court.
He kept something secret like what happened with Tempest. Myrtle was still poring over the sketchbook, but paused when she saw the 2 ripped pages. She put her hands over the seam. "Interesting." Ash asked what had been nagging in his mind. "How many courts are there, Myrtle?" "6. The air court of the sylphs, the water court of the undines, the earth court of the gnomes, the fire court of salamanders. Those you already know of and have seen." "What of the remaining 2?" Ash asked. "Why were the pages ripped off?" "Whoever ripped those pages was wise to do so. The last 2 are the most powerful courts of the Fey realm." "I think I already know about one of them," Ash said. Myrtle let him continue. "The one that the Fairy Queen belongs to." "The Light Court," Myrtle said. "The Fairy Queen's royal court remains the center of the Fey world." "That makes 5. What of the 6th?" "The most dangerous of them all," Myrtle said. "Based on what you told me, I fear the mortal princess has fallen into the hands of the unseelie king." Ash had never known Myrtle to be anything but fearless, so it was jarring to see her feeling anxious. "Who is he?" "He is king of the Fey underworld," she replied. "While the other courts command the elements of earth, air, water, fire, and light, the unseelie king has command over darkness itself. He masters the shadows over sight and mind. The last court belongs to King Aburn, the unseelie king of the dark court. Those shadowy creatures and the blight, those all belong to Aburn, don't they?" "Yes, but there is more. Aburn has declared war on the light court. That is why I had to return so suddenly," Myrtle said. "Without the light of the Fairy Queen, the Dark Fae had grown too powerful. We must go to the Light Court and tell the Fey Council that the unseelie king has the mortal princess. Now it is not just the Fey world that is in danger, but the mortal world is too." "How is the mortal world in danger?" "It was already in danger. His darkness seeps into the human world, corrupting the mortals, turning them to hatred, rage, and war," Myrtle said. "But when he marries the mortal princess, his reign will extend to both realms, and no one can stop him then." "Then I will go to the Dark Court right now," Ash exclaimed. "I must get Iris away from him." "It would be a death sentence to go there without help," Myrtle said. "We need to talk to the Fey Council." Ash felt his frustration rising. "And if they refuse?" "Then I won't stop you from going to the Dark Court, but you have to listen to me now, child." "Okay," Ash conceded. "I will talk to the Fey Council, but then I will go into the Dark Court to save Iris, with or without their help." After he agreed, Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. She waved her hand, and a gate of light mysteriously materialized within the mist. "Welcome, Ashton Charming, son of Edwin Charming," Myrtle said, smiling. "Let me take you home." Chapter 18. It wasn't home, it was paradise. The Fae of the Light Court lived among the treetops in magnificent structures made of mahogany and oak. They had exquisite stained-glassed windows, gleaming in a vibrant range of colors. The royal Fae themselves were unlike any of the other faces. Ash looked on, utterly stunned by the ethereal beauty of their immortal faces and the delicate butterfly wings fluttering on their backs. For the first time, Ash saw Myrtle in her Fey form, as she truly was. She didn't seem much older than his mortal self, but her eyes held the wisdom of ages. A pair of striking wings was fluttering gracefully on her back. Her eyes sparkled. "What are you thinking, child?" "That I should have come here much sooner," Ash said, "but mostly I am glad I am with you again." "I am as well." Myrtle smiles. Now that they were here, Ash had other things to worry about. "Myrtle, will the Fey Council listen to us?" "Yes, they must," Myrtle said.
We should hurry now to the council chamber." They hurried through leafy bridges that were woven seamlessly among the giant trees. Myrtle entered the largest of the tree structures and informed the soldiers standing guard about their arrival. The guards wordlessly allowed them to pass into the council chamber, where a group of fays were already present. Ash had never seen a more beautiful room. Giant arched windows lined the perimeter of the circular room, but the ceiling of the council chamber was made entirely of stained glass. The lights coming from the stained glass were animated, changing their patterns as they wandered across the floor. Ash felt he was standing in a forest of dancing lights. In the center of the chamber, elegant chairs made of oak with high backs and graceful curves were arranged in a semicircle. Only a portion of the seats were occupied, as the central throne and the surrounding seats remained vacant. The few fays who were there didn't seem to notice them, as they were embroiled in a heated argument. "Solana, they refuse to join us," said a female fay with red butterfly wings. "Why don't they understand? If the unseelie king wins, we will all suffer." "Can you blame them, Sorsha? For years the other courts begged for our help, but we didn't listen, as we were too afraid it might provoke the unseelie king," Solana replied. "Now that war is on our doorstep, we cannot demand their armies and expect them to agree with us." "They are asking for the Fairy Queen," said another female fae in a hushed voice. "The other courts will show their allegiance to her alone. They find the Fae Council to be too divisive." "So, in the Queen's absence, is it acceptable for them to let the Light Court fall?" Sorsha asked, incredulous. "Sometimes your arguments astound me, Eliora." She shakes her head. Eliora blushed and nervously fluttered her golden wings. Solana came to her defense. "Eliora is right. It is our fault the other courts do not trust us. We are the ones who forget them in their time of need. The royal fae should have provided aid to those who sought it, but instead we turned into cowards at the first sign of danger." "Us? Cowards? We are the ones holding the Fae realm together and preventing it from being torn apart by the darkness," Sorsha argued, her frustration clear. "What are your thoughts on this, Abner?" Abner, who had been quiet during their argument, clears his throat. "We have visitors among us." The other Fae pivoted their attention towards Myrtle and Ash. Myrtle steps forward and bows to them. "My graces, I have returned." "Who do you have with you, Myrtle?" Solana exclaimed, looking at Ash. "Is that a human?" "He can't be!" Eliora exclaimed. She looked at him shyly and then blushed. Sorsha was also staring at him, but her gaze was as intense as the glare of the burning sun. "I would like to introduce Ash Charming to the Fae Council," Myrtle replied. Ash bows to the Fae, who all return the gesture. "Welcome, Ash Charming, to our council," Abner said. "You have traveled far from your realm. What brings you here to our court?" "He has important information concerning the Unseelie King," Myrtle informs them. Abner tilts his head slightly. "Is that so? What news do you have?" "The Unseelie King has kidnapped a mortal princess and taken her to his realm," Ash said. "I come here asking for the council's help in bringing her back." Solana gasped, while Eliora turned pale. Sorsha swore, then threw her hands up in frustration. "This could not have come at a worse time." Abner's expression remained unreadable. "Are you aware that the Dark Fae has declared war on the Light Court?" he calmly asked Ash. "Yes," Ash replied. "It is also my understanding that I cannot go into the Dark Court without your help." "Good fairy law mandates that we help all that ask for aid in this chamber," Myrtle says. "I am aware of our rules, Myrtle," Abner said coolly. Myrtle turned red, embarrassed. The elder Fae turned his attention back towards him. Ash had a feeling he wouldn't like what the Fae would say next. Thank you for providing us with crucial information about the Dark Fae. It will help us greatly in understanding his next move," Abner said. "Regarding your request, we will require some time to review the matter with the Council." "Time? But the Princess Iris is in grave danger." "As is the entire Fae realm," Abner said, interrupting him. "Like I said, we need time to go over the matter with the Council." The elder Fae turned his gaze towards the door. "Luciano!" he called. A Fae guard enters the chamber and bows to the elder. "Please escort our guest elsewhere as we proceed with our discussion. We will summon him back once we have finished." The other Faes were already whispering behind him. Myrtle looked at him with a pained expression, but Ash gave her a small, encouraging smile before leaving. Ash knew what would happen next. The Fae would bicker and debate for hours before deciding. If they decide, that is. Restlessness ate away at him, but Ash seems to have no other choice but to wait. He followed as Luciano led him into the stunning courtyard. It was an open wooden space, suspended among the trees hundreds of meters off the ground. A tall figure stood in the center, bathed in an ethereal light, with beautiful flowers arranged below her feet. "Who is that?" The sight of the statue mesmerized Ash. "Show some reverence," the royal guard growled. "That is the fairy queen, Rhiannon." A faint hint of a memory stirred within his mind. There was something very familiar about that name. Rhiannon? Luciano nodded his head. "The Fae Council may hide it, but I believe she is lost to us." "Lost? How?" "Not all fairies that go into the human world return," he replied. Ash was struck by the beauty of the fairy queen. More than that, he was also stunned by the craftsmanship of the statue. He recognized his father's work immediately, but still he had to make sure. Ash's voice didn't tremble, even if his heart was in flux. Everything depended on what the Fae would tell him next. "Who made this statue?" he asked. "It wasn't made by any creature here, but by a human," the Fae replied. "His skills were unrivaled, even by our most skilled artisans." Oddly enough, the artist was unhappy with his finished creation, even though it elicited awe in the Fae world. He vowed never to do another portrait of the queen in his lifetime. "Did he say why?" "The humans said he could never capture the true beauty of our queen," the Fae replied. "He was right, but still he was selling his skills short. This is the most exquisite portrait of our queen." "How was the human allowed in the Fae realm?" Ash asked. "Things were more peaceful during the reign of the fairy queen, but perhaps she shouldn't have trusted the humans as she did," Luciano said. "I am sure the council tried to block his entry more than once, but Rhiannon insisted." Luciano's words confirmed it. His father made the statue. It was no wonder Ash couldn't find any portrait of his mother. Ash steps back and then quickly turns direction. "Wait! Where are you going? The council has not summoned you back." Ash ignored Luciano's cries as he dashed back into the room where he saw that the Fae Council was still arguing. Myrtle notices him first and exclaims, "What is it, child? What happened? Why do you look so alarmed?" Eliora echoed her fear. "Are we under attack? Are the shadowy beasts here?" Ash shakes his head, trying to calm down his breathing. "Then what is it?" Myrtle asked. "I remember." The Faes all look at him with confusion. "What do you remember?" Myrtle asked. "I remember hearing my father say my mother's name," Ash said, feeling like he was going to throw up. "He called her Rhiannon. The fairy queen is my mother." Myrtle was the only Fae that made a sound. After hearing his declaration, a collective silence fell upon the Fae Council that seemed to stretch forever. They looked at one another, but no one seemed to know what to say. "I am her son," Ash said again in a low voice. Sorsha was the first to break the silence. "But he is human," she said. "He must be lying." "Wouldn't that make him a half-human?"
Eliora mused. "I knew he was too beautiful to be immortal." "It is all the same," Sorcia snapped at her. "He is lying." "Why would he lie about such a thing?" Solana asked. The elder Fae had a strange expression on his face. "He is not lying," Abner spoke finally. "There are enchantments within this chamber that will prevent anyone from doing so. Perhaps he believes he is telling the truth, but it will still be a lie." "That is enough, Sorcia," the elder Fae warned. "I will ask the questions." Sorcia remained silent this time, but she glowered at Ash. "I can imagine that discovering the truth in such a manner must be quite a shocking experience for you," Abner said in a sympathetic tone. "I don't know what you expect from this council, but you need to understand that it is simply not enough to be her son." "I don't understand what you mean." "You might be her son, but are you her successor?" Abner asked. "In other words, you may share her bloodline, but do you have her blessing?" I, Ash stuttered and became quiet. He didn't know the answer. Abner gave him the ghost of a smile. "Without her blessing, young prince, anything you demand or desire from this council will remain, as such, merely a spoken wish." Ash was stunned. "Are you going to help me get into the Dark Court or not?" "No," the elder Fae replied. "The Dark Fae has already declared war on the Light Court, and we still need time to prepare. Provoking him now would only result in an immediate attack. I am afraid you are on your own." "How could you be so callous? You are sentencing him to his death," Myrtle exclaimed. The elder Fae ignored her outcry and turned his sight towards Ash. "If you are who you say you are, young prince, you won't need our help. The Fae lights will guide and protect you." Abner's outright refusal created outrage among the other Fae members. They all thought the elder Fae was wrong, and even Sorcia seemed uncomfortable with his decision. Ash didn't say a word as he left the chamber. The very air of the room was suffocating him. He hadn't gone far when someone tapped his shoulder. Myrtle stood there with tears in her eyes. "My child, I am sorry," she said. "I am sorry for all the hurt you have endured and all the pain that you have felt." As she opened her arms, Ash found solace in her embrace. "Do you believe me, Myrtle?" Ash asked. "I do, child," she replied. "I trust you are speaking the truth. You promised if I asked the Light Council and they refused, you would let me go to the Dark Court alone," Ash said. "I remember my promise," Myrtle said. She took a shaky breath. "I will go with you." "You should stay here," Ash said. "I think the Light Court will need you more than I will." Myrtle looked at him astonished. "I don't think I will meet another human or Fae with a heart as kind and courageous as yours, child." "Will you stay here and help them?" Ash asked, concerned. "I will honor your wish," Myrtle said. Ash felt relieved that she agreed, but the relief was only temporary. He paced anxiously, desperate to find an answer to his problem. "I need to save Iris," Ash said. "Please tell me how I can save her." "We have your father's sketchbook to get you into the Dark Court," Myrtle reminded him. "But tell me, once you find the princess, have you thought about how you will both escape?" "I haven't gotten that far yet," Ash said, tired. "Do you have any ideas?" "I might have just thought of a way out," Myrtle said, nodding. "As soon as you get the princess, call for Sleipnir, and he will come for you. Sleipnir is the only creature that can pass through borders of both realms undetected. Once you are both out of the unseelie fortress, ride and do not look back until you have safely crossed into the mortal realm." "Sleipnir? You already know him as Slippy," Myrtle said. She chuckled slightly when she caught his surprised expression. "Sleipnir belongs to the Fairy Queen and answers her call. The creature will also help anyone he feels is worthy of being protected." Ash feels somewhat overwhelmed when he understands why Slippy helped him earlier. He pauses for a moment.
Myrtle, what do you think happened to my mother? I thought about this before, but hoped it wasn't the case. Myrtle sighs and shakes her head, but doesn't elaborate further. Can you tell me anyway? When a fairy abandons the Fey realm, they lose their magic and are cursed to turn into an inanimate object, Myrtle said. That is for an ordinary Fey, but the bond of the Fairy Queen to her realm is much stronger. If the Fairy Queen is still in the human world, she would still be powerful, but she will retain a form that we cannot recognize. What do you mean? Have you seen anything that seemed out of place in its surroundings? A rock, a plant, a tree. It could be anything, Myrtle asked. Not that I can recall. Myrtle studies his face. Are you going to look for her? She seems to hold her breath, waiting for his answer. Ash slowly shakes his head. I wish I could, but finding my mother seems impossible right now. There is a war coming and we don't have much time remaining. But I promise I will find her one day. He nervously runs a hand through his hair. Myrtle, can you do something for me? Anything, child. What do you want? I want you to send a message to the other fairy courts. Myrtle's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What do you want me to tell them? Tell them the message is from Ash Charming, he said. Please tell them this. I am Rhiannon's son. I cannot tell you where my mother is or if I will find her in time, but I am asking for your help. The Light Court needs your help. The entire Fey realm needs you. Whatever happened in the past, you must let it go for the sake of the future. You cannot let the Light Court stand alone in this war and fall. We must work together to defeat our foe. For every broken wing, every tattered flesh, and every inch of the Fey realm taken by the shadows, you must fight back. The fairy stayed silent as she listened. Can you do that for me, Myrtle? Tears welled in Myrtle's eyes, but she nodded. Yes, I can. Thank you, Myrtle. Thank you for always believing in me. Myrtle wiped her tears. Do you know what you have to do now, child? Ash raised an eyebrow. Go into the dark court and rescue the princess? Shouldn't be a problem, Myrtle said, her eyes twinkling. Yeah, no big deal, Ash said. This was it. Ash had to save Iris and take her away from the Fey realm, but he didn't plan on stopping there. Ash swore to return and fight the forces of the Dark Fey with whatever strength he had left. Chapter 19. The last firefly sputtered, barely spreading its wings before becoming still once more. How do I get to the Dark Court now? Ash wondered. His father's sketchbook proved to be of no help at this point. Myrtle observed thoughtfully. I was afraid of this, she said. How will I get there now, Myrtle? She briefly hesitated before disclosing. There is one other entry into the Dark Court. Where can I find it? The entrance is at the edge of the Light Court. There exists but one bridge that can lead you there, known as the Shadow Bridge. However, in order to cross it, one must pay a price. Ash knew there would be a catch. What is the price? The color drains from Myrtle's face and she shakes. You must face the abyss. You must face your darkest thoughts and survive. I will do it, Ash said. I am not afraid. You should be, my child, Myrtle said sadly. But I won't stop you from your journey. I will take you as far as I can. Thank you, Myrtle. Myrtle led him to the entrance, which appeared as nothing more than a hole in the ground. Ash could barely make out the stairs, as it was so dark. Is this all there is? He asked, peering to see what lay at the bottom. Myrtle nodded. Take the stairs down and continue walking until you spot the bridge. I could accompany you, but in that case I won't be able to deliver the message in time to the other courts. Ash could sense that his friend was grappling with uncertainty. It was clear she wanted to go with him, yet a palpable fear was also holding her back. I will be fine, Myrtle, Ash said. "I can do this on my own." Myrtle sighed resignedly. "As soon as you find the princess, call Sleipnir for help." "I will," Ash reassured her. "Stay safe, child," Myrtle said. "May the fairy queen bless you." Ash gave a grim smile before venturing down the stairs, braving the descent alone. It took half an hour before he finally reached the bottom stair and his feet touched the ground. He continued his journey, walking for another hour through a dimly lit chamber until he caught sight of the looming structure ahead. His heart pounded at the sight of the bridge, a terrifying structure standing amidst a sea of storms. The bridge is really made of shadows, he thought. The suspended bridge swirled and swayed with the clash of thunder and lightning. Here goes nothing, Ash thought as he took the first step. To his relief, the once incorporeal bridge solidified beneath him. He couldn't help but steal a quick glance at the chasm below. Up close, he understood why Myrtle was so fearful of this place. Nothing could have prepared him to face the sheer abyss. It seemed endless, the darkest of dark, with not a glimmer of hope. The sight would have made even the bravest of souls quake with fear, but Ash remembered his purpose, and his heart remained steadfast. Iris was in danger, and he was determined to overcome any obstacle to save her. There was something or someone obstructing the path ahead, stopping him from crossing the bridge. Ash peered into the darkness, only to find it staring right back at him. The eyes that stared back were his own. "Who are you?" his shadow asked. "I am Ashton Charming, son of Edwin Charming." "Who are you?" his shadow asked again, as if it didn't hear him the first time. "What does it want to know? Why won't it let me through?" Ash understood. He was in the Fey realm, and there was only one person who tied him to this world. "I am Rhiannon's son," he said. The shadow appeared satisfied and allowed him to pass. Ash thought he was safe, but as soon as he reached the center, an ominous crack echoed through the chamber. The bridge collapsed, and he fell thousands of miles into the dark abyss. Was he dead? A beautiful girl appeared before him, dressed in a gown made of black roses and wearing a crown of black gemstones. Dark petals fell with her every step, vanishing like ephemeral mists as soon as they touched the ground. He was definitely dead. "I never knew death would be so beautiful," Ash said. "Grim Reaper, have you come to claim my eternal soul?" The girl tried not to burst out laughing. "You are still charming," she said, hiding her smile. Ash grins. "Charming is my last name." The girl raises an eyebrow and responds, "I know. You never told me your first name." "Ashton. And that was only because we were at a masquerade." "Tell me, Ashton Charming, what are you doing here?" "You can call me Ash." He gave a sheepish smile. "I came to rescue you." The princess steps closer. "And how is that going, Ash?" She pointedly glanced up and down at the metal bars that separated them. "I think it's going great," Ash answers with a straight face, "but I don't know where I am exactly." "You are where darkness lives," Iris said, "the dark court." "How did I fall from the bridge and end up here?" Ash asked, scratching his head. "The Dark Fae's minions found you unconscious outside the fortress and tossed you in here." The princess gestures towards his miserable-looking prison. Ash quickly scanned the dungeon he was in. There was nothing he could see except soot, stone, and dirt. There were no windows, but Ash guessed he wasn't missing out on much there. The view outside would be gloomy and dark. He was also the only prisoner there. Did the dark court get no visitors? For some reason, Ash found that to be amusing.
Iris seemed to read his thoughts. I only get a room, but you get an entire dungeon. Lucky, she teases. Ash smiled. Despite everything that had happened, Iris hadn't lost her sense of humor. No guards? He asked. The Fae of the Dark Court are a temperamental lot. They don't always listen to their king. In fact, I am the one who probably listens to him the most, and not by choice. I almost feel sorry for him, Ash said. Iris, it has been bothering me, but how did you get here from Renmore? The Dark Fae carried me into the realm in his arms, Iris replied. Ash felt a surge of intense jealousy wash over him, the intensity of the feeling catching him by surprise. He wanted to break the arms of the Dark Fae. The thought was all the more strange because violence was not his nature. You have gone quiet. Are you contemplating violence? Was the princess reading his mind? Maybe. Don't bother, she said. I already tried it. Ash was very curious. What did you do? I shoved a shoe heel right into his chest, the princess replied nonchalantly. And what happened? Ash was both impressed and shocked. Nothing, sadly. I discovered he is not a vampire, and that if he chooses, he can turn into nothing but shadows, Iris replied. I couldn't hurt him, but my minor act of rebellion, however, cost me dearly. Until I behave, the Unseelie King has taken away my privilege of wearing high heels. The princess sticks out her feet to show she was wearing flat shoes that were concealed underneath the overflowing gown. The Dark Fae is terrified of you, Ash said, amused. He was greatly charmed by her act of defiance. The Unseelie King will never look at heels without feeling some pain. Iris laughs at this, and the cheerful sound of her laughter thrills his heart. I still can't believe that you are here with me, Ash said. The entire court was abuzz with news of a human in the dungeon. I thought I should pay a visit and see for myself. Somehow I knew it would be you. You did? Well, I hoped a charming prince would come to my rescue. I didn't expect him to get caught and be taken as a prisoner. I fumbled a bit, Ash admits. So did the Unseelie King, it seems, if he let you come in here to meet me. He doesn't know, but he lets me do anything I want as long as I don't try to escape, the princess said. Ash couldn't resist asking, And how many times have you tried to escape? I lost count, Iris said, but it might be 11 times. The Unseelie Highness doesn't stand a chance against your stunning beauty and brilliant mind. The princess blushes. I expected someone as resourceful as you to have been victorious against a mere Dark Lord ages ago, Ash said, half joking. You are right, Iris said. I would have escaped, too, if it weren't for these stopping me. The princess was pointing to the shackles on her wrists and ankles, and Ash noticed the shadowy threads that bound them. There was another one around her neck. The moment Ash saw it, he thought he would lose his mind. The Unseelie King was keeping Iris like some bound animal. He is a monster, Ash bursts out. Not so loud. He will hear you, Iris said in a hushed voice. Ash wanted to tear the fortress apart, brick by brick. However, for Iris's sake, he calmed himself. I came here so I can warn you about his plans, the princess said. The Dark Fae doesn't have any power in the human world, but he plans to change that soon. Is that why he brought you here? Yes, by marrying me he can claim my kingdom as his own. A feeling of rage surged through his body. What if you refuse? The Unseelie King doesn't care. His main goal in all of this is the Wild Hunt. The Wild Hunt? How could he achieve his goal if you refuse to marry him? He could also sacrifice a mortal, but not just any mortal. In order to initiate the Wild Hunt once more, the Dark Fae needs to sacrifice a mortal of royal blood who has already been marked by the realm. Iris had a distant look on her face as she said this. Ash sensed she would much rather engage in a conversation on any subject other than the one at hand. He was fine with that. Ash had already heard everything he needed to hear. "We need to go now," he said. "Aren't you going to ask how I got my mark?" "You are in danger. I don't care about anything else," Ash said. "Slow down, my charming prince," Iris said, smiling. "Perhaps it will help give you an idea about how I can escape." Ash paused, taking a moment to process her statement. He could clearly see the logic in what she said. "Iris, can you tell me why you were marked?" The princess's heart beat a little faster when Ash said her name, but she tried not to show it. "From what the unseelie king told me, my great-great-grandfather made a deal with him. You know, the standard fairy tale stuff. His firstborn in exchange for human riches and power," she said. "But my great-great-grandpa was clever. He studied the Fae for years and found loopholes in their bargains and contracts. So great-great-grandpa agreed with the unseelie king, but he added a few extra conditions. The deal will only work if he takes a firstborn who is a girl and an only child, and if she enters the Fae realm before turning 19. Guess who happens to fit that description?" "You?" "Me," she nods. "Now I know why my parents became increasingly paranoid as I grew older and kept me locked up in the castle." "They could have told you." "The bargain forbade them to tell me directly, but Grandpa found a way to warn me." Ash had seen it too. "Through the book on Fae lore." "Yes. Too bad I didn't heed the warning signs and did everything I wasn't supposed to do," Iris said, shaking her head. "And now you are here." "Now I am here." Iris tried to maintain a light-hearted atmosphere, but he could see the helplessness reflected in her eyes. Ash felt his frustration boiling over, and he paced the length of the dungeon, attempting to clear his thoughts. Did the book provide any information on how to get out of this bargain? "Yes, don't get caught. But you know how that worked out." She rolls her eyes. "There is another way out, but it seems unlikely. For me to escape the realm unharmed, I would need a gift from a Fae." "A gift?" "I don't know if that is possible, seeing that I am trapped in this realm with no visitors, except for you, of course." She gives a faint smile. "Also, none of the Faes are willing to stand up against him." "Yes, I have observed it too. The Dark Fae has declared war on the Light Court, and none of the other courts are willing to send their armies." Iris seemed shocked by his revelation. "You have a better chance of saving yourself then," she said, sighing. "Leave me here, Ash, and save yourself the trouble. Just tell my parents I finally understand what they had to do and have forgiven them." "You can tell it to them yourself when you get out," Ash said. "It seems pointless to fight against such a formidable foe." "You must fight, Iris. You have to get back to Renmore before it is too late," Ash said in a grave voice. "Otherwise the king will wrongly hang Sylvie and Findley for treason." "What are you saying?" Iris asked, alarmed. "Someone has falsely accused them of kidnapping you." Ash told her everything, and for the first time the princess broke down completely. She fell to her knees in despair. "My best friend will die if I don't get out of here," Iris said, her voice hollow. "We will find a way to break out of here," Ash said. Right at that moment, the foundation of the dungeon shakes violently, causing the metal bars to rattle. Was that an earthquake? The princess winces and touches her neck, where her shackle is. "No, that is the Dark Fae. He is looking for me. I should go." "Wait!" Ash cries. "Just give me a few more minutes." Iris looks worried, but she stayed back at his request. Ash thought quickly. Iris needed a Fae gift to get out of her bargain. What if... He took out the stone from his pocket It shone slightly, a dull light at the heart of it, even in the bleakness of the dark court. Carnelian said that the only tools needed to shape it was an artist's imprint. Ash pressed the stone and watched in amazement as it shaped as easily as clay. His eyes shot up towards Iris. "What is it?" she asked. "What do you have in your hands?" "A way to get you out of here," Ash said, smiling. "I need a few moments to work with it." The princess watched as Ash worked with the object in his hand. He separated the stone in two halves and worked with one piece. His hands guided it gently, like the flow of water in a stream. When he was done creating, Iris let out a gasp. "How did you do that?" "It is fey glass." Ash hands over what he had made to her. He had to angle it before he could squeeze it through the metal bars. "You made a glass slipper!" Iris exclaimed as she examined it in her hands. "One with heels," Ash said with a wink, "though I would suggest you keep it hidden and not let the unseelie king see them. Let me finish the other one quickly." Iris placed a completed pair of shoes on the ground before her. She slipped her feet into them, and they fit her like a glove. With a hiss, the restraints binding her hands and ankles melted. Finally, as the shackle around her neck shattered, she could breathe again. "You broke the spell," Iris said in awe. "I am free." The ground tremors again, more violent this time. The dark fae was getting impatient the longer the princess took. "I promise I will get you out of here," Ash said quickly. "I believe you," Iris said, giving him a warm smile. She gathered her dress, skillfully concealing the shoes within its folds. "I will see you soon." With that promise, the princess hurried upstairs, leaving a trail of dark petals in her wake. Ash wasn't sure how long it had been before a fae of the dark court approached his cell. Unlike the fae of the light court, this fae had bat-like wings instead of butterfly wings. He also wore numerous black hoops on his left ear. The fae seemed peeved off. "King Aburn will see you in his throne room." "Why is he summoning me?" "Why don't you ask him yourself?" the fae retorted. He opened the dungeon door and gestured for him to follow without looking back. Ash didn't know what to make of the fae's odd temperament, but he followed. The throne room was a chamber no brighter than the dungeon he just left. "Enjoy the festivities," the fae said half-heartedly before leaving him abruptly. The dark court was gathered there. Each fae had an expression as miserable as the one who brought him there. Ash couldn't tell if this was a party or a funeral. Iris stuck out in the crowd, like a lone star in the night sky. She had changed into a different gown, the color of a starless night, studded with silver stars, and had braided her hair into a crown. The dress had long sleeves and a high collar, covering the area where the shackles were missing. Ash stood next to her. "You look beautiful." Iris blushes. "Thank you." "How did you get me invited?" "I told the dark fae it was rude to keep you in the dungeon," she said. "You are the first human visitor to his court in hundreds of years." Ash raised an eyebrow. "And he listened?" "The dark fae cares a lot about appearances," Iris replied. "I asked why he was keeping a human with no magic as a prisoner. It made him look like he was afraid. He invited you shortly after." Ash chuckled. "Where is he now? I don't see him." "He likes to be fashionably late," Iris said, rolling her eyes. "The party usually starts without him." The fae of the dark court were dancing to enchanting music. Many of them flitted around tables brimming with delicious food and exquisite-looking glasses filled with wine. However, amidst the revelry, Iris's pallor struck Ash. She was pale and noticeably thinner than when they first met at the masquerade. "How are you holding up?" Ash whispered. I haven't eaten in days and had just water to drink, Iris said. The food looks to die for. Why don't you eat something then? Fae food are enchanted and makes humans do terrible things. Don't dance to their music either, or you won't be able to stop. Just hold on a while longer and you will be home soon. I am figuring on a way out, Ash said, concerned. I hope you do, because I can't resist much longer, Iris said, looking longingly at the food table. Thank the powers up above the Fae don't have mashed potatoes. Ash smiles. Mashed potatoes? Yes, I would probably sell my soul for some mashed potatoes with homemade butter. Hold on, Iris, Ash said. I will get you home and you can have all the potatoes you want. You are my hero, the princess said unabashedly. And you are the most extraordinary person I have ever met in my life. There was a hush among the crowd as the king arrived, his shadowy cloak flowing behind him. The crown atop his head looked striking, as did the kohl lining his eyes. With a flourish, the dark Fae took his seat on the throne. Welcome to my court. He welcomed Ash with a disarming smile on his handsome, immortal face. Princess Iris tells me you are also from Renmore. I am, Ash replied. Do you have a particular interest in our kingdom? No, but it has become a thorn in my side, the dark Fae said. I don't follow. My shadows could only infiltrate Extor and Emery, he laments. It seemed the dark Fae had been waiting for someone to show interest in the topic. They could not pass into Renmore, so Fae magic must be protecting it. It could be none other than the Fairy Queen. What are you trying to tell me? Ash asked. I am talking about the Fairy Queen, the unseelie king said, exasperated. Either she is hiding, or humans have taken her prisoner. If you wanted the Fairy Queen, then why did you take the princess away from her kingdom? I saw an opportunity, so I took it, King Aburn said. What was the reason for abducting the princess? Perhaps the Fairy Queen might finally reappear, knowing the precious mortal princess was taken. Or perhaps I will use the mortal princess as a sacrifice to start my wild hunt. My reasons are my own. I will not explain them to you. King Aburn was rambling, and his thoughts seemed to be scattered all over the place. What was he trying to hide? He desperately needed the Fairy Queen back. But why? Ash looked towards the dark court and found the Fae weren't even paying attention to their king. It felt like the dark Fae had no power over them. Or maybe he lost that power when the Fairy Queen disappeared. Without light, the darkness seemed boundless. Did Aburn need her back not because he wanted power, but to restore balance in the Fae realm? You are losing control over the shadows, aren't you? The beasts are rampaging through the mortal realm without a master, Ash said. Is that why you are desperate to have the wild hunt, so you can regain the power you lost? The dark Fae seemed to be stunned. It is the same reason you are attacking the Light Court. It's all just a front. You're doing it out of fear of losing power. How dare you insinuate such a horrid thing? The dark Fae sputtered. I am the most powerful Fae in the entire realm. Only because the Fairy Queen is not here, Ash replied. The reaction of the unseelie king was immediate, and the dark court whispered and snickered mercilessly behind his back. Ash had discovered the truth. A shadow crossed the dark Fae's face. When my dark army annihilates the Light Court, it will show you how powerful I truly am, he said in a low voice. He turned his attention towards the princess and extended his hand. Come to me, my future bride, and take the throne by my side. Iris slowly shook her head and stepped back, further enraging the dark Fae. His cloak vanishes, and in its place he unfurls a pair of giant black wings. "You refuse? Then I shall take your life as a sacrifice and pay the tithe. The wild hunt will ride once again." The winds howled within the room as the shadows ominously gathered from every corner. The princess ran into Ash's arms, afraid. "So that is your lover, then?" the dark fae asked, looking savagely at Ash. "I will kill you both." Iris screamed as the shadows fell upon them, and Ash held her tighter in his embrace. He couldn't see or feel anything. The world seemed like an empty void, choking his air, swallowing him whole. Iris was crying and trembling in his arms, and he felt certain of their deaths. At the darkest moment, Ash sees a small flicker of light, bravely battling against the overwhelming darkness. The light multiplies, growing from 2 to 10, and then to 100. With each passing moment, as an increasing number of fireflies join them, the inferno builds and builds into a blinding light. "Close your eyes, Iris," he whispers. The princess closes her eyes, and Ash does the same. The last they hear is the piercing scream of the dark fae before the fae light takes them away. Ash and Iris stood side by side, surrounded by a desolate wasteland. They made it outside, but the fortress of the dark fae was still visible in the distance. Ash quickly calls out for Sleipnir, and the horse gallops toward them in its true form. "Does that horse have 8 legs?" Iris asked. "Yes, we need all the speed we could get," Ash replied. He quickly helped Iris get on the gargantuan beast and climbed up beside her. "Take us out of here, Sleipnir." The creature made a deep rumbling sound and then took off at a speed faster than the wind. Sleipnir raced through realms, but as soon as they reached the light court, Ash made him slow down. He dismounted from the horse. "Thank you, Sleipnir," he said. "Please take Princess Iris safely back to her home." "Are you not coming with me?" Iris asked sadly. "I cannot leave the Fey realm now. I need to help them," Ash said. "But you should go. Sylvie and Findley need you." The princess dismounts from the horse. "Thank you for saving my life," she said. Ash doesn't know how to respond. Remembering he had it, he brings out the dagger from his belt and hands it over to her. "Sylvie gave it to me. You should have this back." Iris shakes her head and replies, "It is yours now. I will feel better knowing that it is with you." She then rises on her tiptoes and plants a gentle kiss on Ash's cheek. "Please stay safe, Ash." Ash nods. "You as well." He silently watches as Sleipnir galloped away from the Fey realm, carrying the princess on his back. Ash touches the spot where she kissed him. Once they vanished from sight, he set off towards the light court. Ash needed to find Myrtle. He had to know, were the other Fey courts coming to help, or was the light court standing alone in this war? Chapter 20. Without the Fairy Queen, the court of light will fall. Without hope, darkness will doom them all. Ash stood on the hilltop, Myrtle close by his side. The Fey council members were also present and armed. They came prepared for the battle to save the Fey realm from the unseelie king. Sorsha and Eliora brandished swords, while Solana wielded a staff. The elder Fey, Abner, kept his quiver and arrows at the ready. Positioned below them on the battlefield were the soldiers of the Light Court, waiting to clash with the forces of the Dark. Despite sending messages to other courts, Myrtle had not received any responses from them. So the Light Court waited with bated breath for the enemies to arrive. Inwardly, they prayed for help to reach them sooner. The Fey Scouts informed the Fey Council that just outside their view, the shadowy beasts and soldiers of the Dark Court were gathering. Based on their count, They faced an army 10 times larger than their own, with tens of thousands marching towards them in hordes. The army of the Dark Fae had almost arrived, but where were the other courts? Ash feared that the message he sent had reached them too late. "They're here!" Eliora exclaimed, excitedly pointing towards the sky. Ash turned to face the direction she was pointing. The sky soon filled with the sounds of flapping wings. The sylphs arrived first, with only a few that were still capable of flight. Giant birds carried the injured sylphs, whose wings were tattered, but their spirits were unbroken. Leading them all was the king of the air court, King Mistral. Among them, Ash caught sight of the bird with the blue feathers, the same one he met when he first entered the Fey realm. The bird sees him too and greets him with a happy chirp. The Undines were the next ones to arrive, with Queen Lannan riding on Tempest while her army followed on the other Nyuggles. She nodded to Ash, and he responded with a grateful bow. Ash was surprised to see the field dotted with the red caps of the gnomes. They were riding on field mice, whose noses twitched nervously. Despite their natural instincts to shy away and hide, they bravely came to save the Fey realm as well. The only court that remained was the Fire Court. Would they answer the call for help? As the minutes passed, Ash grew less certain. Time was running out, and night spread around them, spilling like dark ink across the sky. Just moments before the darkness takes complete hold, the horizon suddenly blazed with fire. The salamanders had arrived, their tails burning bright, while on their backs rode the army of the Fire Court. Each Fae had fire in their eyes and spirits as solid as stones. Although Scolecite was absent, his son Carnelian stood in his place to lead them. They had all come, the courts of air, water, earth, and fire, standing alongside the Light Court. Perhaps now they stood a chance. At the stroke of midnight, the army of the Unseelie King came alive. First came the sound, a constant thrumming that got louder and louder. The sight was terrifying, like swarms of angry hornets. The Unseelie King lingered overhead, hovering in the sky with his giant black wings. He stays there to command and unleash his army of shadowy beasts upon them. The ground shook as the sky roared with thunder and flickered with lightning. The forces of light and darkness finally clash on the battlefield. Sorsha was the first to charge down from those who stood on the hill. "For the Fey realm!" she cried, brandishing her sword. Solana and Eliora swiftly followed. Myrtle stayed behind, refusing to leave Ash on his own. Abner also stayed, shooting down any shadowy beasts that ventured too close to them. Ash watched in horror as one of the shadowy beasts viciously tore away King Mistral's wings. Meanwhile, Tempest let out a powerful roar and kicked down a dozen dark soldiers, while Queen Lannan used her enchanting song to subdue the beasts. Many Fae fell, with the count of injured and lost rapidly escalating on both sides. Just as Ash thought the tide was turning, the situation quickly became dire. With a roar, the dark Fae descended upon the field, slashing Sorsha swiftly with his razor-tipped wings. She cries out in agony, clutching her face. Eliora jumps in front of her, using her body as a shield. Solana, wielding her staff, attempts to block the relentless wing assaults from the dark Fae. "They need help!" Ash cried. He wants to go join the battlefront, but Myrtle would not let him leave the hill. Never had being a human made Ash feel so helpless. Worried, Myrtle watches on. "I can't leave you unprotected," she said. They watch as the dark flay slashes with his wings once more, breaking Solana's staff in two. "I will stay with him," Abner offers. "Go and help them, Myrtle." Gratefully, Myrtle nods and takes one last look at Ash before charging into the battle. The shadowy beasts draw nearer to the hill. Abner swiftly takes them down one by one. His hands were a blur as he loaded arrows from his quiver and let them fly. Eventually, he has only one arrow remaining. More shadowy beasts climb up the hill, and Ash draws out his weapon, a dagger, Iris's gift to him. He quickly slashes through two of the creatures in a swift motion. While Ash is busy slashing through another beast with his dagger, a gate of light suddenly bursts open behind him. Ash looks on in surprise as the Elder Fae approaches him. Did Abner sense danger? Was he sending him back to the mortal world? "What is going on, Abner?" Ash asked, puzzled. Abner smiled, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The Elder Fae lunged forward and viciously stabbed his last remaining arrow into Ash's stomach. Ash's eyes widened. Leading in closer, Abner whispered, "Never return," and with a forceful push sent Ash tumbling into the blinding light. Ash cried out as he fell through into the mortal realm and hit the ground. He was bleeding out fast. Ash pulled the arrow out from his stomach and saw that it had an obsidian tip, the same type of arrow that had claimed his father's life. Ash was in unbearable pain and could not stand up. He tried to crawl back to the light, but it fades before he could reach it. There was a resounding sound as the entrance to the Fey realm closes. Abner had stabbed Ash with a poisoned arrow, then sealed the entry to the Fey realm so he couldn't return. The Elder Fey had left him to die. The tears streaming down Ash's face blurred his vision, making the world out of focus. The poison was spreading through his body, and Ash estimated that he only had minutes remaining. What could possibly cure a poison from the Fey realm? Ash fervently wished Myrtle was there to give him an answer, but his friend couldn't be there as the war raged on in her world, and Abner had left Ash gravely injured in another world with no hope of returning. Ash didn't want to spend his last dying moments alone. He gets up from the ground, but as the searing pain overwhelms him, he stumbles like one heavily intoxicated. He dragged himself towards his father's grave, but collapsed before reaching it. Ash had barely made it to the small tree nearby, the one with the most beautiful canopy, with leaves that burned red like hot embers, and bright jewel-like fruits in cascades of pink and orange, the same breathtaking tree that, oddly, he never paid much attention to before. Myrtle's voice echoed in his head. "Have you seen anything that seemed out of place in its surroundings? A rock, a plant, a tree? It could be anything." Ash's tears welled into his eyes, and he gave a shaky laugh. The small tree that had leaves the shade of burning fire, the one place he felt safe. His sanctuary in the tree branches had been the arms of his mother, the lost fairy queen. Ash's mother abandoned the Fey realm and ran back to her husband, but was cursed into a tree, unable to tell him. A Fey arrow with an obsidian tip hit his father as he went into the Fey realm to save her. The poison seeped into his body, eventually claiming his life. The poisoned arrow belonged to Abner. The Elder Fey had been his father's killer, and now he was going to kill him too. The irony of it all. As the poison continues to course through his veins, Ash's vision fades. Edwin and Rhiannon, their love story remained a secret, unknown to anyone else. No one had known about their tragic fate until today. Their son was the one first to discover it all, just as he was about to lose his life as well. "Fairy Queen, Your Majesty, Mom," Ash said, his breath coming in painfully. "I know what happened. I know you never abandoned me. I know you tried to be with us. A fever was raging through his body, and Ash could no longer think clearly. His thoughts were coming in fragments. "Father never gave up on you," he said sadly. "Fate has a cruel sense of humor, though. Father called me his prince. I was the prince of nothing, just Ash. I don't know why you left the Fey realm, Mom, but I wish I could help them. I would have loved to stay there one day." Ash stops talking and watches as the red leaves fall like rose petals, blending in seamlessly with the wound on his body. The wind blew gently, playing him a soft melody. It wasn't a bad death, he thought, to lie here in his final moments. Ash just wished he had more time. His eyelids grow heavy and close on their own. The leaves of the small tree rustled loudly overhead as they came to life. Ash hears someone whispering gently in his ears, "Wake up, my little prince." It was his mother's voice. The Fairy Queen was giving him her blessing. She speaks again, this time revealing to Ash his true name. As his mortal life perishes, Ash undergoes a transformation and is reborn as a Fey. He stands up from the ground with immortal grace, with wings of light beating on his back. The branches of the tree twist and weave together, forming a crown for him, and the trunk splits to reveal a hidden secret. Inside, Ash finds the missing pages from his father's sketchbook, and beside it lay the most magnificent sword, a final parting gift from Rhiannon, the Fairy Queen, his mother. Ash scans the last 2 pages from his father's sketchbook, which he guessed beforehand contained the drawings of the light and dark court. His father's drawings capture the treetops of the Light Fae with their stained glass windows and the spires of the dark fortress in exquisite detail. There was also a message from him. Ash runs his fingers over the words and imagines his father's voice reading to him. "Your mother and I wanted it to be your choice. No matter what you choose, Ash, whether it be the mortal world or the Fey realm, we will love you always. Live well, our sweet little prince." Ash wears the crown on his head and picks up the sword. He watches as the small tree fades away from the face of the mortal world. "Goodbye, Mom. Say hello to Father from me," he said. "I love you both." Ash then opens the gateway that connects the realms of mortals and Fey, spreads his magnificent wings, and soars back into the heart of the battlefield. The sky of the Fey realm fills with a dazzling light, heralding the event that had taken place. At long last, the Fey King had finally arrived. Chapter 21. Ash was the soldier of light, sword blazing in his hands, wings of light stretching out behind him. Ash came to the Fey realm too late, and is devastated as he surveys the destruction surrounding him. The battlefield is littered with the lifeless bodies of hundreds of Fey and many more who have been gravely wounded. Ash sees the Unseelie King swooping down to strike Myrtle and swiftly takes flight to intercept him. The dark Fey slashes with his razor-tipped wings, forcing Ash to defend himself with his wings of light. Aburn hisses in pain as the Fey light burns through his wings. He strikes Ash with his shadows, tying his wings behind him, but couldn't hold on. The dark Fey writhes in pain and falls to the ground. The dark Fey attempts to rise, growling as he does. Ash points his sword at the dark Fey's heart, telling him, "It's over. Tell your army to retreat." The dark Fey remains defiant. "I will never admit defeat," he snarls. "Concede, or the Dark Court will have to find a new king," Ash said. "I have the blessing of the Fairy Queen, and the creatures and the Fays of the Fey realm are on my side. You will not win." The dark Fey gives him a deathly stare. He then howls, emitting an inhuman and terrible sound, causing the forces of darkness to dissipate. With their bat-like wings, the Fae of the Dark Court rise into the air and empty out the battlefield. With the Dark Fae forces in retreat, the war between the Light and Dark Courts was over. Ash scanned through the chaos of bodies, desperately searching for his friends. Eliora remained unconscious but thankfully alive, while the others were injured but otherwise all right. Ash found Abner still on the same hill where he had stabbed him. His body lay tattered, slashed by the talons of the shadowy beasts. Ash flies and descends next to him. Abner sees him stunned, his eyes scanning his wings of light. "I found my mother," Ash said to him in a low voice. Ash wasn't sure if he was listening. To his surprise, Abner was laughing. "You know, I was the one who scared her away," he confessed. "I told Rhiannon no one would accept her human son. I thought she would give you up, but no, she willingly gave up the entire Fey realm instead." He was stunned. Ash's heart was overwhelmed hearing about his mother's love for him. But Rhiannon didn't know that once she abandons the Fey world, she would be cursed. Abner coughs as he struggles with his breath. "It was the perfect plan until your mortal father showed up. I ended up getting rid of him, too." Abner was dying. He was the one responsible for making him an orphan, but Ash couldn't bear to let him die like this. "Let me heal you," Ash said, but the elder Fae shakes his head vehemently. "You can try, but your magic won't let you. Her magic won't let you." Ash puts his hands over Abner's wounds, and a gentle light shines from his palm. Gradually, the wound starts to seal itself. Ash lets out a sigh of relief. The elder Fae looks at his injury and laughs again. "I told you, Rhiannon won't let you save me." Ash watches in horror as the wound that was previously healed reopened. "So she got her revenge in the end," Abner said, smiling. He coughs one last time before fading into the light. Ash closes his eyes, aggrieved. Someone comes up to him and places a hand on his shoulders to comfort him. It was Myrtle. "You couldn't have saved him, child," she said sadly. "Do not grieve for him. Abner was lost a long time before his death. I wanted justice for what he did to my parents, but I didn't want him to die like this," Ash said, his voice hollow. "I know, child," Myrtle said, patting his shoulder. "Come, let us go back and find the others." Glancing at the vacant spot where Abner's body once lay, Ash then follows Myrtle back to the Light Court. Even though Ash had the blessing of the Fairy Queen, he planned to do things differently. He began by summoning the council with representatives from all the other courts present, including the defeated Unseelie King. "I propose a vote to select the Fey King," Ash declared once the council had gathered. "But you are already our king," Sorsha said, confused. She was still healing, but insisted on being there, especially since Solana and Eliora were absent due to their injuries. "I would like to hear from all the courts," Ash said. "We remained divided for far too long because their voices were not heard in this chamber." "I think it is a great idea." Myrtle looked at him, beaming with pride. The other Fae all nod their heads in agreement. Sorsha, seeing she is alone on the matter, concedes to the will of the council. She reluctantly starts the voting process. Who is prepared to cast their vote? The Dark Fae was the first to speak. "I vote for myself." Sorsha glares at the Unseelie King with contempt, as if he were nothing more than a pest beneath her shoe. The dark fae wickedly smiles back at her. "Who is next?" Sorcia asks, trying to keep her temper in check. "I side with the Unseelie King," Soleil-Sight said. The council gasped after hearing his vote, but Ash was not surprised, having sensed his animosity earlier. Soleil-Sight's son caught him off guard, however. "After my father, I shall ascend the throne of the Fire Court," Carnelian said. "Let it be known to the Fey Council that I stand behind the Fey King of the Light Court." Sorcia nodded her head. "Who is next?" "I vote for Rhiannon's son," Queen Lannon said. The Unseelie King growled low in his throat. "Who else?" Sorcia asked. Nepheli, the princess of the Air Court, came forward. "I vote on behalf of my father. He could not attend the council today because of his injury." "Who is your vote for?" Sorcia asked her. At that moment the Unseelie King cast a hateful glare at the princess, causing her to shrink back and visibly tremble in fear. The Undying Queen came to her aid. "Do not be afraid," Queen Lannon said kindly. "Speak. You are here for the people of the Air Court. Let their voices be heard." The princess took a deep breath. When she spoke next, her voice didn't waver. "The Air Court votes for the Fey King of the Light Court." Carnelian looks at Nepheli with fondness, and she shyly returns him with a smile. The Unseelie King was seething now. The dark shadows around him were writhing wildly. "I will speak for the animals of the Fey realm," Tempest said. "We choose the Fey who was once human. He has the gift of healing. I believe he will be the one to heal our festering wounds." Ash bows his head to the dark horse in gratitude. "Who is left?" Sorcia asked. The gnomes had sent the field mouse to speak for them, and they too voted for Ash. "So it is decided," Sorcia said. She turns toward Ash, smiling. "By the majority of the council votes, you are our Fey King." The dark Fey rises abruptly from his seat and hurls it across the room in anger. When no one stops him, he growls with frustration before storming out of the council chamber. There was a marked silence in the chamber after his dramatic exit. Sorcia snickers and says, "Cry baby," and the whole council bursts out laughing. Ash tries to hide his smile, even if he secretly agrees with her. The fairy world was gradually mending itself, restoring itself to its former splendor, all under the gentle leadership of their new Fey King. Things were getting better in the Fey realm. Ash, however, was miserable. Weeks passed, and he didn't hear from Iris. He often found himself thinking about the princess, wondering how she was doing now. His friend Myrtle, who was also now his royal adviser, surprised him one day. "My child, you must think of marriage." "Why?" he asked, alarmed. "Do the Fey folk desire a queen?" "The Fey folk are very happy and have made no such desire." "Then why did you say I should think of marriage?" "It is not for them, but for your own happiness," Myrtle said. "I have everything I need," Ash said. "Do not worry about me." "Do you think about her?" Ash didn't even need to ask who Myrtle was talking about. "Yes, every day." "Why don't you send her a message?" "What will be the point?" Ash asked. "Iris cannot come back to this realm without abandoning her own." "You are the Fey King," Myrtle said. "You can change the laws." "I could, but the question is, should I? It would be for my own selfish reasons," Ash said, shaking his head. "I cannot risk the safety of my people, nor risk bringing harm to humans. It is best if we forget it all." "But can you forget?" Myrtle persisted. "I don't see you moving on." "I am fine, Myrtle," Ash said. "Like I said, do not worry about me." "A sad king will not be able to serve his people as well as one who is content," Myrtle said.
"What should I do, then? How do I convince you that I am well?" Ash asked, frustrated. "Host a ball and invite all the eligible maidens in the land and dance with them all, at least once." Ash groaned. "That sounds like punishment." "It will convince me, and I will not pester you ever again," Myrtle said, smiling. "Any other ideas?" Ash asked. "Or you could attend the ball that the Princess of Renmore is holding." Ash stayed quiet. "Iris must be doing well then," he thought. "And she has forgotten all about you," taunts a voice in his head. "Her parents must be searching for a suitable suitor for her," Ash said, his voice laced with bitterness. "Royal balls are traditionally used to forge future alliances." "Is that so?" Myrtle said, her eyes twinkling. "I forgot to add that she sent you an invite." Ash couldn't stop the smile from spreading on his face. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "And miss out on your reaction?" Myrtle teased. Ash takes the envelope from her hand and quickly reads the content, his heart hammering fast. "To the King of the Fey Realm, you are cordially invited to the royal ball. His and her royal majesties of Renmore, King Marcus and Queen Gloria, as well as the esteemed Highness Princess Iris, eagerly await your arrival." The invite was identical to the one he received when he lived with his uncle, but there was an added note at the end from the princess. "P.S. Dear Ash, you have something of mine that I would very much like to have back. I hope to see you at the ball. With love, Iris." What did Iris want returned? She already gifted him her dagger, so she couldn't be asking for that. Unless... When Sleipnir came back from the mortal realm, he had one of Iris's glass slippers in his mouth. Ash thought that it must have slipped off her foot. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Did Iris only want to see him because she wanted the shoe returned? It was the only communication he had with her in weeks, and he expected more. "Are you going?" Myrtle asked. "It would be impolite not to attend," Ash said diplomatically. Myrtle looked at him curiously. Ever since he turned into a Fae, Ash had to be more mindful about speaking the truth. He learned to skirt his way around it. Thankfully, Myrtle didn't suspect him at all. "Do you want me to glamour Sleipnir in preparation for the mortal world?" she asked, distracted. "Leave him be," Ash said. When Myrtle raised an eyebrow, he explained, "I want to make an entrance." Myrtle chuckled. "Slippy would like that. He would like that very much. The horse is as vain as they come." Ash smiled, knowing that his experience attending this royal ball would be vastly different from his first. He could hardly wait for the day to arrive. The morning before the royal ball, Ash thought he would pay his uncle a visit. He already sent him a message beforehand. Ash wanted it to be clear to his uncle that it wasn't going to be a family reunion, but rather it was Ash wishing to close the chapter of his previous life. The manor is empty. Ash couldn't find anyone inside. Did his uncle go into hiding after getting his letter? It was enchanted, so he couldn't ignore it, but Ash didn't think Tiernan would be afraid of him, despite knowing he was the Fey King. Ash goes to see the animals, and is shocked to see his cousin was there, feeding the pigs. "Where is Tiernan?" Ash asked. "Well, good morning to you too, cousin," Connor said, smirking. "What are you doing?" "I am doing chores. You might remember doing them." Connor laughs when he sees Ash's surprise. "I came to talk to Uncle," Ash said, "but it doesn't feel like he is around." "You are right about that," Connor said, grinning like an idiot. "Am I missing something?" Ash asked, perplexed. "Nothing. It is good seeing you back here," Connor said. "Hope the Fey life is treating you well." "It is," Ash said. "How's it going for you?" "Haven't been better," Connor said.
Well, when Tiernan comes back, tell him I paid a visit. Connor shakes his head. Father won't be back for a while. What do you mean? Where is Uncle? He is in jail and will be there for some time, Connor said. He wasn't smiling now. What happened? How did he get there? Once Father discovered you were invited to the royal ball while we were not, he immediately went to the king. Father insisted it must have been a misunderstanding, claiming that I was meant to be the charming prince the princess desired, not you, Connor said. However, when the king disregarded Father's pleas, he became enraged and resorted to insulting King Marcus and calling him names. Ash could imagine his uncle doing such a thing to him, but it surprised him to hear that Tiernan insulted the king. Tiernan called him names? Ash asked, not quite believing what he was hearing. Connor gave a grim smile. It was a fiasco. He was swearing so much. The king went red with rage. He ordered his knights to place Father in the dungeon until he cooled down, and then release him when he came to his senses. That was a week ago. Why is he still in jail, then? Because I might have told the king how he treated you while you lived with us, Connor said. Don't get me wrong. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. I needed a break from my father. Ash suspected that Connor was lying. He must have not liked how Ash was treated. I will go talk to King Marcus to let Tiernan go free, Ash said. He quickly turns to leave, but Connor stops him. Wait! Ash pauses. I think it would do him good to stay there, Connor said. Only for a little while, though, he quickly added. I finally feel like myself without him to tell me how I should act or feel. Your father cares about your future, Ash said to console him. Yes, he cares more about that than he cares about me. I am sure that isn't true, Connor. Connor shrugs his shoulders. It won't matter. Nothing will, no matter what I do. What do you mean? He has a stranglehold over everything. Your father, you mean? Connor nods. He controls everything. He is in my head. He is pulling the strings. I am just a puppet of my father's grand ambitions. Ash felt a rush of sympathy for his cousin. He knew how it felt to be lost. What about your plans, Connor? I don't have any, Connor said in a low voice. I can't even separate my plans from his. I don't even know the sound of my own voice. But you do, Connor, Ash said. You know what he wants, but you don't agree. That is your voice. Connor looks at him with a strange expression. You know, Ash, I envied you sometimes. You envied me? Yes. Your father is dead, so you weren't being buried alive under the weight of his expectations. Ash shakes his head. Except that I was of my own. Things turned out all right for you, though, Connor said. They did when I followed my light. Perhaps things will turn around for you, too. Ash, I wanted to tell you something, Connor said, hesitating, but I hope that you will forgive me one day. What is it, Connor? What do you want to tell me? As soon as Father was away, I searched through the contents of his safe and found the real will your father, Edwin, left for you, Connor confesses. I knew the one my father showed to Mr. Henderson was only a forgery. My father bragged about it when he was drunk one night, but I didn't tell you then. But now I have amended my mistake and informed the lawyer of the truth. I sent him the true copy. Ash listens to him, speechless. Thank you for telling me, Connor. Will you come back home? His cousin asked, hopefully. I have a different home now, Ash said. I won't be needing this one. I never wanted you out of the manor, believe me, Ash, his cousin exclaimed. I felt helpless standing up to my father. I understand. You did a brave thing for me, Ash said. You have made me feel like I am family. I am sorry that I didn't share more things with you.
"No, I am the one who is sorry for constantly lashing out at you," Connor replied. The two boys embraced one another, forgiving each other for their past hurts. Ash reaches into his pockets and brings out his father's sketchbook. "What is this?" Connor asked as Ash handed it over to him. "This is my gift to you," Ash said. "These sketches were drawn by my father and were enchanted by my mother. The sketchbook holds magic. I want you to keep it," Ash said. "Whenever you find yourself in danger, the light of the Fae will come to guide and protect you." Connor accepts it, his heart feeling full. "You will always have a home here, cousin." "I know," Ash said, giving him a smile. "As long as I have you, Connor, I will always feel like I have a family here." Ash's reception at the royal ball was wildly different from the first. He wasn't wearing Myrtle's glamour, so, unlike the last time, none of the dozen guards at the gate abandoned their posts to follow him around like a flock of sheep. Ash was thankful for not having to go through that awkwardness again. The guards, however, were expecting him, and quietly let him through without arresting him or throwing him into the dungeon. They kept their stares to a minimum, but Ash could feel them sneaking glances at his horse. When he reached the castle, someone screamed from the crowd gathered outside, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Ash wasn't sure if it was the sight of him, the immortal Fae King with his wings of light, or the sight of Sleipnir with his 8 legs that prompted it. Ash shakes his head, amused, while Sleipnir glowers at the crowd. "They can't all handle us, Slippy," Ash said to the gargantuan beast. "But on the bright side, they will never forget this sight for the rest of their lives." Sleipnir snorted in agreement. King Marcus and Queen Gloria were the first to welcome Ash at the castle's entrance. "So we meet the charming lad at last. You gave us quite a run. My poor knights were looking for you in Surrey, but you were in a different realm entirely." "We are forever grateful that you brought our Iris back to us and freed her from the wretched Faydeal," the Queen said. She realizes, horrified, what she just said, and quickly amends. "Not that all Fae or their deals are wretched. Our daughter is waiting for you somewhere inside. That is, unless she ran away again," King Marcus said with a chuckle. The Queen gives her husband a look, clearly not amused by his joke. Ash couldn't help but smile. Iris was unpredictable, and no one, not even her parents, seemed to know what she would do next. The King and Queen respectfully bow their heads before moving on to greet the other guests. Sylvie and Findlay meet him next, and they too thank Ash for saving Iris. Ash is pleased to see that the sweet couple are doing well. Ash reaches the ballroom, and it looks the same as before. It is brimming with elegantly dressed couples, laughing and dancing away. He searches through all the smiling faces underneath the giant crystal chandeliers to find the one whose eyes were like the ocean. He finally sees Iris, and again she takes his breath away. Ash steps inside the ballroom, and all eyes turn to look at him, but his eyes are for her alone. The crowd stepped aside to clear a path for him, staring at him as he made his way to the princess. Iris smiles when she sees him, but otherwise her expression remains unreadable. Ash cannot guess where her thoughts are at. It had been weeks since Ash last saw her. He became as nervous as the first time they met. Iris was oddly quiet as well. Ash noticed she was holding a familiar book in her hands. "Your grandfather's book on Fae lore," Ash observed, hoping to make a deal with the Fae. "I needed to check on something." Iris seemed nervous. "How are you, Ash?" Their conversation is cut short when they hear screams in the background. Shadows gather around them.
To their shock, the dark fae enter the ballroom. "What are you doing here?" Ash quickly draws out his sword. He wouldn't let the dark fae take Iris without a fight. "I called him here," Iris said quietly. "You can put down your sword, Ash." She called him. But why? The dark fae had the same question. "Why did you call me, princess?" He gave a devious smile. "Are you ready to return to my court to become my bride?" "No, never," Iris said, shuddering. "I called you here because I want to strike a deal with you." "I am listening," the dark face said. The entire ballroom's attention was on them. "What do you want from me?" Iris took a deep breath and said, "I want you to call the hunt." There were anxious murmurs within the ballroom. Some courtesans gasped, and one screamed before fainting. "What is going on?" Ash wondered. The princess quickly shot him an apologetic look. The dark fae looked smug, but Iris stopped him before he could open his mouth to gloat. "But there are some conditions." The dark fae seemed put off by her interruption. "What might those be?" he growled in a low voice. Iris stares at him, unwavering. "You will call the wild hunt and go to Astoria, our neighbors to the north. You will only gather the shadowy beasts and wayward souls that have committed heinous crimes and who cannot be redeemed." Iris glances towards a small boy and his family, and they smile back at her encouragingly. She continues, more confident this time. "The people of Astoria have given me authority to speak on their behalf." Iris then signals Sylvie, her lady-in-waiting, who brings forward a paper that was at least a meter long. She is brilliant, Ash thought, absolutely extraordinary. But would the dark fae agree to all her conditions? "I accept," the dark fae said. "I will take my hunt north and take all the unworthy souls from Astoria." Not unworthy souls, just the ones who have already committed violence, not thought about, not planned, but already done so. I included all the conditions in the fine print of the paper I gave you. "You are as conniving as a fae," the dark fae said, annoyed. "Do we have a deal?" The dark fae grinned, and a great horn blared, shaking the walls of the castle. Attendees in the ballroom screamed as hordes of wild, ghostly figures swirled around them. A sled with grotesque horses arrived before the dark fae, along with huge hounds that looked like they were from hell itself. "Fairies, tonight we hunt." The unseelie king blew a horn, and the souls moaned terribly, their loud howls reverberating in the wind. With them came the baying of cruel hounds. The dark fae would roam the land, hunting all the wayward shadows back to the fae realm. In all the commotion, Iris had disappeared. Ash turned around looking for her, but she was no longer in the ballroom. Ash knew where he would find her. He heads to the garden, Iris's sanctuary, likely where the princess was hiding. He finds her sitting by the swan fountain, playing with the surface of the water. Ash sits next to her and sighs. "I brought what you asked," he said. He took out the glass shoe from his pocket and placed it on the fountain's edge. Iris looks at the glass slipper and shakes her head. "That is not what I asked." "But your note on the invite said I had something of yours." "Yes, that is what I wrote," Iris said, her cheeks blushing. "You have something of mine that I would like back." "What do I have?" Ash asked. "My heart," Iris said. Ash stays silent. "If you can't give it back, then at least give back something equal in return," she says. "I can't give my heart to you," Ash said solemnly. Iris appeared on the verge of tears at his answer. "I can't give it to you, Iris, because you already had it the day I saw you in the pumpkin carriage." "Oh!" Iris looked at Ash, her eyes filled with tears. "Are we going to stop seeing each other now?" Ash raises an eyebrow. "Why would we do that?" "Because I undermined your authority as the Fae King by making a deal with your nemesis." Ash finally understood what was troubling Iris and shook his head in reply, saying, "I didn't interpret it in that way." Iris brightens. "You didn't?" "We may not enjoy the dark, but it still makes a part of our whole. The only thing I saw, Iris, was your determination to protect the human realm." "Just like your determination to save the Fae realm," Iris said. "It seems we are equally capable. We're either both wise or both fools." "A bit of both." Ash tries to smile, but then it quickly fades from his face. Upon seeing his reaction, Iris asked, concerned, "What is it?" "I was just thinking that my kingdom is a mess," Ash said, shaking his head. "I still have to help the Asturians get back on their feet," Iris said. "They just endured a brutal war. It could take years." "Same with the Fae realm." They both looked at one another and sighed. "What do we do now?" Iris asked, uncertain. "How about we have a long courtship with several balls or masquerades in both realms to make the time go faster?" Ash proposed. "Another ball?" Iris groaned in a most unprincess-like manner. "That is the worst form of torture there is." "I promise there will be heaps of mashed potatoes at those events," Ash offered, attempting to be enticing. Iris considers. "Okay," she said, "I will endure the dances, but only if you promise to use your wings to shoo away the other suitors." "I can do that," Ash said eagerly. He spreads his wings to show their readiness. "Is that a promise from a Fae King?" Iris asked. "I will not accept anything less. No loopholes, dangerous deals, or tricky Fae bargains." "I am a Fae, and I cannot lie. Your book on Fae lore must have told you that," Ash teases. "You can't lie, but you can twist the truth," Iris said, undeterred. "Yes," Ash said, "but I won't." Before Iris can say another word, Ash pulls the princess into his arms, enveloping her with his wings of light. He then seals their promise with a kiss. They both smiled, knowing it was only the beginning of their fairy tale ending. The end. This has been Prince Charming, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Benjamin Powell. Copyright 2023 by Aisha Urooj. Production copyright by Aisha Urooj.